Welcome, everybody. Hello. Welcome to the Arcane Games and Events. Experience.
I'm just not going to help at all. Welcome to
January 2024, start of the new Open Series. Let's fucking go.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm Blake Meyer. This is Colin H. We're here to do the Arcane Game and Events January Open.
January Open. And
the
guess
biggest
what?
one of all time.
It's the biggest one yet. We've got 60 plus people signed up, and
That's almost a battle harden.
It's basically a battle harden. It's bigger than some battle hardens for sure. So
Oh my goodness.
we're gonna have a long day, and it's gonna be pretty exciting because you know what? Who knows what is the meta right now? I don't even know.
Yeah, who knows? I know there's going to be at least one Riptide, one Teklovossen, and then 58 ninjas. So it will be decided of which one of those is better into ninja today.
30 Ninja Bravo Dromai.
Oh, yeah. Divided by another 10. The other thing we did a sound check already.
Oh, you guys missed that, but it went really well.
We got everyone situated. There's also a whole nother tournament going on here. So if you're like 60 people, that looks like 120 people behind you. Don't worry, it is 120 people. Some of those people are Magic players that once they drop, hopefully they'll look over our shoulders
and be like,
and see,
why do they just keep playing even though they've lost? And you're like, well, because the game's good, and you get
there's points on the line.
Points on the line. So just in case you don't know what the AGE Open is all about, let's talk about it.
This is what we're playing for today.
We get money and you get points. So last year, everybody was doing this. It was a great experience. But in the end, Anthony Pham took it down, our first AGE Open championship. So every month, we have an open tournament. You get a bunch of points. We have the first 3 scheduled. This is the schedule.
If this one almost sold out.
This one almost sold out. We had to beg and scream for more seats.
Spots.
And we got a couple. So, you know, if you want to come down, check it out. It's a pretty good time. Anyways, you get points. You get enough points. You get invited to the Open Championship Series. Well, how many people did we get? Was it 16?
16 people will make it.
Point winners of the entire year come together to duke it out in one final tournament for the whole thing. So, that's what we're here to do. That's why people are here. That's why you're going to stay in the tournament, because your place matters. You can get a few extra points. And I think the last couple spots last year were highly contested. You know, there was like 10-point difference between like the last
Evan, who didn't make it, and people that did make it.
Yeah, but Evan's out here trying to win this
left
year.
Outside in the cold, though.
He's cracked Teklovossen, and he's here to show you why he's going to ruin your life with
Does the best Teklovossen in SoCal mean anything?
What's his name? The Mecropotent? He becomes
Mecropotent, yeah.
The Mecropotent.
Meclovossen.
That sounds like a thing I got to talk to my doctor about.
Yeah.
But
I need to talk to more doctors. That's the whole AG is back part of our weekend stories. 2023 interview. Do you want to do this personally, where the game went, or do you want to go talk about the AGE in 2023, or just hit all 4 of them? I guess we already hit AGE. So what happened personally? What happened in the game? 2023 interview.
We'll do 23 AGE. It started, you know, the Open Series started last year. Before that, we were doing some smaller tournaments. Now we've done the whole series. Now we're doing it again. So this year, I think we're just looking to do it even better than last year. Cool. What happened last year? I don't know. Lexi just ran around, so we're all just going to, you know.
Yeah, that can't happen again.
Push that trauma outside of our brain.
3
Lexi's
sets.
Gone. Old him's gone. Who else is gone?
Yeah, there was a lot of living legends last year, so I think
Icelander's
there's no way that could happen again this year based on our point totals, or do you think this year we'll have just as many people living legend over
I think
the year?
Bravo's going out this year. That's my prediction. So
That's
if you like Barvo,
piss off about 30 people behind us because they'll have to build a second deck for the first time in their entire life.
Or they'll, you know, they're gonna have to deal with that trauma when they get to it. Yeah. But yeah, so 2023, yeah, we had 3 sets. What were they, Blake?
3 sets were definitely Bright Lights, Outsiders,
Bright
and then the
Lights.
middle one, Dusk Till Dawn.
Dusk Till Dawn. So it was a weird year for sets because Outsiders heavily impacted the meta. The next 2, not so much.
Right.
That was probably just already going to be that way. Like in a vacuum, if we didn't release those sets, I feel like Lexi's probably still would have been.
In a vacuum, I could win the Olympics. So I don't think we should talk about the vacuum.
On a
very
vacuum,
much.
I could win the
Yeah.
Olympics. Yeah, so interesting set, releases for 2023. What was your favorite?
I will say I had the most fun with Outsiders.
Yep.
It felt like not only are there some powerful cards that make Assassin cool, I was playing Arachne for a while, and then a new hero, Uzuri, is the one I've played the most out of the new heroes this year. Very cool, powerful cards coming out that do things I've never done before.
Yep.
And then also, if we want to do the limited side of things, I do think there's 3 or 4 heroes from the limited. And let's be real, I could play 2 or 3 of those. So that was options of if you're sitting there waiting for cards to come your way and you need to pivot, I guess I'm doing Azalea instead of Riptide.
Yeah.
And I could play Azalea and just try and dominate and do some stuff there. Didn't feel too bad of like, I guess I'm going to be... I can't play Teklovossen because I didn't see a single Evo
Yeah.
in 4 packs. Like, good luck.
Totally. Yeah, I think Outsiders was a fun limited set for sure. Like, there was one draft that we did that we all ended up on a unique hero, which is a pretty fun thing to be able to do. As a whole, I feel like it was weird that we had 3 repeat heroes, and so not a lot of excitement there.
Right.
Foreshadowing to heavy hitters where, we have 6 heroes.
That was the
again
last
we
time a
got.
hero was reprinted because they learned,
This time they were just like, we'll just do it once. But yeah, then we had Dust Till Dawn, which was, I don't know, it was fine. Levia Consumed and Redeemed are pretty much, like, I think the most cool thing that happened. But I think Boltyn got some support, got some interesting things Boltyn can do now.
There's 6 angels that are pretty cool to get in the box.
That's
whenever you
true. We
see
got
it.
a new Prism, we got a new non-chain, and that, so far hasn't had big effect on the meta at all. But I think, we're both fans of the new Prism.
I am. Yeah, I played it, took it to Vegas. It was great fun. The only thing I'm like kind of confused about is where are the 10 prisms and 10 chains? I want to see the here's the picture of everyone.
Oh, the hands-on ones? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That was
And
such a
still
hype.
hasn't happened. Maybe they're going to be in a box for forever.
Yeah, that was such a hype thing that I think we saw 1 or 2, and it's just
Right.
either no one's
Some
sharing that
sealed
they pulled
collector
one,
has them all,
or they're
in a
just in
box they're
boxes
never
and
going
we'll
to
never
open.
see. And we're taking
Or it'll be
out.
one of those videos from YouTube where it was like, my whole basement flooded in the hurricane. Let's go look at this box of Dust Till Dawn, and then they'll rip off one card, peel one by one, and it'll be the prism that looks like this now.
And the back is blank because
Yeah.
the ink washed out.
I can't wait for that video. Pro Tour Los Angeles,
It's coming.
the biggest event of the world besides Worlds, is going to be in our backyard, 15 miles away from here. I did not look at Google Maps. I'm guessing it's 15 miles
That
from
seems
here
pretty
because we're in
accurate.
Redondo. Are you pumped for Pro Tour LA?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'll be
I w-
my first Pro Tour to go
I was trying to figure out what the packages all meant. It's a little confusing on how I don't like the packaging that we generally have for these events where it's like, you get this vouchers to get into this event. And you're like, but I don't know what these.
I just want to buy them one by one.
Yeah, I want the cool promo maybe, but I don't. You don't even get the cool promo because that's just for Pro Tour people. And if you want the sweet cold foil energy pot, I think you have to separately pay for other side events to get them. And it's just
I'm going to
why?
worry about that on
So
March 12th,
confusing.
and then it's going to be
Exactly,
sold out. And I'm going to go, what the hell?
no,
I
it's
can't
gonna
even
be
go to the
great.
Pro Tour in my own
It's
backyard.
gonna be great to have it right here in town. If you're not from LA,
It's
I-
great.
it is great. Here's the thing. I don't know if you should stay downtown, but you should probably get a car. We'll say this now. We'll probably have some tips
We
later
have 2
on.
hotels. I went to one of those hotels that's on the hotel blocks. I went there for a singles night to support my roommate when he was trying to
Which
date
hotels
people.
are they?
That was the Moxie.
The Moxie.
Yeah. You haven't looked at all this on fabtcg.com/events?
I live here. I can drive
Well,
there.
one of the things Moxie I think has hotels for $210 a night. That's pretty good for LA. Split it between you and your Reinhardt player you play the game with. And then the other one's like $250 a night. So I think the 250 hotel's a little bit closer. You got to look up the address online because the address on Fabtcg just says they're all in the same block. I'm like, I don't think that's true, but
I don't know. But,
do the research.
hopefully they're
Have some
close
fun.
enough that you don't have to walk through too much of downtown LA because it's It's got some problems.
Why is there not a sigil with the word Hollywood on it? Why did they do? This is the first time we're gonna do a potion instead of a sigil.
And it has nothing to do with Los Angeles. They're just like, we don't care.
There's dragons.
It's the
and
cool.
there's-
I think it's one of the coolest promos they've made for the Pro Tour.
Great. I
Full
agree.
energy pot.
I'm
Pretty sweet.
excited.
But yeah, we got that coming. It's gonna be pretty fun. I feel like you're lying.
No.
You're not excited.
No, it's great. I don't play energy potion, but I'll get one for posterity and then one for the road.
Nice. Good for you. So you just have 2.
I mean, if the new heroes play energy potion, I guess I played energy potion in Rhinar for about 6 weeks, so maybe that'll come back around if you always want to have.
It's got evergreen, things
It's
about
a generic.
it. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It gets you
Speaking of
resources.
generic, that's not what we're talking about next. It's heavy hitters. The new set is coming out February 7th, but between now and then, 200 cards are going to be spoiled in 2 days.
That seems like too much.
Spread them out.
They're
Do you want 100 pieces of M&Ms? Sure, I'll eat them.
No, I'm gonna save one
Over-
for later so that I can eat 300 in one sitting. Because that's the best thing to do.
100 sandwich. No, I'm
Take
excited.
the lump sum, or do you take the yearly payout?
I'm sure we're going to be talking about heavy hitters inadvertently or intermittently is the real word throughout the whole day. Heavy hitters, it's time. It's time to happen now. Of the good cards are coming for Warriors and Brutes.
Macho Man Randy
And
Savage
whatever
just
happens
showed
to
up.
Guardians, they'll be fine either way. We're going to be showcasing some of the heroes or whatever it's called. Not showcasing. Looking at some of the heroes later on to see
Not right
how
now.
we feel about them. I mean, we could do one.
Let's do a little one. A little.
Okay, the main dude. Oh!
We got KO.
Now
Okay,
everything's a
yo.
blue 6.
Pretty good, but he's got one arm.
No.
Rough time since the last time we saw KO. He,
Actually, it was in a
Suffered a
driving
loss.
accident, I think, too.
Really?
Not even in the
buckle up,
arena.
everybody. It's
Yeah.
it's dangerous out there. It's not safe to drive.
Salmonella or something. He ate some bad chicken.
He ate bad chicken
And
cut
then
off his
on the way to
arm.
the hospital in his car,
It's like some
pinned it.
night.
That probably happened to one player in Fab. We're going to get a letter, but
I mean, it happened to Def Leppard's drummer, right? Dude can still rock
he's
out
still
on drums.
drum.
Anyways, KO, armed and dangerous. We have a one-armed hero, meaning they can only have one-handed weapon, which is very thematic and fun. Hopefully there's some other kind of interesting things about that we haven't seen yet. But so far, it's just offhand equipment or one-handed weapon. So we'll see that. But yeah, attack action cards you own get +1 while they're in any zone other than the combat chain. So we got
And-
6s all over the place.
If you're paying attention,
I'm not.
this is a brute for all you Prism players to get matched into because Prism is going to
his fives
absolutely
are not-
terrify this
his 5s aren't
character.
popping.
You're going to go, oh, I'm playing against Brute, and I'm winning every time for some reason.
Good point.
Yeah, they're going a lot, but I'm going to go ahead and ALS them in the middle of their powerful turns. And honestly, if KO rolls a 4 or higher 3 times a game, he's going to beat anybody in the game. And it's just like, is that a...
You mean on scab skins?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
Well,
old
4 or
KO
higher on,
rolled things.
we don't even know the legendary equipment that's going to be here. Like, he seems powerful currently.
I think we should talk about our theoretical legendary equipment we came up
Oh.
with in the car.
Beat chest.
It-
Chest beater.
it should be chest beater or something.
Chest
where-
beater is
Okay.
You do it.
It was we both do this.
Oh, no. You explain the card while
All
I'll
right,
do this.
so here's our thought: chest beater, 2 battle worn equipment that you can break. What was it? Break to beat chest, and then it gives you 2 resources if you discard a 6.
Jeez.
So you get 2 resources, you activate your beat chest immediately, and you get to do something.
So it's
after that.
block 3, and it's a hard and cross wrap.
But
That
just
also
once.
intimidates. Please put us on Design Squad immediately.
That just sounds good to
we
me.
Could, we could get a Brute into the Living Legend area.
Sounds
pretty
perfectly
quickly.
fair to me. I don't
Yeah.
know about y'all. We're not out here winning tournaments yet, so yeah, heavy hitters, it should be fun. I'm excited. Betsy, I like Betsy. Victor Goldmain,
He's gonna be victorious.
I'd cross the street if I saw him. Not somebody I want to spend time with, but he looks pretty good. He's got some interesting, he's got some stuff going on. I just hate everything about him, his personality, his face, and where he comes from, but that's fine.
One other thing we do know that's going to happen is our first round person will most likely be Anthony Pham. He deserves it.
Number one.
He's the person who won it last year. One of the craziest stats I've ever seen in my life, 51% win percentage on the year. How do you there's been no sports championship that's ever been like we won the whole thing even though we barely won one more game than we lost last year.
Well, that's why the point system is very interesting because it doesn't mean you have to be the most consistent. It just means, honestly, if you have a couple really good days, one really good day and a couple like pretty good days, you can make it to the championship, and once you're there, anything goes, man. You can win this whole thing. But also Anthony Pham, he's just really good at this game too. Like,
right.
That doesn't represent who he is as a player at all.
And Anthony plays the hero KO in Blitz. So he's very excited to see KO armed and dangerous for CC, which is why I think he's saying, oh, I would love to play a hero with one hand after February 2nd, 2024. That's what that means right there. I think he's on Riptide today. He's going to do it for the friends and family bonus points. Okay. We'll keep reading. I think Alex Vore needs to shut his mouth, stop worrying about himself. I think Craig will probably win because he's going to be on Betsy. All the stuff you could say, man.
All right. Well, thank you for. Hopefully you read what Anthony said because Blake was just making stuff up. Don't hit it again. Leave it alone.
Okay.
All right. Who else we got here, though? I did see someone walk in. You might not recognize him in person from this photo, but it is Tyler Macho Horspool. He came in with a feather boa and like a fedora.
No way. Oh, my goodness.
Homie is Macho Man Randy Savage out today. Everybody knows Tyler Horspool, the pony puddle himself.
50% win.
50%. See, look at it. Look.
If he had one more percentage, he could have won the whole thing, man.
That's not what that means. All right. What have you enjoyed about the Medicines Barcelona? Not applicable, he says.
Dang. So what does that mean? Does it mean he didn't enjoy?
I mean, the good thing about this answer, it's open to interpretation.
Okay.
It's not necessarily negative. Maybe just
What's
hasn't.
the most positive interpretation you got?
He hasn't played since Barcelona, so it doesn't apply to him. Or he's had not enjoyed anything about it. So we'll have to get clarity later. We'll see what he's playing. I'm not sure what he's on today. It might be
probably something macho.
Oh, you think it's macho?
Macho Grande?
You think he's a Barvo player?
Barvo? We don't say Barvo. Bravo player.
Is Barvo bad?
No, it's fine. We're just. It depends on if we want to elevate or negate or whatever.
Well, in the soft region of Southern California, anything goes and anybody can win.
Allegedly.
You only need
usually the same 19
if you
people
win
that win tournaments here.
If you win half of the your games, you can win the whole thing. That's that's what it is. So yeah, we got the Macho Man himself. We got a number of other people. We'll highlight some of them throughout the day, but lots of heavy hitters here from the entire Southern California region.
Arizona didn't come, but we got Vegas here.
We got Vegas
San
here.
Diego here.
Mr. Boot and Scoots right back there. Psyops man himself. But yeah, it's going to be a great day. I'm really excited to be back for AGE. Of course, shout out to Collector Legion.
Oh, yes.
Our
Forgot about
host
those guys.
and sponsor for hosting us here and through the past many, many months. And through the many months to come.
36 months probably.
Just a great store. It's nice and cool in here, even though it's like we got 130 people just radiating body heat, but it's good. But,
if these people are cold-hearted,
if you're missing some of that body heat or, the warmth of community, of course, you can now join the AGE Discord.
Oh, I like that segue.
That was a good segue. I just made that up.
What's on the AGE Discord?
AGE Discord. We got decklists. We got show
matches.
We got community events
and more.
Wow, that was good. Check out the invite URL, discord.age.events.
If you're somebody who's like, I'm never going to go to Southern California, maybe you join it to say good job to the people that win, or maybe you go there to say let's troll them or whatever. We're going to be moderating it. Don't troll us, but definitely go there for more deck lists and more. I think one thing that we're going to do today is whoever wins the whole thing, we're going to have an interview with them. We're going to talk to them about their deck. We're going to go say, what went into your planning? And if they say something about, like, I'm just the most macho player who's the best at the game, we'll edit that out of the video for them and just try to teach the community what was going through their mind today.
If he's going to bring the energy and put in the time to be the heel of our event, then you got to let him be the heel. You can't fault him for that. And high praise for going all in. I mean, we got to get Tyler on camera just because he looks great. I mean,
I'm sure there'll be
literally feather boa. You'll see. I think he was there before. Anyways,
so what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a players meeting at 11. That's happening in 4 minutes.
At 12.
Players. Oh, I messed up the time zone difference. I thought I was in there.
You thought you were in a different time zone?
Okay. One thought process is we're going to say goodbye to you, and we're going to see you again.
That's one thought process.
At like noon 10 for first round.
We'll hop on earlier to chat. I don't want to not be on stream. We're
just going to say goodbye and take a short break for about 5 minutes.
Got a captive audience right now.
And we'll be back. Oh, I mean, if you want to talk to them, great, but somebody's got to do this other stuff.
What other stuff? We don't have to do anything. We're just here to entertain, talk through some of these games. Hopefully we get some good matches. I'm hoping, you know what I'm hoping today, and I think we have some...
I'm hoping Jamaica gets better from the COVID so he can come to next round.
Oh, yeah, seriously.
That was sad. I was excited to see him play today. We got some other people that couldn't make it because they got anniversaries with girlfriends.
You know, life gets in the way. You know, life finds a way, and it gets in the way.
That's
why
what I'm
learned
here
from Jurassic
every
Park.
time. I have no life besides flesh and blood, which is why I get a little emotional when there's reveals. You know,
you get emotional about flesh and blood.
I can't wait till Reinar wins.
Reinar, let's go. All right, so I guess we're taking a little short.
No, let's just talk for 6 hours straight with no breaks in between. I think one thing that's
we should mention this. We got a new caster
Bryce.
on the roster today. Bryce, the Lexi main himself.
Qualified for Pro Tour LA. Instead of showing his cards by playing a new hero between now and then, he's going to keep everything secretive and commentate instead.
Exactly. And then produce a child.
Yeah, his baby will be born 4 days after
LA.
Pro Tour. He did say he would name it after anybody who won the Pro Tour LA. So he's hoping it's going to be Bryce Jr.
Yeah, so we'll have Bryce on stream later. Of course, shout out to our producers, Christine, Justin, Jacob. Haley's out there helping today. Got a great team for AGE. Very excited to be back this year. And, yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes. So.
See you in 5 minutes.
That's the wrong button.
did see that.
We are back. Thank you for your patience. Meeting went a little bit long, but I think we're all squared up. People are going to get paired. I think no matter what happens, Blake is going to fix his hair while I tell you that we're going to put reigning champ Anthony Pham on stream because that's the kind of punishment you can expect for doing well in a game. You know, you're like, guess what? Starting off on stream.
And if we don't put him on round 1, maybe there's a way Riptide doesn't win and can't make it to round 2.
Well, don't say that.
Oh, yeah, give Riptide a break.
Hey,
Nobody else will.
Riptide is fun, and, you know, we're lucky enough to have Anthony share his fun deck list with us for years. Years, even.
One thing that
Months
happened, too,
at
is
a
we
time.
have some new players that never made it to the last rounds of AGE. So maybe some fresh faces.
Name them all.
Can't. We'll let you know if they're brand new. We'll put new in them as their middle name if they show up and they've never been on stream.
Name every new player, Blake.
There's
You're
at
not a
least
real
three people behind me. I know them. They're new. I'm letting them borrow my cards. So they said if they win, I'll get all of their prize money.
Wow, that's a pretty one-sided deal.
I will try to not have that affect my commentary at all because we know that we're trying to be above board.
All right, so it seems like right now, Bravo, Dromai, Ninja,
One of your favorite ninjas.
are all feeling pretty hot,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Do you think Assassin... Everybody stopped playing Azuri. Why did people stop playing Azuri?
I think I don't know. When I've played Azuri, I always just feel like I'm just doing the same thing, and it's not impactful all the time. And against certain decks, like, they just didn't care, and, you know, it felt a little hard. I think for me, playstyle of Arachne, more engaging. I think Arachne is kind of a sleeper, and with the new specialization coming out in heavy hitters, could push him to be just good enough to, like, mess with the meta, if not be, like, top of meta. So I think that could be an interesting one. But yeah, Uzuri, I think good Uzuri players are going to do okay. But I'm not sure about all their matchups against, you know, Bravo and Ninja and stuff. So I don't know. We'll see. Outside of that,
What brutes are people bringing today? Is it going to be Rhinar or Levia?
in this crowd, it's probably one of each.
Okay, great.
You know, I don't know who's doing it. We'll probably see a Boltyn. I know Joel's here. He's a Boltyn guy, but he also plays Levia, so I'm not sure what he's on currently. I know our man
Got some
Angel.
mechanologists?
Oh, yeah. Well, we got Teklovossen. We know that. Evan's on Teklovossen. I hope someone's playing Dashio just because I think that's a fun deck.
We're officially calling it Dashio, right? There's no Dash IO that's permeated at all.
It's what it says on the card. It says Dashio, so I don't know what else to say. There you can see the Macho Man himself. He's
That's
ready.
crazy.
I think he even has a shirt that says Macho.
Damn, good for him.
Dude, slaying it.
We needed him to get more likable, and I feel like this is going to go from unlikable straight back around to likable.
It's when you're so unlikable that you're likable again.
Yeah.
It's great. I just hope he starts.
I'm rooting for Tyler Macho Horspool.
I hope he starts pulling like half and half out of his pocket and talking about how the cream rises to the top.
He wrote all that on Discord yesterday, which you could go view if you wanted to at
Discord.age.events.com. Join us there.
Join us everywhere.
All those guys. Yeah, join us here. Join us there.
There's a Twitter that gets everything posted every once in a while.
Like and subscribe.
There's a website where you can go look at everything we're doing this year.
Yeah, all of our last year's events results, all of the
There's
deck
a
lists.
YouTube where you could watch previous matches and tournaments.
This is where you're at, but don't leave this and go there. Just stay here for now. You can look at all this stuff later.
Everyone's like, please put the games on already. We are tired of listening to you. That's going to be happening.
Games are imminent.
3 minutes.
Games are imminent. Everyone just did the great big shuffle, so they're all finding their seats. That means they're going to be we had to move, because we have this Magic tournament back there, we had to move the streaming table out into like the regular part of the store.
So if you're trying to buy Monopoly in Redondo Beach today,
yeah, if you want to get the crypto or Catan,
you
cannot get it.
Come
so
to
you
Collector's
missed your shot.
Legion.
But they, honestly, for like primarily a card game store, they got a good selection of board games, miniatures, and
Great bathrooms.
and
drink selection.
D&D stuff. They got drinks too. Yeah, bathrooms.
The meta breakdown probably going to happen after round 2.
Yeah, everyone
We got to get the games actually started first.
First priority is to start the games, which they're
Second
starting
priority.
to do. I see them out there. They're crammed in here. We got 3 people to a table, unfortunately.
Right.
But as the Magic people start losing, we can start spreading our wings and really enjoying ourselves. So hopefully it gets more comfortable. But yeah, I'm just excited that so many people came out today.
If you don't know who our judges today, Connor something for his middle name, Britzman, is here for another year at AGE.
Connor New
is somebody that has been judging for at least a year now. Very excited to have him back with us. Evan is going to be focusing on playing full time, so that'll be somebody you can root against.
Sure.
Yeah.
If you want to be that, you don't have to root against anybody. You can just enjoy and hope everyone has a good time as well. They're putting their names in. Leave me alone.
Let's see who round 1
we
is.
got our round 1
Oh,
matchup.
wow. Have
And
you ever heard of Katsu?
We have...
Anthony's not even on Riptide. Boo.
Wow.
He's on Dash Inventor Extraordinaire.
I'm just going to turn off the stream.
Yeah.
So we'll see everybody
Thanks a
later.
lot, Anthony.
All right.
for
So
setting us
Anthony
up
pulled
for
a fast
failure.
one. He brought Dash. Maybe he brought 2 decks and switched when he saw
Yeah.
everybody here. But we got our match ready, so let's move right into the intro.
Whoa,
Anthony
what is
Pham
that
on
thing in her
Dash
hands?
And Moises Lopez on Katsu. This is a classic battle right here, really. I mean,
We're the top 8.
we're hearkening back to the first
I like
2
Harken.
sets of Flesh and Blood. We got the OG hero, and we've got the first Mother of Mechanologists in the chain sleeves. Anthony Pham special right there.
Kind of looks like we're playing 2-on-2, which would be a cool format if
That
that
would
ever
be
happens.
cool, but that's just how much space we don't have right now, is that
Yeah.
there's also another...
Just focus on the
players.
people closest to you. On the left is Moises.
But if we
Lopez.
get any fun updates from the other game at this table,
Yeah.
we'll let you know. So...
Anthony
how does-
Pham wearing the hoodie? No.
He's got the no, I think he's got a shirt over his
a
hoodie.
hoodie? Whoa.
That's because
like, I
he's
know they didn't
baller.
make
I think
hoodies
he's
like
also
that.
wearing 2 other shirts underneath it.
Moises getting the fabric bonus by wearing the shirt that has fabric on it.
Dude, is that also over another shirt?
I don't think it was that cold. I'm in here with just a polo chilling. Maybe all this body heat.
This is wool, so it breathes,
Oh.
So, yeah, so,
Speaking of breathing.
shout out to Dash. Dash is trash, brought to you by the Dash man himself, Capolo. We know that's not true. We know you love him. We know you love
Moises,
Dash.
if you're not familiar with him,
Tell us about
I
it.
think he has been dedicating his life to Ninja for at least the last 8 months. I would say he's one of the best Ninja players we have. And there was a Caisse tournament very recently at Kingslayer Games where they incentivized you to show up with our mechanologists.
Mm.
You could win more raffles if you did mechanologists. Moises said, no thanks, I'll show up with a Ninja and just beat everybody. So maybe this is kind of a clash of titans of we have our AGE champion and the most recent tournament winner. Very serendipitous.
Is Moises a San Diego guy?
No, Moises is a Anaheim guy.
Oh, Anna. Okay.
That's why he
Close enough. No,
yeah.
I'm just kidding.
halfway there.
Don't see him at my locals, but he is local enough. So, yeah, this will be an interesting game. I'm excited to see Anthony play Dash. I haven't seen Anthony play Dash before. And I haven't seen just like a good Katsu game in a minute. So I'm excited for this. Shout out to Tao Tao, man. I miss Tao Tao. Watching Tao Tao play Ninja was dope. Free Tao Tao. Hashtag. Let's get political about this.
yeah.
All right, so beginning of game setup, we see the what's it called again?
Mint green sleeves versus chain sleeves. That's induction chamber.
Induction chamber. Yeah, thank you. I'm just used to Teklo Pounder, so we're going classic Dash. He's gonna pew pew with the laser. Oh, he's got some base guys. All right, so I guess that means he's rocking some Evos. Oh, Warmonger's turn 0.
And those are basically blocks that could turn into bigger blocks, but it can't happen at instant speed with Dash, correct? I guess there is I could block with this and then put the instant ones on top, but then they wouldn't have the block.
That's true. Yeah.
So pretty much just one block from both of those will happen. Quick arsenal from Anthony, though.
Yeah, load up his Steam counters and pass. And he's running the Crown of Providence. Interesting.
Oh my goodness.
This is fun. This is gonna be a fun game. And then on Moises' side, he's got the Breeze Rider boots and then the classic. Although he's got the hardened cross strap, so possibly looking to push aggressive on this and have some explosive turns. But
And we're just going to treat you like you're a day one player because we don't know how many of our people watching right now could be brand new. We're doing stuff, and this is our first time watching. But if you do Kadachi, and something else, the something else could trigger your Mask of Momentum and help you draw a card. And drawing a card in Flesh and Blood, I think, is probably the best line of text you could have on a card.
yeah,
And Mask of Momentum is something you always want to be aware of making sure if I do let my opponent draw a card, it's because maybe it's the end of their turn and I have a good turn coming on my side. But overall, you want to block this as hard as possible.
Ooh, all right. So we played a Be Like Water, which is an interesting card where when it hits, you can give it a name of a different card. And Anthony covered up that block, but the Art of Work coming out
Extra.
to give it a +1. Also banish a card to draw 2 cards. So Moises pushing through that first bit of damage. The hit effect, we'll see if he
Ooh, and draw
pays
from there.
for it.
You can also layer your Katsu trigger.
Yeah, so he's got a Katsu trigger, a Mass trigger, and a Be Like Water trigger that he can do all 3, which is pretty cool. That is like, I think that's the fun part of playing Katsu is when this kind of interaction happens of, Katsu triggering, your Mass triggering, doing things in a,
Because it's kind of
particular
like
order to get like the most efficient and maximal damage out of your turn.
right, because it's like I'm waiting for my opponent to guess, so I can say, wrong guess. You did not block enough, and it's something where even if they had blocked 4, then it's like, okay, I can probably do 5, because we got breaking skills, we got all kinds of stuff.
All right, so it looks like he grabbed a Bonds of Ancestry with his Katsu trigger. Looks like he is paying for the Be Like Water hit trigger. So pretty big turn there.
That's going to be a Surging Strike that gets the name because that is the only thing that works with this, which is the new Gust Wav from Outsiders.
Oh, nice. And then when he does that, his Bonds of Ancestry turns on, which makes it free, gives it go again, and when it attacks, you can banish a card with combo from your graveyard. And then search your deck for that. But he doesn't have a graveyard right now, so
the only thing he has in there is the Dishonor. But Dishonor is just going to be +4 in this matchup because Dash doesn't really have a hero power after the first split second of the game.
Oh, he did have that in it. Anthony was looking at it. Okay.
Because he discarded it from the hero power.
Nice.
So there will be more damage coming across, but not effects.
So
not
basically,
sentences
the
coming across.
best turn 1 you could have is Katsu, even though Dishonor, as you said, Dishonor is not going to be as impactful here as it normally would against other heroes, which is a benefit of playing Dash, I guess, is you don't have to worry about it.
Can't have a hero power matter if it never mattered.
Very interesting hero power that just happens the one time and then it doesn't matter ever again.
I think that's the only hero like that, right?
Yeah.
I did hear Anthony try to get Mechanologist cards. I never thought they'd be for himself. We did have somebody speculating that he was playing Tree Frog Dash in chat, but taking 10 damage on his opponent's first turn, I don't think that means that this dash is hyper defensive unless it was just like
It could just
that was the best turn I've ever seen from a Katsu.
Yeah, I mean that he pretty much drew the nuts right there, which is that's why you played Ninja.
Moises says it'll take 20 guns to kill me. I'll take the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming in with just a 4-card hand here, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think Anthony is running Tree Frog. I haven't seen a single defense reaction or anything in his deck yet, so I feel like Anthony would play a more proactive deck than that, just based off his prior playing style and hero choices.
I'm definitely interested to hear his idea of why he's playing Dash. This is the first time I've ever seen him whether it's Armory or bigger tournament play dash.
Yeah.
So it's not something I think he has 500 reps on. Where's the reps, Anthony? The reps are on Riptide. We got our first Kodachi. We got our second Kodachi. Take. That's another thing is if you're playing Tree Frog Dash, how do you deal with two Kodachis a turn?
Yeah, I don't know.
This is Spinning Wheel Kick. Definitely a card that
It's definitely
has a promo.
Definitely a card.
That's the one that could turn into the combo piece where we could just completely banish something from the chain link, including equipment.
Or you put it on the bottom of its
Yeah.
owner's deck, yeah.
So this is the starter for that. This is something where, okay, just a quick block. One thing I guess I didn't pay attention to until right now is we got a Tunic for Dash, which I have not seen be used over Teklo Foundry Heart unless they just don't have a Teklo Foundry Heart.
I mean, to me, I guess that means he's not looking to boost as much, and maybe he is just primarily on a pistol and more new Evo card plan, because this is an Evo one, right?
This is the 7 damage protocol. Demolition protocol, I believe. Which doesn't do anything to Moises because he's not a robot. Besides 7. And if you take 7 right here, that may be one of the thing of like, this is just a Wounded Bull with upside into certain matchups. And I'm playing the 3-for-7 game that has crowned national championships around the world.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be a value play, which is interesting. So we'll see if it's not fatigue, but it is just good one-card hands, which
Hardened cross strap.
not a bad thing. Hardened cross strap. Get 2 resources. So good they banned it in Blitz.
But you can only use those resources on our attack actions. So this floating, okay, we're gonna now I believe it's Tree Frog because we see our first defense reaction. That all you got is not getting into normal dash lists. So Moises, you got the first 13. How can you get the next 27? I think he's gonna have to set up huge turns, and this is what huge turn he's gonna want based on just using the cross strap.
So Surging Strike coming in, getting covered up by the Crown and Terminator Tank. Is that Terminator Tank? Yeah. And then Whelming Gustway. Just the classic Katsu lines here. You know, you just draw them. You don't need the Katsu trigger if you just have the cards in hand, you know?
And if you block the first one, the second one's going to be harder to block.
Yeah. Truth. And then he's blocking with his Evos.
I think one thing about Katsu that I am always worried about is the breaking scales. Because between breaking scales and 3 cards called Ancestral Empowerment, you're never safe until you see all 4 of those go. And I think that's the idea behind blocking the Surging Strike most of the time, is that can't get breaking scaled at least.
Man, Moises just has all the cards in hand.
Yeah. This is what makes the difference between all right Katsu players and amazing ones is do you just have it in hand? He's cracked. Because Bonds of Ancestry, that's a card that came out recently, and it basically says, go look through that discard pile, find a card you want to banish from there, go grab one from your deck, and then you can play it. Which is like, it's not even just drawing a card, it's not even just tutoring a card, it's draw it, tutor it, and play it all in one card. And you're like, how is that possible? It's because it has the drawback of you have to play it third, which isn't really a drawback if you ask me.
Yeah, it's basically a guaranteed Katsu trigger, which doesn't require an extra card
busted
to discard. But it's good. I think it was a very interesting card to make that gave Katsu a pretty good bump without making it completely busted in. You know, like it was a well thought out design, I think, and I'm really the inclusion of Be Like Water and the other Gust Wave card as well kind of extended
Smoothed out the
the requirements.
The sheets, like when it's like you didn't really make your bed, you got to make the sheet, whatever. It was like now when Katsu makes his bed, instead of having riffles in the sheets, you can lay it flat.
Yeah, they learned that TikTok trick where you just fold it up and it works out every single time. Followed up with the Be Like Waters. Yeah, Moises is just doing just fine over here. So Capolo saying that Tunic is for Tree Frog, which I totally
For
understand.
Oasis,
But like,
probably, right?
but I feel like Tree Frog would have blocked more damage, and he's already at 23. But I know Moises has been laying down a bit of a beat down here, just drawing real hot off the top.
That's the 7th chain link, and there was no breaks in between.
He's only got 4 cards to block
Uh,
with, but 7 attacks to
When
block.
was the last time you had a chain link of 7? I don't think I've ever done that.
Every
my
night of
entire
the
life.
week.
Oh! Ask your blank. Just kidding. We're equal opportunity. We were going to say uncle. So
I don't know.
everyone's having fun. I'm looking out there. We got people smiling. Nobody looks like they've lost yet.
First round, everybody's smiling.
Yeah.
Second and third round, things get a little dire for some folks. But like we said, AGE points, you earn them even at lower level or lower standing. So you are incentivized to keep playing, which is fun. So here we go with the pistol. I don't know. I mean,
Gunshots.
he's keeping pace. It's not like he's getting blown out on life level, but it's just when I'm in Anthony's seat, which I feel like I am many times, where I just feel
sat
like
there earlier
I'm not.
for mic check.
Oh, that was a great
That's an insider baseball for
I always feel like, I'm like drowning and just like treading water, and I'm hopefully like, I don't know. It's hard to maintain the idea that you're hanging in there when you're leaking a lot of life
Right.
and doing very little impact other than just chipping away things. But, that can get you pretty far. He is out of almost all of his equipment to block with. And I haven't seen any other. I mean, I thought Tree Frog Dash ran defense reactions.
We saw, and then that's all you got.
I mean, yeah,
He's
but
about to draw a hands full of like 5 defense reactions in a row.
you think so? And
Which-
like all his sigils.
Which, if
And
you're
Oasis?
Moises, you're kind of like, okay, I need to.
That's
I
true.
know
If he
that's
has
coming
sigils,
later.
he's at 29. If he has Oasis Respite, he's at 32.
Sigils are so bad against Katsu though, because he's on hit central, where it's like, cool, you got the health, but my on hit said draw a card and then also draw a second card. So go ahead and heal 3 because I'm about to do 7 more. That's fine.
But with Katsu, he is a bit of a rushdown style deck, so he can burn through a lot of his attacks, especially when you're discarding cards, Katsu triggering, and then Bonds of Ancestring. So like your deck can get pretty thin pretty quickly. So he's got to get Anthony down to a place where Kodachi lock can come in, I think.
I love this play too. Like the Gust Wave. Now you could breaking scales this, right? When they block for 3 and then you just get a trigger, you just get a mass trigger. That'd be crazy.
That'd be crazy. I mean,
That's not
like
what happened.
that's like any card with combo, right?
Okay. We're trying. We're doing. So now we're gonna do some gunshots.
Pew pew. Take up that tunic, load our stuff, and go. This, I like dash in theory,
But
sometimes it's just
we're boosting a sigil.
boosting a
It's
sigil.
over. No.
But I do like, for me, it's just like when I like putting the dice on everything, but then when what you're doing is just shooting the pistol, to me, it just doesn't quite get there for me. But I do like all the stuff that dash players do. They got to keep track of a lot of things. Got to put dice on everything. I think that's just a fun game mechanic.
That's in addition to all the other stuff like
Man,
brushing your hair and putting deodorant on.
Dash doesn't need to
Can't
brush her
remember all that
hair
stuff.
because she's just got the rat tail and the short kind of bob, so she's pretty chill. Man, boosting that sigil sucks.
Yeah. We're just
all right.
gonna
So all right.
take the damage and start.
Now we've seen
Katsu.
two defense reactions. Does got these evos, which aren't going to help him much in this game, other than they block for 3.
And if you're saying, how do these Kodachis have go again? I don't get it. It never works like this for me. You got to pitch blue 0 costs.
Well, you just have to put a 0 cost, but a blue.
Oh, well, yeah, the blue one is
the
better.
blue one's better. It's a bit more efficient, but 0 cost is the requirement for that. Go again. Coming in with that yellow surging strike. I love the card. It just says "go again" on it with nothing else. So, it's just a good old fashioned. I'm gonna do damage, and
Don't have Ancestral, please.
then I'm gonna do it again. Doesn't have
Ancestral. Hate to see it.
We haven't seen one yet, so I think you always got to be worried about that. So
Ancestral is so good here because it's going to draw a card just because it replaced itself, and then a mass trigger is going to happen.
Anthony does have a defense reaction, but I don't know. It looks like he doesn't want to have to play it right now. I don't want him to have to play it, but he's gonna get that mass trigger. How many does he have? 2 cards in hand?
He has 1 card.
He has 1 card in hand.
That's the card from Ancestral.
Yeah, so if he gets a second card, it could be pretty devastating.
And then it hints, and you can layer our hero power. Moises is so good at Katsu. If you're trying to be a Katsu player, find him on Google.com. Ask him some questions about
Google
what he
Plus.
thinks about
Find him on
combo
Google
lines.
Plus and
Yeah.
link up there.
Find him on Mafia Wars on Facebook.
He's got a great Farmville farm.
Yeah.
Come check it out. I think he's on Animal Crossing too. Yeah, Anthony in the tank. Let's look at him in the tank. He's gonna. No, he's gonna.
Let me look at that graveyard.
Oh, John Zapata's game is done, or he got a bye. I don't know. Has he been standing there the whole time?
John Zapata has been in the background looming. He's our #1 finisher in the Worlds for all the SoCal people.
Hell yeah.
Good for him.
He's a great player. He wins lots of events down here.
He's looming. He said, what did Anthony bring?
Lumen and Gloomin. He's on Dash. Why is he on Dash? Ooh, all right. He's not playing the defense reaction. We're getting our layered triggers here. We got Mask. Are we going to Katsu, or did he just draw everything he ever wanted?
I would play the defense reaction and hope that Moises doesn't have it naturally, and then I would just lose 3 minutes later. Because anytime a Katsu can use a hero power, I feel like you're going to have a worse turn as a defensive player than if they don't. That's literally like your opponent has full information. Oh, he's not going to Katsu because he already has it.
Yeah, he just has it in hand.
This guy's cracked. Now you do the defense reaction and get blown out by breaking skills.
That's the danger of letting that
Anthony
hit.
Anthony guessed right. These are why these are semi-pro players, or maybe full pro after this year. If they get on the Arcane Game Experience team. Spoiler alert. That's going to end the chain link for Moises.
Interesting.
Anthony has guessed correctly, but still taken about 7 damage.
All right, why do you say he guessed correctly?
Of saving the defense reaction so it covers up the whelming.
The whelming.
Yeah.
But he drew the whelming off of the mask, right?
He's so good at that. Yeah.
I don't know.
It could have been amazing.
It could have been the ancestral. I'm not quite sure what order he drew those in, but I thought it was that. But yeah, able to close that turn. Still not in a great position, but this does put some pressure on Moises. He did not play that Arsenal card last turn. I'm very curious as to what it is.
These guys do play each other probably 3 times a week. So they've done this matchup, I bet. Does that come into play in your mind of, I know everything this guy could have, so you have to do something different than last time to still beat me?
I assume for good players, that's the thing they think about.
Yeah.
Me, no. I'm just sitting there reading my cards because I'm playing another new deck I haven't played before.
You're going to see a full block. That gets
There we
rid of
go.
the second Ancestral.
A little bit of breathing room. Anthony bought there, which is pretty good. He is all out of equipment. He's got a healthy sized deck. Moises has got to be getting down there. Graveyard and Banish, is filling up.
And a Kadachi.
He's got some heat. He's still got some heat left in the deck, though.
And a
But
Kadachi.
he's played a lot of Whelmings already. He's played
Luster,
a lot
so
of-
good.
played a lot of Surging Strikes. So, what other gas does Ninja usually have in the deck?
pretty much every card these days.
Is it though? I guess so.
There's a lot of 0 for 4s. This is one of them here. Flush your fist of, if you don't block with 2 cards, I'm probably gonna break my Breeze Rider and keep going. But Breeze Rider only does blues, so nothing I just said made sense. But we're gonna get 2 cards out of Dash's hand, and they're gonna take 2 damage, which is crazy. We're boosting. This is throttle.
We're boosting. Get that throttle. 6 coming in for 6.
We're just, if we're our friend Anthony.
Oh, it's a flick flag.
We're just trying to get Moises small enough life where he has to block to not get to like gun range.
Yeah. But Anthony,
under
it
8.
looks like Anthony's going to get to the point where he has to block not to get Kadachi'd out sooner than that.
Just so much better than gun, I feel like.
In
the switchback.
It's because, yeah, I don't know. They're both pretty good. If you have 2 induction chambers, I mean, even just with the 1, like you're coming in for 4, so it is on that level. It is just better than Kadachi's, but I think Kadachi's are just more efficient.
I think one other thing too is if this is a Tree Frog Dash, we've got a lot of protocols in there already. So
is this a Tree Frog Dash?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering is like, what do these protocols mean when you have 2 Evos going? Because that's the Evo slots he did have available to him. So what does a blue protocol do of, oh, maybe I can get your mask momentum?
There it goes.
But it's breaking scales time.
Breaking scales. Push that damage.
We're going to
Katsu
do our
trigger.
hero power. The first time I hit is the decision.
Oh, man, his deck is still pretty stacked.
This is 100 wins coming at you.
101 wins brought to you by Disney Pixar.
Oh, my goodness. Could you imagine
What?
Katsu's story with Pixar's backing?
It'd be one of the ones where you're crying in the first 5 minutes for
The
sure.
Wanderer!
He's just a young boy, and then something tragic happens, and then he goes on wandering, and then Benji follows him
Kadachi.
to the.
Kadachi. That's him attacking people.
You find out
Why
that
does he always
Kadachi
attack
is
people?
like,
Why does he not talk to them?
it's like a John Wick style story where Kadachi's the name of his dog, and
Oh, that makes so much sense. Meanwhile, Anthony's under 10 health, and he's like, please, I'm doing my best here. I think this is just a march of Moises has all the gumption and momentum.
yeah, I mean, he's had his first 2 turns were just nuts, and I think that has taken a lot of Anthony's late game ability to block out. And then Anthony just didn't see any of his defense reactions till like way later, so it's been difficult. But Katsu can draw some like duds for hands, you know? Like there can be times where it's just like you have 2 ancestrals and like, you know, a blue card that doesn't do anything. Like it's possible that Moises gives up, you know, some momentum, but Anthony's really going to have to hold on to try to not leak much more life to be able to get back into this game.
And I know I said something negative about our sigil earlier of it doesn't stop your on hits, but what sigil does do is say, hey, I just erased 3 Kadachis with 1 card, and there's not really another card that can do that in the whole game. Like, that'd be cool if there was like a Tread Water to go against Be Like Water, where it's like any 1 damage attacks that come at me this turn.
Yeah. I blocked
Block all
this
the
and
one
the
die.
next 1 damage
Yeah.
attack.
Ooh, I like that.
We're just making up cards here. Shout out, you know, hit us up.
This is why we need spoilers quicker, so we can talk about cards that do exist instead of ones that are just in our mind. This is a Enlightened Strike. That's a card that's existed for 4.5 years. Actually, 4 years and 3 months. He said there's an eyelash on here. Let me get that out of the way so I can read the text.
illegal. Then an illegal eyelash on there.
We put a card underneath. That's part of the cost. I'm assuming this has Go Again. They're not using our metal Pham token we have for Go Again, but
We have a go again tag?
it's on the back of Nominate, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's confusing.
Kind
Those
of.
things aren't related. Yeah, I assume this is for go again because he has 2 more cards in his hand. And he wants to put that pressure on there. Oh, Anthony's going to take 4? Or is he going to play?
No, this will be for 5.
Oh, it's for 5. Yeah, sorry. I always just think Enlightened Strike.
Go from 9 to 7. Ooh, that was a weird noise.
Ooh, that's called breakfast. Shout out to Starbucks
Yeah,
for providing
Starbu across the
breakfast
street.
at the slowest speed
Pistachios.
possible.
They got new things there.
Pistachio.
Make sure you get your sandwich open face before it's.
Dude, that's the life hack
Microwaved?
of the day. Yeah, open
My
face.
sandwich was
Anyways,
30 degrees hotter than everybody else's today.
yeah, facts.
When you attack with Enlightened Strike first, what does that tell your opponent you have in hand?
Not much.
Okay. I think that says like I have a defense reaction. So
I think it says he
whatever I
doesn't
put
have
in
a
my
zero
arsenal
cost.
is a defense
He
reaction.
doesn't have a zero cost to play Kodachis, so he's just throwing out
Which is
attacks.
crazy within 4 cards. I mean, Enlightened Strike's a 0 cost, so he could Kodachi for 1 with Go again.
Yeah, but then if the rest of his card is, or the rest of his hand is also not good, there's nothing to follow up with. This at least took a card, pushed through a 2 damage, and is moving his game plan forward. But yeah, it looks like it's not much good to look at because he's thinking about it for a minute, which you should take your time. I was listening to the Arsenal Pass podcast yesterday, and they were talking about how not to punt a game, and you know what they said? Don't make
Breathe.
mistakes.
Oh, wow.
Which
Drink
is true.
more water.
But they also said, slow down.
Wear
and
sunscreen.
Slow down, take your time, think about what you're doing. Don't get too caught up because, there's that thing that happens where you have a line that you're going to do, and then you start thinking about something else, and then you do that something else, and you're like, wait, why didn't I do the thing I was planning to do this whole time? And you just give away the game. So
We're wandering into our deck with our hero power. We got rid of a Gust Wave blue or yellow or red. We'll see what it is back on VOD later. We're going to go grab 100 wins because that's just going to be our best head jab we have available.
why don't we just get the 12K camera from the sphere, and then we'd be able to see
Yeah,
what
what
color
the
this card is.
Going to block with a Command and Conquer. And then Winds of
Eternity.
Eternity.
Yeah, so not the best hand. He had a couple blues, so he had to figure out what to do. Make sure he had some 100 wins in his deck to go get to make Winds of Eternity anything relevant. But Anthony getting by.
Dang, those are the quickest 2 guns I've ever seen in my life. If you're a friend of the fam, you're looking great of that turn cycle.
If you're a friend of the fam,
that's
you've
great.
probably ridden in the Honda Pilot, and you know that the Honda Pilot gives buffs. We tried to nerf the
Did
Honda
Moises
Pilot.
come in the car with him? We should check that on Discord and see if
That would be so funny. If
bring
he
the
did.
person who beats you in round 1.
Round
and
one.
be like,
Well, I guess you're walking home.
I guess you're
bud.
buying me Jersey Mike's for lunch and dinner tonight. Get one of those giant subs.
Well, we're gonna go to El Burrito Jr. around the
Oh.
corner. Let's go.
The crazy part of that is there's not an E before the L and L burrito. Jr.
LBJs. Look,
This
it's
is
a
an
fun name.
amazing start for this turn, though.
yeah, gas coming in. Kodachi's doing their work. Ninja cards taking cards.
And just like that, it was over.
This game is accelerating to a point where, what I think is going to happen, Blake.
What's going to happen, Colin?
Someone's going to win.
What is crazy is gun with just 1 blue, 4 damage for a blue.
That's just efficient.
That's a hammer in most classes.
Yeah. So, this is exactly what we were talking about. Like, what's better? Is the Kodachi or pistol? When you're just doing that? Like,
Because 1 gun versus 2
Like-
Kodachi, not good.
Anthony has taken 5 damage, but has done, 10 damage over the last 2 turns. So, he is kind of sneaking his way back in. But Moises coming in with a 5-card hand. So, that is very scary.
5 cards, not one you want to see when you're at 3 health.
No.
Because anytime you guess wrong, I guess it's not guess. Anytime you extend a block and it's not good if you die. But this one's not a good one for Moises to see. Bonds of Ancestry, if you're paying the full cost and getting none of the text, one of the worst cards in your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Very curious. Does he have a razor or something? We gonna.
Does he have a razor?
I mean, if he's
Something?
got
that
a-
would be game.
If he's got a razor. Could be.
Oh, I guess I have the deck registration sheet in front of me. How do we not call these the DRS yet?
I don't know, dude.
What is it called? Razor Reflex? Not there.
Not-
No
doesn't have
Razor
Razors
Reflex
his
in here.
deck, so
It's going to be blocked appropriately.
yeah, and you know this is what we've been talking about. Like Katsu can have some kind of just potato hands, and they're just not great sometimes. So if all you can do is I mean, the Kodachis are doing their thing. You get a couple block cards, but then Anthony's coming back for 4 each time. Like this
Getting
is
way closer than I thought it would.
ooh, and then he comes in with the CNC. All right, Anthony Pham he's
doing it.
He's crawling back. He's coming back. I told you somebody's gonna win this match, Blake. It's gonna be great. Accelerating. Yeah, this was very. I don't know. This is just good timing for Anthony right here.
Here's one thing I've wanted to say for days.
Wow, days. You've been holding it in.
When you shuffle your deck, does it make your deck worse than someone who hasn't shuffled their deck? Because there's the idea of pitch stacking, and then there's the idea of if I'm waiting for my really good card, and then I shuffle my deck, that really good card could go on the bottom. Yeah, Frederick, Razor doesn't work with bonds.
Doesn't work with
You know
bonds.
what? it's we're back in the saddle after a while
Somebody
of walking.
kick the camera. Come on, people.
Oh no.
Stop walking back there. Anyways, okay. I've always liked this thing, and a lot of people say this, but I heard it from like Ukulele Bender first that when you shuffle your deck with a deck that runs like shorter amount of blues, you're essentially increasing the number, like virtually increasing the number of blues you have, which for Katsu is really good. So I think in that case it can be very good. It does come at the cost of just falling on randomness as like a thing that you need to require. But I think Katsu's ability is the thing that works against that. So you can always discard a card to go just get the card you want. So, I think there is a really interesting balance to how that works. But yeah, shuffling the deck to me always feels bad in my experience.
I mean, I started playing that new brew card, Dig Up Dinner, and then I would just not draw my Blood Rush for another 3 turns. After not drawing my Blood Rush.
I think it can be harder because at least with Kodachis and blues, Katsu can still do something, but with Brute, if you just draw some blues, like you can have a pretty mediocre hand that maybe does the same amount of damage, but just feels like less impactful. But yeah, I'm not totally sure. It's an interesting question because there are decks where pitch stacking is like the way you win, but yeah. I thought you were gonna ask like, do you let the other person shuffle your deck? That's the thing the pros do. They're like, give me your deck. I'm gonna shuffle it now. It's just like, okay, dude.
One of the craziest things I ever saw was asking a judge
to
shuffle my opponent's deck. We got a crazy defensive Art of War play here. We're gonna block from Arsenal, which isn't allowed any other time. I don't know what we're talking about. That looked for a second like it was like, oh crap. We're gonna block from Arsenal.
I think he had to finish his.
Yeah. You gotta
Art of
resolve before you can
Yeah.
persevere. Or something.
Yeah, pretty slick move there. But yeah, Anthony Pham coming back, man. We're at 3-5. This was a much different game just a couple rounds ago. So Pistols doing some work. I could see how this is all coming together for him and why this deck makes sense here. Even though it felt tenuous all the way up to here. But now, okay, he's got that all you got, and I think another defense reaction. So, that all you got just great against Kodachi and Assassins. You cover that card up, you get to draw the card at the end of the chain, and it's just good value all around.
And you get to see Victor Goldmane.
Is he on that card?
That's him. That was his first appearance.
He was funnier when he was just like a meme.
Background guy.
I guess he still is a meme, but
a meanie. This is Kodachi number 2. We still don't have a Razor Reflex.
Yeah, it's still not in his deck. He is going to cover that up with that all you got, and
that helps with the mass trigger eventually.
Can he hold on? That's the question. What does Moises have in his hand? Is it going to be enough?
We got people walking by, seeing what's happening. The other mat. Oh,
Oh, it's an artware. I thought it looked like it, but I didn't want to say it because it's hard to see cards in
hard.
people's hands on a small video screen.
oh my goodness. We're gonna get rid of our Lord of Wind. What did we draw? Anthony's obsessed with this graveyard right now. He has spent time with it more than he's spent with Moises over the last 3 turns.
He's got to he's got to check for those ancestrals. He's thinking about what kind of tricky things can he do. All of his attacks are coming in for, probably either a breakpoint or a breakpoint +1. So his defense just got a little bit trickier. He was feeling good with his 2 defense reactions.
I think Moises right now is like, why is my deck not letting me get this last little bite?
He drew too hot to begin with.
I've
man.
eaten 98% of my enchilada. I know there's 1 bite left. I really enjoyed this
last
meal,
2%.
but I can't fit it in.
The last 2% will kill you. All right, is he gonna Breeze Rider boots?
I think he gave it go again from the Art of War,
he gave it go
but
again.
then didn't follow it up. Did you draw a defense reaction or
Oof, yeah,
something else?
pretty rough. Because now he's just gonna push 4 more damage, at least.
And 3 cards in an arsenal is probably enough for Anthony to steal this game. If anything says boost and I don't hit the second sigil, I can probably boost and shoot 2 guns, which would be a lot of damage to block all on its own. This is gun number 1. We're going to no block that.
I'm gonna do it.
Here's a boost. Just do
Zipper
not hit
hit.
a defense reaction.
Is he gonna boost? I don't think he's
It
gonna.
has to boost.
Yeah. No?
Has to.
I don't know if he's gonna do it. I don't hear a boost.
He's thinking. He's writing down the damage from earlier. He's really putting in the last thought. Am I going to boost this?
I don't think he's boosting.
He has to.
No, he doesn't.
What is this zipper hit? It's a yellow? Is he going to do enough damage? Just risk it, dude. Because no matter if you hit it or not, if you do boost, you could shoot the gun again. There's absolutely no reason you shouldn't boost here.
No, he can't because he wants to keep that defense reaction in hand. I don't know what's in Arsenal.
Okay, sigil. Now it makes a little more sense. We're having fun. I thought there would maybe be an attack in Arsenal.
Oh, I thought that was a defense reaction.
Everything makes sense now. Now, 5 damage. If you couldn't do 2, Moises, can you do 5? You're like, I hope so because I drew better cards this time. Because if I drew worse cards than last time, this game's over. Kadachi number 2.
See, that's where that sigil just makes you feel good. Like you said, it just erases 3 Kadachis. Surging Strike yellow coming in. It's 4 going in.
Dang.
It's 4.
Love that defense reaction if you're Pham right now.
Yeah.
That'll do that one. Let me look at the top. I can see if I can boost next time. That's so
right.
cool.
He knows
Holy
if the
crap.
boost's coming. But you know what he has in his hand? He's got Warmonger's Diplomacy.
What?
So he can just load up and pass. Or shoot his pistol and
Wait, Warmonger, that really messes with Dash, huh? She can't give her gun and a counter and then shoot it at the same time.
unless she can shoot it, get go again, and then play well, but he's just going to block with it. So everything we've talked about means nothing. This is why it doesn't matter what's in their hand, because it matters what they play.
Oh, Winds of Ancestry, still bad.
Still
Winds of Eternity, yep.
winds of eternal ancestry, covered up.
Moises is going to have some of the most powerful turns I've seen in a while and have some of the worst turns I've seen in a while.
Yeah, no, this is about to get bad.
A Tale of
for
Two
Moises.
Katsus. By who's the guy that wrote that book?
Edgar Allan Poe.
Okay.
No, it's Charles Dickens, bro. Little Chuck Dickens.
We're flicking, we're flacking.
Nice. Got the flick flack, covered it all up. You
What's
know, but
in
it cost
Arsenal?
him
Oh
2
my
cards,
goodness,
so-
Moises, you counted me out, and I'm gonna Kadachi until I win. I literally don't know who's gonna win.
Yeah, no, this is great. This is great. I'm having a lot of fun watching.
And then if he,
It's been a well played thing. It looks like most everybody's finishing up their game, so hopefully when this is done, we'll be pretty quick on the next round. But this has been very interesting to see them battle this out and it come down to.
Kadachi number 2.
And then what's the last card in hand?
That is a Gust Wave that's not going to get a bonus. This is an easily blocked card with just one card.
Descending.
And that will allow Anthony to probably use the payload in hand to dominate for game.
Ooh. Wow.
Which will be an interesting way to close this out. Except he doesn't have a boost card. So it will be how many wide can Anthony go? Because if Moises gets another turn, every Kodachi represents death.
Do we know what's in his arsenal, though?
No idea. A 2-block blocks that perfectly. Like we drew it up.
Ooh.
This is 5 with Gogan, probably. So we can shoot a gun. That would... Ooh, it's 7.
He said, give me all your cards, please. Oh, he's got the...
Wow.
Wow.
The
Flickflack.
Kodachi will come back. This is insane. Draw the Flickflack at the perfect turn. I'm different. If that's a blue 0, it's not.
It's not.
Damn. So close.
Yeah. No, this is... Ooh, yeah, that's too bad it's not, because Anthony has 4 cards to play. What's in his... Do we know what's in his arsenal? I really want to...
I mean, I'm assuming it's a sigil because he's just not messing with him, but messing with everybody.
He's going to show it after he wins, and we're all going to groan collectively.
Oh, jeez. It was never this close.
That's the worst thing when, like, you're like, oh, I was so close. And they're like, oh, I had this sigil. You're just like, oh, I wasn't close at all. Like, I was never.
That's my favorite way to beat Wizards is like, and I'll kill you exactly. And then you play the sigil from Arsenal, and you're like, just kidding.
Whoops, I'm sorry.
Mamma mia, says chat. Could not agree more.
Here we go again.
My. I think his arsenal is a sink blow. I'll agree. Here's a gun. This is death. This is a 2-block.
Katsu's just stuck making stew with all them taters. Yeah. Oh yeah, Greg. That is true. He
We're going to
flash in a pan, you know.
put a steam counter on everything. Is it time to boost? Oh, he boosted, but he hits the Mechanologist card, which allows us to have go again.
He only has 2 sigils anyway, so he's not in that.
Oh, okay. Here's one more gun. Block that with Mugenshi's release. I believe it's Moises.
I think it's Moises.
Yeah, that's what I've been heard. That's how I know him. Kodachi, is it? It's a yellow. We get to do both. Give me 2 cards.
Give me 2 cards.
This is insane, the back and forth of these 2 turns.
So we're about to go to fatigue.
We're trying to say something intelligent, but it is just basically, do my 4 cards
for
beat your
yourself.
4 cards? Kodachi number 2. There's the
That's
sink,
sick.
and now this should be enough to block everything.
God,
The
look
red
at
0
those
earlier.
decks just immediately dwindled in this
Yeah.
past couple. Yeah, Moises is pronounced like Boises.
Yeah. Moise, Idaho.
Uh,
I'm nervous. We have touched both graveyards so frequently. It does not feel like Anthony has this in his mind. So I'm wondering.
you ever do that thing where you look at a graveyard and you're like, I didn't
don't
process
remember
any of the
yeah,
information.
I don't
I
remember
just
what I'm looking for. Here's a Lord of Wind. That's going to block. 0 to 60.
Ooh, he gets
Hitting
the
it.
boost. Is that
That'll probably be exactly what he needs. Payload is going to be game because it's
boom, got
dominated
there.
and gets
got
that
there.
final
Wow.
point of damage. Let's go!
Let's go. That was great. That was a fun game to watch. I didn't think it was gonna be as fun. All right, someone in the chat, tell me, was that Tree Frog Dash?
Yeah, that was not
I don't think that's Tree Frog
Dash.
Dash.
That
I think
was-
it's drawing some inspiration, perhaps.
That frog lives in a pond.
Yeah, that's more like
That frog's getting blown by the wind.
pond
By
toad,
those
pond toad dash.
those
It's just-
100 winds had
like-
that frog going everywhere,
It's
man.
like those toads that eat smaller frogs or something.
Oh, whoa.
Or it's like one of those poisonous tree. Is that
Is
that a
that
tree frog poisonous?
that's a tree frog so poison. No, yeah, maybe
Maybe,
dart
I don't
dart frogs are, but
Oh,
like
that's the one. Thank you. I don't know. My
I don't
frogs
know.
very well.
what is that deck he's playing good against offensively? It feels like a grindy deck of I'll block 3 for 7 demolition protocol. I'll block gun. steam counter, go again, gun, and like just like I can swing a Winter's Well at you. My Winter's Well is 2 gunshots, and it's basically the same thing because our friend kind of like Frigid isn't around anymore.
I mean, it's an interesting list. He's got 3 induction chambers. He does have 6 of the Evo Steel cards in there. I think it seems like something that can kind of flex a couple different ways depending on the matchup. He's got movables.
Don't let Anthony flex. He's gonna beat you if he
It
can
sounds really
flex.
interesting. Yeah, I think, too, if he didn't have to block so early, if it's a less aggressive deck, he can probably play out his Evo cards
Okay.
and then his Evo equipment and then his Evo cards, like a Terminator tank.
Mechanetic Shockwave, that becomes so good.
Yeah, all those things just get better in the late game, and I think that probably is what he is going for. But I don't know. We'll bring him in, and how about we just ask the man himself, the reigning
You know what?
champ,
That's a good
takes
idea.
it 1-0. He's doing it again, people. 50% win rate. Let's go.
Yeah. He's now at 52%. We'll do the short break and talk to Anthony on the way back.
All right. And we've got the man, the life of the party himself, Anthony Pham. What's up, man? That was a great game.
Thank you, Colin. Nice to finally be back at Age. It feels good again to play competitive Flesh and Blood.
Right, new year, new me. I don't know. Whatever.
No. Cardigan game on
all
point.
right, so you threw us for a loop. We were all like, "Yeah, Anthony's playing Riptide," and then you played Dash.
Yeah.
How long you been playing Dash?
About
2
say
minutes.
a month now. I got all the cards from Bright Lights.
He's like, "I've been playing for
I chose-
55 minutes."
It was the exact worst time to play Dash, right when Bright Lights came out. Everything was so expensive to get.
Yeah, I
I was
bet.
scrambling for cards yesterday, too.
Nice. Tell us about your deck a little bit, because it's a little interesting. Some people thought it was Tree Frog, but then we didn't really see a lot of... he's got some defense reactions, but it doesn't feel like that fatigue total defense.
Yeah, I mean, tree frog is such a universal term. It's like the kind of like the turtle dash where you kind of like turtle up and just shoot pistol all the time. But this list is heavily inspired by Easton Douglas from Worlds. I just saw his list, and it was kind of like tree frog dash combined with some really good on hits, with not like from CNC, and then also some good value engines like the 7 attacks and stuff.
Yeah.
The new Bright Lights Annihilator engine, or not those ones that attack for 6, whatever they do. I always just block with them because I never get 2 evos out. But they're poppers against Dromai. So yeah, the deck just has like it's just kind of like a point goblin deck.
Yeah.
And you're just trying to be as efficient as you can, and you're really hoping that people don't know you're on Tree Frog Dash. So I guess the cat's out of the bag. I won round 1, but let's see about the next 5.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely interesting because we did notice that, block out and still have like impactful turns.
Yeah.
Even when you just shot pistol, like you're still keeping pace. They a little bit towards the end there where you drop, to like 10, and then it's like, oh man, we're both like, I don't know, Anthony, I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, Cave, it was really exciting ending there. It was
Yeah,
like,
it's really unassuming, the pistol for 2. Like, if you just don't block, it's just 4 damage. That's like a 1 card 4, which is completely on rate with a lot of cards in the game.
Yeah.
And it's just like this 2 damage, no on hit. So it's very unassuming, but it piles up after a while when you, you think you have a good hand, and then Dash is able to block out, especially with that all you got.
Yeah.
It was able to like draw me another card, stop an on hit from the Kodachi.
Absolutely.
Or the Mask.
Yeah, we were talking about whether or not Kodachi lock or pistol lock was going to win out. And it's like pistol does got the extra bit of value. It still demands the same amount of cards, but it was just really cool to see all that play out. And then, of course, payload dominate for the
Payload dominate, yeah. You always stack the payloads with 0 to 60 boost, just so that you can get the late game insurance.
Nice.
I was counting at the end just to make sure that I had pitched it right. But yeah, I had all my cards left.
Nice. So we need to know, did Moises come with you in the Honda Pilot today?
He did.
All right. So the buff is real, everybody. If you need to ride to an event, get in the Honda Pilot. You're going to do well.
Prefer to live in Orange County, please.
Yeah, that's true. Or on the way to the event.
Exactly.
No outside pickups.
Yeah.
Too bad you guys got paired up round 1. I feel like that happens 80% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you have 10 people in your car or whatever. Today's only 5. But, I mean, I'm super stoked to play Moises. He won the Caisse tournament at Kingslayer, so
yeah,
he's
totally.
not too bad of a player himself. I was super scared of Katsu.
It was a clash of titans and champions.
Yeah, he told me that he was prepared for Boost Dash, so that's what I'm hoping for all day.
Nice.
So I'm really grateful to be on stream round 1 and reveal that.
I mean, I think, as you were playing it, maybe it was just the way your cards came out. It just, it didn't seem too full of, like, you only have the 2 sigils. It didn't seem crazy defensive.
Yeah.
Especially, and you just took a bunch of damage in the beginning, too. I was like,
couldn't do anything, yeah. I mean, he swung for 3, I blocked 3, he just said Art of War, and I said, I have no defense reactions, we're going off to the races.
His first 2 turns were crazy.
No, yeah, I thought I lost just because the first 3 turns he was just destroying me on value, yeah.
It was like 7 chain links in there, and, just drawing it off the top. It's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy when you do that, right?
Yeah. That's
so
just good when you have it.
Is Dash what you're going to be sitting on for a little bit? Are you interested in any heavy hitters heroes?
Dash is just what I'm feeling this month. I always like to change it up. And I think the heavy hitters, out of all of them, obviously KO is my favorite.
Nice.
He lost his arm. I love him in Blitz, so I'm sure I'll love him in CC.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for KO. I'm excited for Reinar. I'm excited for Betsy.
Yeah, Betsy.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, shout out to Blake, new Intimidate hero for him. Another Reinar's pretty good.
A new Reinar for a new Blake.
A new Intimidate hero, yeah. Just for Blake.
Yeah, I mean, it should be fun. I'm excited to see if that impacts the meta, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
It's too early to tell. We don't have any cards to look at.
The meta is too open. I have no idea what to play.
Did you get to see? Oh, no, you just walked straight here. I don't know. We don't know what the meta breakdown is yet today, but it is one of the largest AGE Open we've ever had.
Yeah.
Great way to start 2024. Of course, makes it a little bit harder for you to protect your championship.
Yeah.
Just got to get those points, and hope you just bring it every month.
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best today. I see a little bit too many arc smashes, but we'll try to get through there.
It's a good card.
That's a great card.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, and good luck on the rest of your games.
Thanks,
man.
Colin.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
back. This is going to be round 2. Who's that guy? Are we sitting up straight? Are we sitting up straight? Okay,
you
okay.
taller than me?
Yeah, I guess when we're
definitely
sitting down.
didn't
I got
think you
longer
were.
torso. Let me get... Just kidding. That's
So
insane.
much better. Great.
This is Bryce.
Hi.
He's going to say hello and tell us who he is.
Nice meeting you, everybody. My name is Bryce Platts. I am an avid Flesh and Blood player.
Nice.
Hi, Colin. Colin's in the booth. He just did a great job casting that last game. Yeah, I'm one of the local players here and a new addition to the Arcane Games and Events casting staff. Very
Cool.
excited to be here. Very excited to have a excuse to watch Flesh and Blood for 8 hours in a row and to
Great.
talk to my good buddy Blake.
And you're qualified for Pro Tour Los Angeles.
That's correct.
You don't know which heavy hitter hero you're going to be playing in 2 months. What's that like?
It's a game of quiet introspection and looking for spoilers and weeding through a lot of Discord discourse sparked on by yourself, my good friend, about how terrible Brood is going to be.
No. No. It's going to be great.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I am still having my eyes on my dear sweet departed Lexi. Had to throw her name in there. And since then, I've really been digging Levia quite a bit. So I'm hoping that there's a piece in there for her. I'm also very excited about our next matchup, which features our dear friend of the show, Chris Iaali, who is going to be on Levia.
Whoa.
So stoked to see how he plays it because he is better than me at this game.
He's going to be up against Marcus Brown, one of our... Now he feels a little more local. He's been showing up to Tuesday nights every once in a while during the break.
Which is insane because of how far he lives away from our store, right?
That's
Isn't
what
he
I was
down in
wondering.
OC or something?
He's like halfway between San Diego and here. Marcus Brown is the Bravo specialist who dresses up like Oldham sometimes.
See,
Cosplayer.
I haven't seen that actually.
Yeah, you gotta see that sometime. Marcus, Bravo. Oh, Bravo moves now?
His hair moves.
Bravo never used to move.
majestically,
Maybe we
actually.
did that.
It's pretty impressive.
Levia looks so creepy.
Levia's face moves a little more than is comfortable for my taste.
Yeah. And that's who you play on purpose. Wow.
Yeah, well, I'm rethinking that now.
Everyone is very excited. Everyone from San Diego / San Diego adjacent showed up with their humongous games jerseys. Seems like they're putting a little more thought into that this year of we're going to be a full-on team.
I think they want to intimidate out Team Honda Pilot, who has no merch, by the way. Probably doesn't need it, though.
Yeah. We're going to do Imposing Visage on turn 1. That's pretty freaking good if you're a Bravo fan.
Seems all right.
Because the best thing you could do is maybe dominate a Crippling Crush, but this is going to be the next best thing of I'm going to go grab Showtime, go get whatever card I deem the best against this matchup, and draw something else afterwards.
Pretty fantastic.
Pulverize.
Very, very stressful
What does
card
he?
to face.
Yeah,
against.
what does he mean?
What does he mean? What does he, the Pulverize, mean? He, the Pulverize, is a very strong attack from Guardian, which reduces the amount that the opposing player's first attack comes in for by 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Which is a pretty good way to set up against Levia, who comes in with pretty massive attacks of her own.
And then we're going to go ahead and
Make a
Seismic Surge.
Arsenal pass.
So now that card in our arsenal only costs 9. What's going to be great about Showtime is you're going to draw a card at the start of your turn. So no matter what Chris can really do, unless you have a Command and Conquer, you're probably going to get Pulverized next turn.
Obviously, starting off with the Scab Skin Boots, because he's got a full grip, oftentimes Levia is going to have to roll some... Oh, no,
Ooh,
he
that's
rolls
a
the 1. That will end Chris's turn unless he pops these Gambler's Gloves. It's a little early to be going for it.
I feel like you kind of have to pop Gambler's Gloves and just live your life without doing this stuff. But he's going to Arsenal.
Yeah.
That's the world champ almost difference. And we'll see what happens. Pulverize is going to come across, and there may be enough resources in hand, unless he drew 4 reds, to even dominate this as well.
Or send a pummel if he's got that in hand.
Kale in the chat, he's a big Bravo fan. We're going to be using our Seismic Surge, make another Seismic Surge. How many blues are in that? That's all of them. We're going to dominate, Pulverize.
Absolutely disgusting. There's going to be so much damage coming down on Chris Iaali.
And now if you're a Bravo fan, you're kind of wondering, why do my games not do this? Like, I have this deck built for 2 years now. I've never done that in my entire life, but you got to put in the reps and show up to have good stuff like this happen. Because now, no matter if Chris rolls a 6 or not, that first claw isn't going to do anything. That first command and conquer is only going to come in for 2. That first swing big is going to be a swing small for 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is not what you want to see as Levia. You really want to be chipping down the Bravo's life total and making them make really difficult block decisions just because you're sending so much damage. Pulverize completely negates that game plan.
You hate to see that. This is a claw.
This is a
It's
claw
doing nothing.
for 0.
This is not a claw. It's Deadwood Rumbler.
He doesn't even give Marcus a chance to block the attack for 0. That's interesting.
And if you're playing Deadwood, yeah, just cows. Marcus is like, I need to fill my graveyard up because I have Bravo
Sometimes you
blood
just gotta
debt.
let your opponent make the mistakes, right?
I know that from doing our Raiden for 0 and doing the look at your opponent and hope they get scared.
I love it. I think you've done that move in quite some time.
There's no pummel for a claw though, so you know a 0 claw is probably good enough.
Exactly.
Iaali's maybe having really bad luck because he's got his claws backwards.
Oh,
I don't like that at all.
Yes, absolutely. I would definitely put them out in the opposite
Proper
order.
order,
Yeah, exactly. Because right now I believe Levia is holding on to the claw ends, and the wrist straps are much less effective against your opponent.
No wonder they're coming in for 0. We are seismicking pretty much every turn, which is a great way to fix your math with Bravo. This is debilitate. And that's one where we're going to, I believe, do like kind of a pulverized effect of -2 to their next attack. So that's a full block. It may be a reset for Iaali of I need to figure out what's really going on here.
Oh, devastating.
And then
Here comes the pummel.
everything gets worse. So Iaali's turn is just going to not happen.
But joke's on Marcus because Levia really wants a lot of cards in their graveyard, right? It's like
Yeah.
it's like facing off against the Dromize who are like, doesn't matter, I'm making Ash.
If you're here, Iaali's definitely got him right where he needs.
Yeah, exactly. If anybody can pull something like this out, it's Chris Iaali, though.
Right. Why do you think Chris is on Levia? I know you just said it's a pick you're thinking. What do you think about this hero is being exciting to Chris?
I think her numbers are just so tempting, right? I mean, what other hero can send a 2-card 9 pretty consistently, right, with Endless Maw? What other hero can make effective use of Blood Rush Bellows as much as her, right? I mean, like, it's pretty regular to put together a Blood Rush Bellows turn that is over 20 damage. Add in an Art of War and a Slithering Shadowpede banish, the numbers just get insane, right? Obviously, you pay for it in a big way because you are constantly out racing blood debt. You are constantly at the behest of your own hero killing themselves. So there's good trade-offs for that, and also a lot of tension, which I honestly find really exhilarating when I play the hero.
You said behest. You said exhilarating. I see why you're a brand new commentator
I
here.
am going for the maximum
is
number
crazy.
of syllables, and I'm going to burn out by the end of this game.
Holy crap! I want to play Levia after that. Now here's a scab skin roll. I don't know what he rolled though. That was a quick grab.
It probably wasn't a 1 because he's preparing to play something and he hasn't gotten rid of Gambler's Gloves.
This is one of those slitherpedes. It's not being played from Banish, though.
So the hope was probably to roll, get 2 action points, send a Claw, send a Slithering Shadowpede.
Interesting. Here's 6. I think Marcus, anytime you're above, like, you don't want to get Blood Rushed. Blood Rush can do 24 damage from Levia. So as long as you're above 24, you're fine, or no?
Well, ostensibly, unless you're greedy and you want to hold on to all those cards and with lethal looming in front of you, yeah, no, I mean, Bravo is a really good blocking hero, and Marcus has not used a single piece of armor yet, really making good use of all of his cards. So you have to remember that Bravo is still up effectively 10 life beyond what we see here. So Chris is still facing down a pretty scary hero on the other side, and there's a namesake card in Spinal Crush with 2 floating.
It's dominated from the hero power.
Still threatening a nasty pummel, if that is in fact in Marcus's arsenal.
And the pummel's going to happen because you can't... The flesh bag helps you get around pummel, but not if the pummel's in your arsenal.
Exactly.
So that's not going to happen. Anytime you use the carrion husk to get around this, we just keep the pummel for next time instead.
Yep.
So Marcus has put Chris in no matter what you do, I'm going to make it a rock in your shoe.
that rhymed. Expertly done, my friend.
Whoa, now we see why I'm a commentator, too.
That's why you've been here a couple times, I think.
We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two,
Yeah.
you know?
I'm paid by the syllable, you're paid by the
Oh,
rhyme.
my goodness. I got to start writing that down then.
Chris really thinking about this block a lot. He's probably wondering about Schrodinger's pummel sitting in that arsenal. And there it
it's
is.
there.
So devastating to see for somebody who's been on the wrong side of this so many times.
Right. And it is kind of a, I need you to prove it, but also I need to make sure I don't go below 13 or my husk does nothing.
So Chris goes
And-
down to the fabled 13.
But
Yikes.
husk sticks around if it's exactly 13. That's always a situation where I'm like, I need to read the card to make sure.
Yes, it
But it
does stick
doesn't.
around.
Oh, that's a huge
Oh
misplay
yeah,
by
'cause it's at
Iaali
the
then.
beginning of your turn if you're at 13 or less life.
That sucks. As soon as that 14 went to 13, I feel like everyone at home just went, oh, Lord.
So Chris, I mean, not only is he rolling dice every single turn, he really, really went for the bet that the pummel was not in the arsenal because he knew it was going to reduce him down to that really miserable 13 life on Levia, lose his husk, get 0 value out of it, possibly negative value if he takes any damage from blood debt.
And I don't know if it's an if. I think it's a win.
Yeah, here he comes with Writhing Beast Hulk. This is going to banish 3 cards from his graveyard. Hopefully turn off that blood debt and make the sting from losing his carrion husk not as bad.
And what does it mean to writhe?
What does it mean to writhe? I believe writhing is somewhat of a gyrating movement, if I'm not mistaken, which is...
Like worms writhe or something?
Yeah, I believe
Oh.
worms writhe, which is weird because this is a very intimidating looking card, and you don't really expect writhing to be that intimidating of motion. I believe Cardi B writhes quite a bit.
Oh my
if I'm not
goodness.
mistaken.
Not Cardi B.
She's
Okay.
a professional writher.
I don't know why we're checking the arsenal. Maybe just to bluff sigil or something.
So not only did Chris find a 6, he found 3 blood debt cards. So now he's sitting at 4 blood debt, which is looming ever closer to killing him.
How do we have to, as a Levia player, do you have to tell your opponent you have the demi hero, or how does that work?
I'm actually not sure what the judge ruling is on that. I believe it just kind of sits in your sideboard.
It's a surprise of
I believe so. That being said, nowadays, if you're playing Levia, you have it in your sideboard. I don't think it would be a surprise to anybody, and most players are going to be expecting one of those transformations to be relevant in the game.
And this is Starstruck. This is a great new card for Bravo. But honestly, Brute is one of the heroes that I could block with 1 card and still get over it because my cards come in for 6.
Exactly. Sometimes even more. I mean, Swing Big and
Swing big.
the Swing Big.
And
no, there's also
There's a red smash. They could
Hungering
play.
Slaughter
Oh,
Beast is one of them.
I know all the Reinar ones. I didn't want to say the Reinar ones because it doesn't matter if there's no Alpha Rampage getting pitched here or played here.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them play the 7 damage smash either.
There's also a Graveling Growl in Levia's arsenal. I'm sorry, not his arsenal, in a potential
The
decklist
Levia
choice.
players.
Have to be careful not to
Bag
use
of
words here.
Tricks?
Bag of Tricks. I like that.
That was what they called the arsenal first, was Bag of Tricks.
Yeah.
And then they were like,
And then they were like, that's a little bit too New Zealand of a term
there's no
for this.
there's no magician
I think it
heroes.
needs
They're
to
all
be something
wizards.
a little more relatable, something a little more international.
I'm kind of going based off how many groans I can have the peanut gallery here, dude. We're up to 6 on this match. I love it. So we went down. We took 5, so we can play things that are 6 or higher. That's a 6 roll.
6.
We're going to love to see that if you're Team Iaali here. 3 action points. So if we're playing the tome, the evil tome, draw
No,
a card.
generally speaking, we won't play the... Yeah, you could do that. That's an interesting
yeah,
choice.
that's in the bag of tricks.
No, yeah, 100%. It's not in the arsenal, though.
Is it in the deck list, the DRS?
Absolutely not. I
No,
can
okay.
tell you without looking at the deck list.
The deck registration sheet.
It is kind of a bummer that he rolls the 6 here because Mandible Claws, which is usually what you want to use when you have extra action points, can't be used because of the Starstruck. Starstruck has hit for 5,
Oh,
which means
so
that he can't
gross.
swing anything under 5. So instead, here comes Boneyard Marauder. This is going to banish
And
3 cards
even
from
if
his
he-
graveyard.
Even if he Blood Rush, it doesn't let you do it because it's base.
Correct.
What's written on the card.
Correct. Chris, I'm sure, knows that going into this turn. He's probably only trying to use 2 of those action points. Generally speaking, that 6 is kind of an icing on the cake, right? You really just want to hit that above 50% probability that you get 2 action points instead of ending your turn or getting 1.
And now here's the civic steps. And this is something I've been a little bit worried about for all the Bravo fans, is civic steps does block 3, but it's an agility token basically for your opponent. It's not basically an agility. It is just a quicken.
Mm-hmm.
So now, basically, anytime Chris wants it, he has a 4 to start his turn on his scab skins of, okay, well, I'm just going to use it right now and play swing big because it's always better to just swing for 8.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very powerful turn where Marcus is like, cool, I blocked with all my stuff and I'm probably still going to take 8. But there's no place for that sentence to go. So...
Well, but Marcus is still holding on to a full grip.
Yeah, so it's
right?
like,
And
I can dominate you and you're toast.
And a Bravo with a full grip is a very scary thing to be facing down. Marcus has probably just been sitting here waiting for an opportunity to throw the fridge in front of Chris's big turn so that he can send a dominated Spinal Crush, Crippling Crush, whatever, when Chris is already at 8 health and basically axes life total, make it so that he can't banish any cards from his graveyard, let him kill himself from there.
True. The Blood Debt will do the rest unless Chris Iaali reaches over to his deck box and grabs a legendary card out of thin air and says, turn off my Blood Debt forever and heal back up to 8.
It could happen, but not for some time yet because Chris is sitting on 6 Blood Debt.
Oh, you have to get to 13.
He needs to get to 13 Blood Debt, which is so scary because at any point, you just have a guillotine over your head the entire time you're doing that.
So I forgot about the 13 clause.
So you can't turtle up. You can't just block with all the cards in your hand until you get to that 13 because at a certain point, you are sitting at lethal for yourself.
And you can see the Grandeur of a Lie. That's going to pitch and make a Seismic Surge to make another Seismic Surge. We're going to Crater Fist. We're using the sentence on Crater Fist.
Isn't that absurd?
It's going to be 11 Dominate instead of 9.
Yeah, no wonder Marcus held on to all of his cards. Oh, I'm so stressed for Chris
How many
right now.
cards are in his pitch zone? 1, 2, 3, 4. Guess I could have done that, but we're going to block 5 of 11.
Getting no value off the Intimidated trigger from Scowling Fleshbag.
Go to 2. That's scary. Very scary.
And because of Spinal Crush has crushed, Chris is only able to play one action.
So he needs to have the card that says, I can look and banish a card. Or Dread Screamer.
Which you might say, oh, Shaden Death Hydra, this new tech. That
Or we're going to
we roll
scab
scabs.
skins, and that could get around this if I...
Oh, devastating.
Or I just die. If
He's
on
gotta
scab
crack the
skins...
gloves here, right?
I don't know what's going on anymore. You have to roll a certain thing on scab skins to even have... You have to get an extra action point to even get back to 0. Because you got crushed, right?
He did get crushed.
Got hella crushed.
Spinal Crush just says things
It
can't
did
have
6
go
damage,
again.
yeah. Which, okay. So even if you roll a 2, you're fine. Because you gain a, okay.
Yeah.
It's to get an extra action, you'd have to roll a 4 or higher.
Correct.
Which isn't, there's something about that makes more sense of what I'm thinking.
Because the scab skin activation doesn't have go again on its
Right.
own.
Got it. That's the important part to remember.
Imagine if it did. Oh my gosh.
That's the world I want to live in.
Heavy Hitters is right around the corner.
We're blocking 2. We're taking some. But
taking
ultimately,
4.
we're just thinking about what does it take for me to dominate and get these last 2 points of damage. Because if there was a defense reaction in Arsenal, he probably would have played it last turn. So it's kind of green means go for Bravo right now.
He does have a Fate Foreseen in hand, which could make sending a lethal attack a little more difficult. What else? We see a Showtime. Got a couple blues in there. I think it might just be an Anothos play. Oh, no. Here we go. Oh, it's a Devastating Buckle. Next attack's going to have Dominate.
This is Dominate.
Here comes
Chris
Anothos.
says,
for 7.
I don't even
Chris
want to
says
hear
goodbye.
anything more. If you say the word Dominate, that's enough for me. I think that was something where Marcus drew extremely well.
That turn 0 was absolutely devastating.
And Chris Iaali forgot about the line of text that says 13 or. And so if he carrying husks, yes, he still gets some point of damage, pummels, and gets that card out. But Chris Iaali has 6 more health right now, and we're at 10 to 8. Obviously, it's a little different of how each turn goes, but Chris has a little bit more room to breathe and try different things if he plays Carrion Husk. Not playing Carrion Husk is awful.
It's really, really rough.
That's a good way to lose. Maybe this is a good lesson for Chris to learn in our local area, so whenever he does play on March 24th, it doesn't happen to him there.
Because what's happening on March 24th again?
Los Angeles Professional Tour.
Thank you. I forgot about that.
Dude. And you're going to have a baby around there. So
I am having a baby around there.
Unless you're not telling people in chat yet. But.
I hadn't yet, but chat, I feel like we've gotten to know each other well enough at this point. I am having a baby at the end of March. I'm really hoping that it remains at the end of March so I can go play Pro Tour.
Nice. I did let everyone know that you will be naming your baby after whoever wins Pro Tour Los Angeles.
That's amazing.
So
Thank you for mentioning
the
that.
only way that you could name your baby after yourself is if you win 50 grand as well.
That's correct. I'm still gunning for Blake Meyer to win Pro Tour Los Angeles so that I can name a child Blake
Blake
Meyer.
Platts Jr.
Blake Meyer Platts.
Oh, I like that.
It's got a ring to it, doesn't it?
Do you got a nursery color?
That's so funny. That is like a really common question, actually. No, we don't. Bottom line, we live in Los Angeles. Our place is too small to have a nursery. So it's kind of just going to be wherever the bassinet is.
Nice.
Maybe we can put up a couple like baby blue flats around the crib or something so he can have a nursery wherever he goes.
Have you been on Etsy.com to look up plushies for your favorite Flesh and Blood heroes to start your kid off with the best card game in an appropriate for their age manner?
That's a good question, actually. Is this game even too obscure for people to make stuff of it on Etsy?
I'm sure there's some like chibi looking, or is that the right word? How to pronounce that? Chibi teddy bear of like Prism with wings on it or something. You could pretend it's a Precious Moments angel and have precious moments with your baby.
Yeah, that sounds nice, especially given how many precious moments I've had with Prism over the
Yeah.
years. I think of those moments as anguish, personally. But I'm not a Prism player, so there you go.
Precious anguish or anguish moment?
Precious anguish. That's a pretty good facsimile for what life is all about, don't you think?
Oh my
Precious
gosh.
anguish.
You are bringing an elevation that I've never seen, you know?
Elevation, that's a lot of syllables.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at some other heroes. I know we did our Brute earlier, so even though maybe we're not Guardian players, I do Warrior sometimes. But let's start with Betsy.
Let's start with her.
This is Betsy's skin in the game. It's Bravo's hero power, but instead of an action, we can get around some Prism BS with this.
Also
And
Spinal Crush, for instance.
True. Oh. Also War. What is it called? Warmongers? That gets around this too.
That's true, yeah.
So all this is going to happen like it's a activation on Dorinthia's shoes instead of any other shoes.
We love to talk about Dorinthia's shoes, don't we?
Right. I didn't mention Dorinthia in respect to you yet, but we'll get there. If you pay 2, this attack gets +1 and overpower. So that's something that's pretty gross. Of anytime you wager, now we can like always make sure we have the token coming, and that's something that I think if you do see a gold usage for Betsy, whether it's Double Down or something else, this will be something that's super good for this.
Absolutely. A lot of the discourse around overpower is that it's kind of dominate light. Do you feel that that is the case, or is it actually a pretty significant keyword?
I think what's interesting about it is there's certain heroes where if you're playing Arachne, Uzuri, let's just say Assassin or Warrior, overpower says 1 action card. So now if I'm playing Shreds, if I'm playing attack reactions, maybe Assassin and Warrior are natural enemies for Betsy of my closing damage doesn't really close on those heroes as much as someone else.
Which the other end of that is the +1, right? Because that, depending on how the rest of her cards look, depending on how her math works, that could help leak that damage anyway, right? Despite the fact that it doesn't hit.
And if everybody starts showing up with block cards that have wager on them, that'll be another way to stop like You thought you were doing 9. I'm going to do a block card, a card from hand that's an action, and a piece of 2 equipment. 4 plus 3 plus 2 is 9. And now your bet big with added 1 and overpower. 9 versus 9. Too bad, so sad.
Too bad, so sad. That's
Plus,
your finger guns.
anytime you have defense reactions, they get around overpower. I just realized that.
Yes,
they're
100%.
also whatever.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and say not goodbye forever, but goodbye for 25 seconds. And somebody's going to interview our latest winner, Marcus.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with our latest winner, Marcus Brown, who just took down Christopher Iaali, which is no small feat.
No, it isn't.
Yeah. How scary is it going up against Chris Iaali?
Well, first of all, it was scary to be called up to the feature match area.
Always is.
I'm still shaking a little bit, but also coming against Chris because second place in the first Worlds and a notorious, like, a good player on all decks.
Yeah.
Like, he's not like a one-trick pony, like me.
And what are you known for being a one-trick pony on?
Well, originally when I started to learn the game and went to like armories, I started off on Rhinar, then went to a bit of Dory because a lot of Dory was going around and Crucible was new as like an unlimited print. And then I saw Bravo originally from like pulling Welcome to Rev packs. I'm like, this guy looks like a cool pirate, very charismatic. And I saw his hammer and like, after playing a bit and understanding more of how the hero functions, it's definitely like a gameplay style that I really like. I play Jund in Magic in Modern, so it's very much my speed.
And so he also feels very much like he's close to home, like he's from jolly old England. You were saying,
A
yeah.
little bit, yeah. We had that discussion before we went live.
Yeah, absolutely. And you imagine him, I don't know, I guess coming from your hometown, perhaps?
I don't know about that. Maybe something like a bit more countryside England, because I'm from London. So I don't know about the big city. That would be like a Bright Lights hero.
It would be odd, right, to have kind
Like,
of
yeah.
like a bardish guy with a hammer strolling
He's
around
like
in London.
he's like, what would you say? A mix of like a cleric paladin bard.
I love it. And how did the cleric paladin bard vibe work against Levia, Shadowborn Abomination?
I mean, really, my MO in this matchup, because I'm not running Fist or Shield in this list, is just to roll harder than they do.
And you certainly did. That turn 0 setup was amazing.
Yeah, because when they put you to go first, they're like, right, all he's really going to do is make a surge and pass. So, considering that I do have the imposing Showtime package in there, I'm hoping I see, any of those 5 cards. Cast Showtime, go tutor up something big, make a surge beforehand if I need to, and just send something really big and assure basically the dominate, because you will hope to draw a blue off Showtime, force their armor early, and they've got none left to bargain with when they're like sub 20 life.
Exactly.
It's important.
Exactly. And it is so important for Levia to be in a healthy life total by the time they start banishing those cards, right? Because especially against Bravo, who can at any time send a massive dominated attack at you, can just force you to kill yourself, right?
Yeah. Kill yourself faster.
So how much of that plays into your strategy against Levia? Like, are you constantly thinking about their blood debt when you're making decisions, or no?
It does factor in, because more so now that they have the demi hero, because they're going to flip into consumed, and that means that they're just going to banish and self-mail end step. So it's less of a I can fatigue and count on like them losing life if they whiff, and more like if I can, basically try and find them on a smaller turn, something that wasn't quite good enough to like inch themselves over the finish line, then that's my pinch point to like send it really hard and hit him where it hurts.
All of which was pretty irrelevant, because the amount of times I saw him have to pass back to you with a full grip and an arsenal was really intimidating. Because that, I mean, especially coming from being a Lexi main, that is like the most scary thing I can think of, is a Bravo with a full grip. You just know your next turn is going to be absolutely...
There's a reason they keep a full hand, and it's to send something mean and menacing, and that will either shrink your hand or put you in a position where you play on one action point, say. And when Bravo is putting you to play at his speed, that's when he's in control.
100%, when he's stringing together those massive crush attacks, right? One really interesting point in this game was the fact that a lot of the times, especially when Bravo is facing up against aggro matches, you kind of are like slipping little bits of your fridge in, your fridge being your suite of equipment blocks throughout the match, right? In this case, you definitely seem to kind of smell blood towards the end there, chuck everything in front of one of Chris's attacks, and then just absolutely decimate him. When you drew up that hand, were you immediately like, okay, this is the time I go for it, this is when I throw the fridge in, or...
Yeah, There's a few decision points. Like, it's also because he had also given, well, not given, he had lost Husk, because he told me after the game that he didn't see that I was floating 2 in addition to
that's
threatening Pummel.
devastating.
So I did that on purpose, because you, like I said, like you force them to use just one card and armor by dominating, and just like keeping a bigger hand so that you can assure the hits, so to speak. Because a lot of the time you'll keep just enough to dominate. And like if people have enough armor or something parked in Arsenal like a defense reaction, like it feels bad because they have it.
Totally.
And if with information given on like a previous turn, I think it was like I knew his Arsenal wasn't a defense reaction because he would have given it to this. So knowing that, I go into the next turn cycle, basically do it again, start chunking his life down. Yeah.
And that was such a tragic point in that game too, because I mean, if there's anybody in this room that knows the math of this game, it's Chris Iaali, right? And so when Blake and I were watching it, he was taking a lot of time on that block, and Blake and I both having the calm behind the desk, not sitting at the feature table. We're sitting there like, that's two floating, that's a pummel in the arsenal, this is going to hurt. And of course, bringing the life total down to exactly 13 and losing the husk, like, were you positive at that point? Like, I've got this game, I can take a chill pill, or were you still kind of on edge?
You can never lay off the gas. It's more that you just need something that's good enough to send, like the buckle in hand, like anything that reads dominate or you can dominate yourself, just to get yourself over the finish line will do. Sometimes the hand doesn't allow for it, and in those cases, you hope more often that like you send Anathos for like a pummel swing where you catch them on reactions.
Yeah.
So you only swing with a single blue and like threaten 4, and they're like, oh no.
Yeah.
Now I have to play the guessing game on pummel again.
Well, I mean, if there's anything to be learned, that was a classic Bravo doing Bravo things game. And that's kind of the ideal scenario, I think, whenever you sit down in Bravo's seat. Let's see. We have one question in chat here. Marcus, how many pummels do you eat for breakfast?
3 reds exactly.
And does that count the Schrodinger's pummel or no?
No, I've got the shirt.
I think we've got to show the shirt real quick.
Right
Yeah. There we go. It's kind of hard to see because he's sporting
I put
that
my jersey
San Diego
over it
jersey.
this
Yeah,
morning.
he's got to represent for the team. But I love the fact that you show up to every single event with that Schrodinger's pummel shirt on.
I put it on specifically because I'm playing Bravo, but
Yeah, I also love the fact that you never take it off and that you shower with it. That's really impressive to me.
I'll probably stink by this point.
So we've covered the game pretty well. I think I would, before we let you go, I'd love to hear a hot take that you have, specifically about another really good players list, Michael Hamilton. What do you think of his Bravo list that he just took down Battle Hardened Cincinnati with?
Yeah, so I've got some notes, and it's something like there's a bit of, I wouldn't say like a split in the Bravo Discord or in the Bravo community, but it's more that like I definitely know the way he's playing the list is very clear-cut, very calculated. He's got 6 crushes that are 4 costs, and he's running Tunic alone. So he's looking to send a 2-card 8 on a lot of turn cycles. I think just the way I prefer to play Bravo, because I tried that list, and I tried some of the blue cutting, because in some matchups they cut down to like 33 blues and rely on the like Tunic 2-card hand, is that I ran into like triple and quadruple red hands when I'm not playing E-Strike in that matchup, and it's just like, oh, this is kind of a time walk on me. So I prefer to at least have like Hammer available, like Anathos Pommy, not Titan's Fist, because there's other times where actually like you hold 1 blue because they gave you a bit of space, and you've got nothing else to do with it apart from like, I don't know, pitch it away to Hammer, and sometimes it sits as a dead card where, in my opinion, it would do better sometimes as like a Surge and a Swing in Anathos for 6. And I guess that's kind of it. The one thing I really do like about Hamilton, and like I guess the Wolfpack at large's list, is that running Tunic into more matchups, especially the Mechanologist, I feel, so you can be the beatdown. Definitely against like Teklovossen, Dash Inventor Extraordinaire, and arguably Max as well, because when you're playing against Dash IO, you want a bit more armor, I feel, and you want the 7 power Terra Sunder in my eyes as well, because she is so card hungry, and she does not block well with all those items, arguably.
Yeah.
But that's
Absolutely. I think Flesh and Blood is so much that kind of game, right? Like
there's not a one size fits all.
Exactly,
at
and
any
you make
point, I don't
deck
think.
building decisions based on like what has burned you in the past. At least I certainly do. Like I'll make card inclusions, card exclusions based on like, oh man, like I had this massive game, I ended up drawing this card, I did not like it, and so I just like to find cards that I always like to see, right?
Yeah.
And so for you, like the way you build the deck, does it just feel more consistent, or is it that you can go like harder, higher, faster, stronger sometimes?
There's a little bit of that, as you've seen in the showcase game, but it's definitely like I can count on my deck to give me the blues when I need them. I can count on it to give me the 3rd blue for dominates on key big crushes, And sometimes, yeah, like you see, I pop Crater Fist and send it dominated because it's a taller number. It's like a tiny slogism in that way. And you don't have to run the risk of like running blue pummel, which is like a similar effect.
Which was absurd, by the way. I think I've maybe seen that gauntlet broken for its effect like twice.
I break it quite often because I do the same thing. It's
Amazing.
like when I know they have more armor and they have like maybe something in Arsenal that I don't know if it's a reaction or not, I say, right, I'm going to ask you the question. Let's send it. Do you have the reactions and armor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Make him have it, so to speak.
Are any of the new Guardians coming out in heavy hitters tempting you away from your jolly old?
As soon as I
card?
saw Betsy, I was very excited.
Is that right?
I want to play Thump in her. I've been dying to play Thump in Constructed because it's mainly kind of a fringe card that you play in Aria Limited or Commoner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you can play it in Oldhim in Commoner, and you can do Earthlaw Thump for like, if it's both reds, like 11 dominate on hit to scar 2 for 4 cards.
So do you feel as though her hero text is kind of like a worse version of Bravo, or are you in a different camp where it could actually be better?
I definitely feel like it's emblematic of the design steps they're taking with like new hero design philosophy. But I wouldn't call it a worse Bravo effect, because a very subtle thing that you can like pay attention to is the fact that Bravo cares about 3 costs or better for the dominate, and it doesn't matter if they're generic. So he could do that in limited. Betsy doesn't care. As long as it wagered, you can pay 2 to overpower and +1.
Which makes you wonder if there are going to be some non-attacks that make attacks that don't wager on their own do some wagering. Then that could be a really fearsome ability.
The one that has been like a small attack, small so to speak, that's like a wager. You can do it with Anathos if you have 2 blues and a money where your mouth is. Then you pay the 2 resources extra to overpower with Betsy, and it's a 10 overpower hammer swing on hit, make a gold.
Seems all right.
You can do worse for 3 cards because that's better than Red Glacial or T-Quake. So
yeah, a lot of exciting things coming out of heavy hitters, I think, and we know so little of the card pool. Well, thank you so much, Marcus. This has been excellent.
It's been a pleasure. I've been trying to not shake like I was during my feature match.
There's no way I'm more scary than Chris Iaali. There's no way.
Even though he's nice and friendly to chat to, like between games and everything, it's still kind of like
he's a swinger, man.
Yeah.
And, I'm sorry, not a swinger. He's a brawler, shall I say? One of the sweetest guys, but also one of the scariest.
We've got a lot of those where like it's a stone cold face when you're playing, but then after the game's over, it's like, oh hey.
Another one that comes to mind is Players champion Anthony Pham, who is one of the sweetest people to talk to. But if you sit down and play against him, oh my gosh, that is an intimidating man to play against.
His smile goes and he goes.
Yeah, he goes, any bucks? Nope. All right, moving on. You're dead. Goodbye.
Die to Riptide.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much. Best of luck for the rest of the day.
Okay, I'm going to need it.
Cheers. We'll be back after a short
everybody.
break, hopefully with a meta breakdown. Cheers, everybody.
Welcome back, everybody, to Los Angeles, California. My name is Sam Burr, and I'm here with Mr. Bryce Platts, Mr. on the one time.
How's it going?
Mr. just hit it for the first time.
That's right.
How was that cast, bro? Your first time on the mic.
It was such a blast. We all love Blake Meyer, right?
Of course.
So who better to start my illustrious career off with than my buddy Blake, who is such a treat in the booth and so funny to play against as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the pleasure of playing against him every single Tuesday, and
Yes,
it's exciting to see his slow descent into madness as Reinar
Yes.
comes back into prominence. But let's talk a little bit about the tournament we have going on just behind us here. I have been out there scouring the matches and checking out the metagame, checking out the players. I got to say, the vibes are immaculate.
It's wild, right? It's
The
wild.
vibes are immaculate. This is a 60-player tournament. It's like we got almost like a little battle hardened out there. We had people banging on the windows like,
Yeah.
please let me into the AG.
We've come a long way since our grassroots begining, right? Since Justin was putting on so-callings and whatnot
Yeah.
at Odyssey.
100%. So let's go ahead and let's check out the metagame breakdown. Do I have to hit on my button?
That's a good question.
Let's see. Metagame. Meta.
That button.
Aha.
Nailed it, dude.
Let's go ahead and check this out, guys. We've got a lot of different heroes that, look at that, they're all around the same. We have 3 different heroes with 5 players representing them, like 4 heroes with 4 players representing them, and then, of course, Bravo and Dromai, some mainstays from the last format up there at the top. But when you go around out there and look at the tables, my God, it just feels like every single table has an interesting matchup with heroes that we have not seen rise to prominence in last year's format at all, and it really sets the stage for what's probably going to be a really exciting year in this card game.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to see this metagame. I was counting it up with our friend of the show, Haley Neighbors, outside, and I was just losing my mind at how many Riptides there are, how many Levias there are, fringe heroes that haven't really had their day in the sun yet, right? And it is, like you said, so different coming from a pretty sorted out meta in the Lexi meta, and it's just so exciting to see where this game can go. It's one of the more exciting times in Flesh and Blood, I think.
Look, we got Arachne and Riptide in the second and third row here of representation, and when I walk around, I kept being like, "That's another Arachne. There's another Riptide." And some of them are even winning. Bryce, this is incredibly exciting to watch. Going out there and we're checking out. I will say that the Bravos are definitely having a good day, but I know there are a couple Teklovossen out there. 2 of them just got blown up by Caisse, which is unfortunate for the Teklovossen.
2 at the same time.
Yeah, at the same time.
So
it's
devastating.
terrible. 2 Teklovossen, 1 Kano. But unfortunately, there was unfortunately for us, because he's a good friend of ours, our friend Evan is, I believe, 2-0.
Yes, I know.
On Teklovossen. So he's hoping to pair into the Bravos, take those Evos to town, and take the big man down, put him in the L column. But what do you think, looking ahead at this year, when you look at this metagame, we have 5 brand new heroes, and then 1 returning favorite in Reinar coming back in heavy hitters. Looking at this, do you think these heavy hitters heroes are going to blast into the metagame and knock this all apart, or are these guys going to remain at the top moving forward? How do you see this next set affecting the metagame?
It's a really good question, and I don't have a great answer for it, because it looking at this metagame and looking at the heroes that are coming out, I kind of think about this as like, where is arcane damage in the format whenever there's a big shakeup to the meta, right? And we're still in a place where we don't have an Icelander. We don't have Viserai is not really having his day in the sun at the moment. So I think that kind of leaves things even more open, right? Because like in no world is Teklovossen a deck when Icelander is a deck, right? Because that guy just can't deal with arcane damage. The fact that we have 3 here and 1 of them is 2-0 is pretty insane, and only indicative of a wide open metagame like this, where you kind of don't know what you're going to go up against every single round, right? It also makes sideboarding decisions so difficult. When the meta is wide open, there's not like, oh, I'm just going, like back in the Lexi meta, I was constantly teching like 5 or 6 cards for the mirror. You can't do that when you have no idea what's coming, right? So you need to go for a more consistent game plan, maybe leave some of those 1-2 card techs at home, unless it's a matchup that you're really concerned about.
And it does become, in some ways, also a little bit more of what will the gem gods give me. Sometimes there are matchups, again, Teklovossen, you don't want to see those 5 Kanos. And for the other 2 Teklovossens, they unfortunately had to be blown apart by that arcane damage. 5 Kanos, you have to imagine, talk about trying to take advantage of an open metagame. You know, I feel like every single day someone else has a different, very strong opinion about how much arcane barrier you do need to present in your 80 at one of these events. And these 5 Kanos are hoping it's only 1.
And that's always the case in these open metas, right? I mean, especially around here. We have so many strong Kano players, and so many that are just beholden to the deck. I don't know, Peter Budensic comes to mind, right?
For sure.
And it's always in these situations where they smell blood in the water, or I guess fire in the air, and here they come, trying to take down and having success taking down the poor Teklovossens that thought, I'll try something a little different.
Absolutely. Also, Azalea, a deck that many people have talked about as being very strong in the last metagame and moving ahead into heavy hitters. We have some players that are known for other hero representation, like Andrew Rudin, who's, you know, a top player in the whole world, who is known for his illusionist play, but out there rocking the ace in the hole. Zayne Johnson, another incredibly well-known player, just barely missed that top 8 at PT Baltimore on Lexi, switching over to Azalea as well, I believe. I think he's 1-1. I saw him lose just like a nail biter to our friend DT on Fi. Another deck that is doing quite well. 4 players representing it here at this just incredibly wide open AGE Open, and we have got another round coming up pretty soon. Now, looking at that, I mean, do we have to get the Teklovossen on? I mean, it's a grindy, fatiguey. Is that what you want? You look like you want that.
I only want
do
it.
You hate me?
No, I don't hate you, and I might love you a lot, but I love even more the last Teklovossen player that is undefeated. His name is Evan Bridges. He's been on our stream many, many times. He was quintessential in getting me into this game. He was one of my dearest friends when we first started. That being said, I love watching him lose, Sam.
Thank you.
I love
Thank
watching
you.
him lose
That's
so
what I was
much
saying. Oh my
because
God.
He makes himself into a villain every time you
Every
sit
time.
across the table from him.
Every time.
He'll drop with a full grip and he'll look at you and go, you better kill me right now. You're just like, can you just take a chill pill here, man? We're playing cards, we're having fun.
Yeah.
No, he's so fun to watch lose.
Okay, well, you know, we're going to be completely unbiased. We'll see what the matchup's like. If it's another Bravo, you know, maybe we'll have to keep it up. But, you know, 2-0 Teklovossen, you know, people want to see. Even at Worlds, they had to show that. I think 3-0 Teklovossen on the stream. So we're probably going to go ahead and take a quick break here as we sort up our next game. It's going to be round 3 here of the first 2024 Arcane Games and Events Open Series. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the AGE Open January edition. My name is Sam.
My name is Bryce Platts.
This is Bryce Platts, and we got a game for you. Walk me through the game we're about to see, Bryce.
Oh, the game we're about to see is going to be one of a lot of sorrows, I think, and a lot of intense high damage output because we have a newcomer to the meta, Dash.io, who can put up some massive numbers if they are allowed to go wide and if the stars align with what is on top of their deck. In the other corner, we have a probably fan favorite now, Bravo Showstopper, who is, like the game we just saw, going to try to put down some massive attacks that make it so Dash.io can't do anything.
Yep.
So it's going to be, I think, one or the other, or it's going to be an incredibly grindy game if neither player can get their footing.
Yeah, Bravo, the top dog of the meta here at the AGE Open. So we've seen some individuals try to take down the king so far. This is Trent Smith on Bravo Showstopper, and in the other corner, Tyler Horspool, the villain of AGE, calling champion, one of the meanest guys you'll ever meet. You can see him there in just that incredibly aggressive fit he's got going on. Look, that feather boa, it just screams malice. Those sequin glasses means that he can see through the tears of his enemies, and that cowboy hat, I'm sure that means he's ready to ride off into the sunset off the bones of his victories.
He just makes me sick, Sam.
Yeah, me too. What a mean guy who couldn't actually be nicer, but
I can't keep up the facade anymore. I love Tyler Horspool.
no, but he's the villain. He wants to be the actively wants to be the villain. Yeah.
Don't like you, Tyler.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Macho Man, more like Nacho Man. Get out of here, man.
Come on. All right, well, we got Tyler Horspool on Dash.io versus Trent Smith, who is my first event I ever played in Flesh and
No
Blood
way.
was a Pro Quest. I played into him on Bravo, and he smacked the crap out of me,
bet he
man.
did.
He was so very nice about it, but boy, did he mess me up. This dude has been playing Bravo since the beginning of his playing career, I am pretty sure. And Tyler, we know him as a calling champ on Prism, of course, the Calling Las Vegas, which I think was the first competitive event I ever watched in this game. And now picking up Dash.io here, this is going to be a good one.
It's going to be very good, and it's going to be very interesting because Tyler Horspool, a player that is not really a specialist in this game, he's more of a specialist of pretty much any class he picks up. He's incredibly good at playing both sides of this game, either super control-y or really high-rolly aggro, like what he showed us last season with his chops on Briar. He put together some disgusting turns on Briar during last season's AGE.
Looking, I saw Tyler there checking out the Bastion, I believe, of Duty there. That is a card. It's just 2 block with Temper that can protect another hero. So just pretty similar to the Steel Blade Blocker, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and start off with a Debilitate with the Bravo activation on top of it. So this is going to have Dominate. It's going to be coming in, I believe, for 8. Going to threaten -2 to the next attack. Tyler looked like he just went ahead and arsenaled on his turn. Going to go ahead and every time he can check the top of the deck, but now he's got to go ahead and face down his first dominated attack of the game.
And honestly, probably not the worst dominated attack he could be facing down. It's much less scary than a Spinal Crush. That being said, Debilitate does kind of hamper Tyler's turns. Like, for example, if he's thinking about coming in with a 0 to 60 at the start of his turn, normally 4 damage go again, instead 2 damage go again. Easy 1-card block for Trent.
Yeah.
Not as bad as it could be, though.
100%. And look at this. I mean, off the top of the deck, the Dash.io here, going to go ahead and grab, I believe that is a mini force field. So that's a way to go ahead and help with some of that dominated damage thanks to the Dash.io ability. Not only do we get a way to block some of that damage, but we also get to load up the Symbiosis shot. So looks like perhaps the Throttle going to be committed to the block here. Perhaps that mini force field going to help as well. Looks like just 1 damage, I think, is going to come across thanks to that mini force field. So nice top of the deck cooperating early for Tyler Horspool.
Absolutely, and showcasing one of the really, really special things about Dash.io, even though she's a quintessential aggro deck that goes wide, hits massive turns, she can also defend so cleanly. Another example of this is Dissolving Shield off the top into really difficult control decks like Azuri, right? You just take a counter off that, block one of those Spider's Bites.
First real turn here for Tyler, going to come ahead in with a Pulse Wave Harpoon, so the effect, not going to be super relevant here. technically, I believe, could reveal a card because he's. Oh no, he didn't
He's
even
not
boost this
boosting,
turn.
no.
Yeah, so it's just going to be a 1-for-4, putting a BIOS update to the bottom. Trent still sitting on a comfortable 40, and that sync below from Arsenal is going to go ahead and shore up all the damage. No sync for Trent here, so Tyler going to go ahead and play a little bit more of a patient game to start, as Trent's going to be coming back, still at 40 life. Tunic goes to 2 with a full 4-card hand, and it's just going to be a Spinal Crust pitching 2 blues into it, 1 floating here. Tunic at 2, so not threatening the pummel yet, but this is just 9 damage and a big old crush.
This is not what you want to see when you're playing an aggro deck, right? Because it removes Go Again from all of your cards, makes it so doesn't matter if you have the God Hand of the Century, you can't play out all those cards, so you better commit them to blocking here, which furthers Trent's plan to potentially fatigue Tyler out as he boosts cards off the top of his deck.
2 cards being committed to the block here. 3 damage going to come across. Tyler happily not taking too much damage yet. Looks like maybe have a couple items in hand there for Tyler, as this Dash IO is going to go ahead and now play out that backup protocol blue. Looks like we are cranking, and yeah, there is that dissolving shield that you were mentioning earlier. So 2 items in the hand here for Tyler. So we're going to crank the 1, let the other one sit on those full 3 steam counters, get 2 more steam counters on our Symbiosis shot, draw back up, and now it's time for a Tear Asunder into, let's see if there's a Guardian attack that follows this up, because we don't even have to necessarily use the hammer. Yeah, with the Tunic counter and the blue, this is going to be a huge not choke slam.
I think it was a choke slam.
Choke slam?
Yeah.
That's coming in for 9 with Dominate, whatever it is, and threatening not only whatever that crush is, discard 2 on hit, so not what you want to see if you're Tyler. Perhaps that Dissolving Shield might go a long way, though, on this turn.
It really will, and this is probably a moment where Tyler's going to want to commit some equipment here, because critically, Tear Asunder says, if this touches you at all, discard 2 cards. And so you really don't want to lose really expensive cards like the Twin Drive in Tyler Horspool's hand. So if I had to guess, we're going to see a 1-card block, 2 of our equipment, and then the Dissolving Shield to cover up the rest.
Yeah, but you have to also think, if you're the Dash play here, really if you're facing down Bravo at all, when do you give that equipment? You only get it a couple times, maybe once or twice over the course of the game. The adaptive plating here could use it for that extra galvanized thanks to that backup protocol blue if you'd like, and it looks like we might be seeing that immediately be thrown onto the combat chain thanks to that backup protocol that Tyler did play last turn. Yes, you could grab another blue and technically go resource positive with it, but it looks like we're just going to commit it to the block value here. So 2 cards, or 1 card plus the equipment plus the Dissolving Shield here. So that's a really nice way that Tyler has navigated that pretty tricky block.
Yeah, absolutely. And my mistake, that was not a Twin Drive in hand. That was a High Octane. Also a very high value card for Dash, potentially even more so than the Twin Drive, depending on who you ask.
Tyler here sitting at 32, has leaked some damage, but has managed to navigate the first parts of this game without losing too much life. Going to go ahead and crank out perhaps another Dissolving Shield. Going to throw it back to hand first because we're going to come in with that 0 to 60 boost. Let's put a T-Bone into the Banish Zone here. This is going to be 4 with the Go Again. 3 shots left on that Symbiosis shot. Trent still hasn't taken a single point of damage. All of that armor sitting pretty, and that Fate Foreseen, I believe, just from hand, going to once again a perfect 1 card to stop the 4.
How weird is it that this is the first boost we've seen all game from Dash.io?
Well, I mean, you have to imagine that Dash is very aware that this game could go to fatigue, and if you are boosting recklessly, then you're going to end with no cards left in that deck. As we're seeing a bunch of items come out early for Tyler Horspool. That Symbiosis shot is going to keep ticking up for one of those high octane turns that you just kind of alluded to, as the Teklo core comes off the top and the Dissolving Shield comes down from hand on a big high octane turn. All of a sudden, that's 10 damage sitting on that Symbiosis shot. But first, I believe that's going to be just a big old cranial crush coming in for 8 from Trent. He is not letting off the gas.
And Cranial Crush is going to make it so if it crushes, Tyler will not be able to draw any cards on his turn, which can be problematic for Dash.io because she makes such good use of Toma Fiendal from Arsenal, correct? And that can really make her turns monstrous.
And for those of you that are wondering, as we waxed eloquently of the Teklovossen and Evan's plight, he did in fact pair into a Kano. So I asked him how he does into Kano. He says, "Well, I concede into Kano." So
it's a bold strategy.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We're going to see how that works out for him, but we're also going to not do that on the stream. So the Crown of Providence is going to go ahead and be committed to this block here, plus the Dissolving Shield. So that should be a total of 5 shored up, thanks to the 2 and the 3. So 3 damage coming across. Tyler going down 229. That crush not going to be relevant here, but that armor slowly being broken from the Dash.io player here. Let's see how this Teklo core is going to be able to hopefully allow Tyler to go on a little bit of the offensive here. 2 resources coming in off that Teklovossen card off the top of the deck. Looks like he's laughing slightly at it. I'm not sure if that's something you want to see if you're a Tyler Horspool fan. Let's see how he navigates the first part of this turn.
Absolutely. Wearing that Macho Man outfit, though, I think he would laugh at a lot of things, especially in the face of danger.
There
Twin
is going to
drive
be
out of
that
Arsenal.
twin drive coming out of the arsenal, so we're going to go ahead and boost twice. And those are 2 cards that are much more valuable when you play them than when they head to the banish zone. But here's the thing.
That's probably why he was laughing.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're playing this dash deck, you have to be a bit of a goldfish. You just got to like not care about what hits the banish zone at any point. This twin drive going to go ahead and get 1 card and that armor block out of Trent. So once again, fully blocked out, still sitting pretty at that 40 life.
1 less Spinal Crush to deal with, so that's cool. That's 2 out of Trent's deck. Hopefully he doesn't find the 3rd on the next turn. It's so scary facing down Bravos at any point in the game, right? You just, as the aggro player, you feel like you have to keep your foot on the pedal, like from the first turn of the game till the end, because not only is Trent sitting at 40 life, finally using equipment blocks, he has his equipment suite, right? So he's effectively sitting at like 50 life.
Now, here's the thing. T-Bone, such a good card into these Bravo decks because their equipment is so valuable. This fridge they have is so important. But here, Trent sniffing something out with that twin drive, saying, you just boosted twice in a matchup that could go to fatigue. This T-Bone going to go ahead and come in and take a piece of armor. I'm going to give you the Crown of Providence because I think I might have to be blocking quite a bit on this turn. So using the Crown of Providence effect to take the arsenal, put it to the bottom of the deck, draw another card to block with. Trent really not, has been on the aggressive, on the front foot for the first part of this game, but seeing what's happening on this turn, this is going to be a spark of genius, grabbing that backup protocol red because it's cranked, 1 action point gained, going to be able to continue the turn. So Trent here able to see a little bit of what Tyler's cooking up on this turn and really realizing if I'm going to use that, if I'm going to have to give something to the T-Bone, I want to make sure I am blocking as much as I can on this turn.
And Tyler kind of showing us a little bit of insight about his blocks on the previous turn, right? If you remember, the Cranial Crush was coming in, which if it crushed, would have prevented Tyler from drawing any cards. Tyler plays a Spark of Genius on this turn, which draws him a card because he has boosted this turn after gaining his action point from getting the backup protocol red. Tyler has stacked up 6 tokens onto his Symbiosis shot, so he's gonna have to start firing it soon, or he's gonna start losing value as more items come down.
Absolutely, and here's a big old maximum velocity. This is coming in for 10, so Tyler just utilizing the Teklo Foundry Heart to get the resources necessary, but because Trent utilized the Crown of Providence in that way, has plenty of cards to work with to block, so 3 cards being committed. Trent, at the end of this big turn, only down to 38, but we have lost the Crown of Providence for our troubles if we are the Bravo player here, and like you alluded to, Tyler is pretty set up now with all of those counters on the pistol, backup protocol red, ready to tick down and leave the arena at the start of the turn, but that Teklovossen as well going to give 2 resources to start off what is sure to be another big turn.
Absolutely, and Trent kind of showing his hand to be pretty bricky, right? We saw two crippling crushes and then another red attack, which is not going to get you anywhere as Bravo, right? So even though he's not so happy that he wasn't able to filter into something better, that's probably a hand that he was willing to completely block out with anyway.
Yeah, and at the end of the turn there, before Trent even arsenals, it looks as though that backup protocol is going to go ahead and be cashed in. We're going to turn a blue from our hand into whatever red card we want, and I think it might have been that maximum velocity that we just grabbed right off the top. So Trent, hubba. He's buckling up for what's going to be another big turn. Thanks once again to that Teklovossen. This is going to be a zipper hit. It's time to boost BIOS update, headed to the banish zone. So this is 5 damage. Let's see how Trent wants to start to do some blocking.
Yeah, and finally seeing a lot of blocking out of a hero that really does a lot of blocking normally. But up until this point, we've kind of seen Tyler on the back foot, kind of doing a bit of a role reversal, I think. But at least he was able to find really critical items to do so in that mini force field and the dissolving shield. Now we get to see him do what Dash.io loves to do.
Yeah, get an item off the top. This one's not going to give us an action point, but also not going to take our precious action point if we're the dash player here. But as you said on the last turn, unfortunately, because we're at the 6 pistol shots here, not able to get full value out of playing off the top of the deck or playing an item at all, as this Dash.io deck is wont to do. So we're going to go ahead and play a BIOS update from the arsenal. This is going to be a dive through data. I believe on Hipped we're going to opt. And so because of the BIOS update, that backup protocol is going to come in. It's not going to require, we're going to crank it to get another action point. So now all of a sudden, Tyler's beginning to cook.
Let's go, Tyler. Love to see you cook.
I don't know if I've actually ever seen a BIOS update hit an item, ever.
I don't think
I actually don't know if I
now
have.
that you mention it. It's so funny. It's one of those cards that you know so well, but when you think back on it, you're like, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that proc.
So not going to get the on-hit effect of the opt here. It looks as though we're going to come in for the 2 with the Symbiosis shot, utilizing some of our extra action points, and then go ahead. Now we've used those 2 counters. Trent has taken a bunch of damage, gone down to 32, and that maximum velocity is ready for another big turn. The fact of these backup protocols, able to keep these dash decks from just running through all of their big red threats, so important when you're facing down a deck like Bravo.
Oh my goodness. And look at what Tyler's just drawn up into. He's got a mini force field with a high octane. It looks like he's a full red hand. This could be quite the brick, honestly, depending. And we've also got a debilitate coming down, so it's going to hamper his next turn anyway. That being said, unless he's got a blue, which I don't feel like I'm seeing, that high octane might need to be saved for later.
This is also a super indicative turn when you look at the way Bravo decks have changed over the last 2 months, because Trent hasn't been having to pitch into that tectonic plating like these decks normally are running. The Tunic is able to let them run all these big 4-for-8s that they just let the Tunic counter build up. Last turn he had to block, the turn before this he had to block that huge maximum velocity turn, so he wasn't most likely going to be able to pitch into the tectonic plating if he wanted to keep an arsenal, but because of the Tunic that these Bravo decks are now playing, they let it build up to 3, and all of a sudden a 1-card hand after blocking out a big old Tyler Horspool -IO Teklovossen turn turns into just a 4-for-8 from the, or a 1-card 8 from the arsenal thanks to that Tunic. So we're really seeing the change in philosophy play out in real time.
And this is such a beautiful thing to see because of our last match with Marcus Brown. Marcus showcasing the old style of Bravo, where you rock tectonic plating, you come in with an Othos for 6. Trent showcasing the complete opposite, or the Michael Hamilton kind of super efficient 4-cost attack approach to this deck. Kind of seeing both play styles back to back.
Absolutely, and now we're going to go ahead and grab a Boom Grenade off the top, keeping the Steam counter on. No action points going to matter on Trent's turn. So Tyler here going to go ahead and put another counter back on the Symbiosis shot. He's sitting at 29, had, quote-unquote, I would say, stabilized a little bit. Hasn't taken damage in a couple turns, but is now facing down this big old 8 spot, and yet these high octanes that he's found, he's had to commit to defense, and with a maximum velocity in the arsenal and 5 counters on the Symbiosis shot, you have to imagine the high octanes is how he really sees some of the keys to his victory here. But if you just start taking these big old attacks, even when they're not dominated, pretty soon your life total is going to tick down to some dangerous territory. Gonna go ahead and pitch a couple more cards into the backup protocol blue. Like you said, a big old all red hand. Gonna go ahead and just grab a blue 3 block from the discard here, put it into the hand to block out the debilitate.
Pretty amazing, and it probably hurts so much for Tyler because he'd really rather just, okay, he's going to take the 8, so that means he's trying to find the blue to make this high octane turn mean something, right? Try to pressure a lot of damage with that Boom Grenade and make Trent block.
Yeah, that Boom Grenade, like you said, is a huge part of how this damage can get across. And with the high octane in hand, it's going to depend a lot on what is drawn. But the debilitate also going to mean that the first attack that comes out is going to have -2 here. So we have a blue to power up the turn. We have 2 resources. Going to go ahead and look at the top of the deck. It is a Teklovossen, so he's able to play that out thanks to the -IO ability. So it's going to come hugely down to what is on the top of the deck and drawn off of that high octane, which Tyler's going to be able to see. Is he even going to want to play it on the turn? But that maximum velocity in the arsenal can only be played if he boosts 2, 3 or more times in the turn. So Tyler in a bit of a tricky spot here, trying to make the most of the counters on the Symbiosis shot, the Boom Grenade that he's able to find off the top. This is the 3rd and final Teklovossen that is going to be played in this game more than likely. And thanks to that debilitate, this is going to be a not very powerful sipper hit. If this is all that's played off of the Teklovossen resources, this is, I believe, an attack for 1.
Yeah, not exactly what you want to see. When Trent goes to block it,
Thanks
though.
to the Boom Grenade, it's actually at least 3. It's a Boom Grenade would put 3 damage, so it's technically an attack for 1, but if it hits, it would be 4, so might as well commit the 3 block if you're the Trent.
Right, you are, Sam. Totally forgot about that item. Tyler, though, electing not to deploy the high octane, probably seeing the top card of its deck, and just knowing it's not going to be enough to punch through the defenses of the Bravo. And unless you're going to take all of their cards, you sometimes don't really want to take any of them, because the difference between a Bravo with a card in arsenal and 4 cards in hand and a Bravo with 4 cards in hand is not enough when you're on the aggro side of things.
Yeah, so now Tyler, because he was patient and just threw that, sad little zipper hit for one, Trent, unfortunately for the Bravo fans out there, was only able to throw that trusty hammer for four. A couple defense reactions left in the hand for Trent, one headed to the arsenal. So this has to be a big turn for Tyler here, or he is just going to keep bleeding damage and cards. But of course, Trent, if he was able to put a defense reaction in the arsenal there, that means it's going to be easy for him to go ahead and do some defense. That twin drive is going to come out first, though, so maybe that high octane still going to be saved for later, even though high octane twin drive seems to work quite nicely, especially when you're off Teklovossen resources.
Yeah, really interesting. I wonder if he just looked at the top card of his deck, knew he didn't want to draw it. I mean, it was 2 reds that went to the banish zone. Maybe he's just not confident that he has the resource curve to get through this turn. Oh, another maximum velocity in hand too.
Yeah, so the twin drive here now, like you said, he wanted to boost that card away and must now just be going ahead and going to grab whatever's next off the high octane. A fascinating sequencing here from Tyler that is certainly not like intuitive, I'd say, when you first pick up the deck.
No, definitely not. And Tyler showcasing why he's such a good player, right? Knowing that he needs that resource card to get through the rest of this turn. I think he elects to drop that. It looks like a blue 0 to 60. Yes. And that's probably going to be the difference between him deploying a maximum velocity and him not deploying a maximum velocity.
Yeah, and thanks to the high octane as well, going to be able to most likely put some symbiosis shot counters on the back of this as well. So even though the high octane could have represented a little more damage thanks to the symbiosis shot, we wanted to make sure we draw the blue to get those maximum velocities off. This could be pretty big.
Trent's got to have some massive D-reacts in order to get through this without taking any damage and triggering that boom grenade. Probably not going to happen this turn. I think we're going to see that thing pop.
Yeah, so 2 points of block from the Crater Fist and the Bastion there, plus that Fate for Seam from Arsenal that we were alluding to. Going to go ahead and looks like he's deciding on resolving the opt. If it's going to the top or the bottom, going to ship it to the bottom here, but that boom grenade threatening 3 damage if anything comes through. 3 action points remaining for Mr. Horspool here. The Teklo Foundry Heart plus that 1 resource does equal a maximum velocity. Is he able to shore up 10 points of damage? And if it's 2-3 blocks and a sink below, then he will be able to. We'll have to see, though, is that worth it thanks to the symbiosis shots that are coming in first. Looks like we're going to go ahead and send them all across.
This is really intelligent sequencing from Tyler because he's going to basically just chip away at Trent with this symbiosis shot, saying, like, give me some cards. Give me some cards. You might lose your opportunity, and if your turn isn't amazing, then you won't have used all of your cards efficiently. And then he's going to throw out the maximum velocity at the end of this chain, thereby threatening the boom grenade, and Trent will be very sad if he doesn't have enough to cover it up.
And look here, Tyler Horspool going to go ahead and blow the Achilles Accelerator just to get another action point here. Looks like we finally got up to those 2 resources necessary, and now it's time for the maximum velocity. Here is 10, but there's 3, 6, 10.
Oh, yep.
Which means all of the damage is covered up. Tyler Horspool not going to be able to get the value off of that boom grenade. A challenging series of draws here for Tyler. Did manage to get some damage across, but Trent's still sitting at 28.
Trent is just such a monster on this deck. He's been playing Bravo, I think, since he joined the game early on, possibly at Welcome to Wraith. And he's very active on Discord. We know him. We love him. And he's really good at his deck.
Absolutely. Now, here we go. Tyler Horspool, still plenty of time left in this game. He's not dead yet. Still got a bunch of cards left in the deck to work with, and this is the final turn of the Teklo core. We do want to go ahead and see if we can get that maximum velocity out if possible. It does look as though that Quicken token off of the Civic Steps didn't get created, but yeah, so we used the action point off the boots there just to make sure. But Civic Steps, a somewhat new card from the Tolarian Community College. Both players here maybe not having played against them as much, perhaps.
Yeah, really interesting to have kind of like a supplemental consumer end product actually have some relevance in CC, right? Both the Civic Steps and the Bastion of Duty being new cards from the Guardian that kind of wasn't supposed to influence competitive play too much, I don't think.
Yeah, and let's see, we do have another mini force field and a boom grenade. These are both going to go and come in. One with a crank, one with a no crank. We're just drawing up for Tyler here. So how is Trent going to be able to navigate a turn that he finally is able to put a little more offensive pressure on? This is going to be a disable. If it deals 4 more damage, it's going to put that card from the arsenal on the bottom of the deck.
And we, of course, know that card is another maximum velocity, another really useful tool in getting through Trent's defenses.
Thanks to the mini force field, we are going to go ahead and shore that up. Not going to have to worry about a crush. The boom grenade's going to tick down. That's a big way to get some damage across.
Looks like we have 2 0-60s, hopefully both of them red, and then a twin drive. So it's very likely that we see this maximum velocity deployed here.
All right, Tyler Horspool sitting at 15 to Trent Smith's 28 on the Bravo-IO, running through life and running through deck. This is the third and final twin drive. Going to go ahead and put 2 non-items into the banish zone here, which is a, yes, we're boosting, but we're also just digging for items and digging for action points, so it's fine. Time to go ahead and put the Civic Stacks in front. Let's see if they remember that quick in here.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's not super important for Dash.io to get Quicken tokens because all of her cards basically say go again. Wow, yeah.
This is huge. A boom grenade off the top, threatening more damage because only 2 blocks were presented with those Civic Steps. But the Oasis Respite from Arsenal going to go ahead and shore up the remaining damage from the twin drive. So even though Tyler was going to be able to cheat some of that damage across Trent, finding every defensive option in the bag there, looks like Tyler Horspool is going to have some trouble getting big damage across.
It's so disappointing sitting in the aggro player's seat. You're staring down a Bravo that has so much more life than you and so much more deck than you. And then you've got this good play coming through. You've got the combat trick, and then they just go, nah, I'm going to show you why I am still the premier defensive deck in this format.
Yep. Then the Tunic going to go ahead and be committed. It's gotten plenty of value in this game. That 4 for 8 off the 1 card hand, the Oasis Respite on the turn. Looks like it's going to be important to try to stop the boom grenades from going off, but here is a maximum velocity. Do we have a way to shore it up is the question.
Trent's sitting with a staunch response in hand. Can't tell what color it is. It's a red. Oh my gosh.
Can just go ahead and cover it all up, so neither of those boom grenades going to go ahead and trigger here. So Trent just holding down the fort. Tyler can only do, all he can do is laugh as he has tried desperately to string together what are some really powerful and well-sequenced turns, but Trent has just had every single answer. The Tunic counter into the Oasis Respite on that turn, the staunch response from hand. It's tough day. It's a tough day to be the villain.
Yeah, I hear that. I am honestly feeling a little bit sorry for Tyler because I've been in this situation so many times, even against Trent, if I'm not mistaken. You're standing in front of a wall and you're punching the wall over and over again, and your knuckles are getting bloody, and there's just not much left in your spirit. And deploying a fuel injector? Interesting. I'm sorry. I don't think I've seen that card in constructed play yet.
Draft?
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
Since I threw my last couple copies into the trash can. Sorry, Dash.io players, if I'm mistaken, and this is actually a really good card.
There's a reason he's playing it.
Yeah, 100%.
He's one of calling, and we're sitting in a booth. But but that is an odd card. This is going to be a Spinal Crush. It's going to be coming in 4-9, and once again threatening to turn off the go again on Tyler's cards. Yes, you can get more action points thanks to playing cards off the top of the deck, but this is once again now just threatening over half of Tyler's life total here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's so interesting because Trent has had so many of the defensive pieces that he's needed on every one of these big maximum velocity, high octane turns, but he's also kind of had the pieces he needed right when Tyler has to take his foot off the gas, right? Like we've seen these Spinal Crushes deploy, one of them was blocked with, but we've seen 2 of them deployed at the perfect opportunity when Tyler can't really do anything about it, and now he has no equipment to cover it up.
Yep, and this is going to be a backup protocol blue off the top of the deck here. Going to load up the Symbiosis shot. Tyler, once again, just going to go ahead and check. Why not? And now, because we grabbed it off the top of the deck, we can just go ahead and grab another blue block 3 from the deck if we're trying to block, or just a blue card for our next hand, even though the Spinal Crush is going to threaten, again, over half the life total. So you have to imagine Tyler's not only thinking about how he's trying to get Trent down from that comfortable 26 he's sitting at, but also how he's going to try to stay alive as 2-3 blocks going to be committed, 3 damage still leaking across. Turns out these Guardian attacks still hit for big numbers.
They sure do. And once you get into, this is exactly what a Guardian wants to be doing, right? Keep their life total high, block out really efficiently, and send massive attacks whenever you can, because the aggro player, especially at the beginning of the game, is going to go, it's just damage. I need to use my life total as a resource. I need to take damage when I can and put together big turns. Now we're in a situation where Tyler is actually potentially going to die, and Trent can keep doing his game plan.
Yeah, this is going to be that zipper hit coming across, getting blocked out by 2-3 blocks there, but the Symbiosis Shot can negate 2 more damage down from Trent, going down from 26 to 24, just the Titan's Fist, as a beautiful extended art Thunderquake sits in the pitch zone. Titan's Fist coming in for 4. Again, that's a good chunk of Tyler's life at this point in the game. How is he going to be able to try to string together the turns? He's worked through so many defense reactions. He's worked through all of Bravo's armor here. Tyler going to go ahead and take 4. At this point, all you can do is use your life as a resource and attempt to finish this game with one final big swing.
And
It's possible in this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, though, Trent takes out a significant portion of Tyler's life total and plops a Sink Below into Arsenal.
Tough.
Just ready to soak up some more damage.
Tough. There's going to be a dive through data. It's going to eat that Sink Below, meet it for breakfast, have a nice brunch, and go home together. This is going to go ahead and allow for Trent to filter the hand here. No opt going to be represented from the on-hit effect.
That was a lovely story. I kind of got lost in that romantic. Sorry, excuse me. Backup protocol coming down from the top of the deck.
Going to go ahead and give another action point if we don't crank, but we're going to keep the Steam counter on. We're going to take that Steam counter right off and turn it into an action point, which means we're going to be able to fire that pistol, which is once again gone back up to 6 shots. And while Tyler has been able to have a couple turns where he shoots it for 2 or 3 times, hasn't ever been able to truly just unload the clip, which is how you get those huge swings of damage across.
Exactly, right? Because blocking with cards on that Symbiosis shot is generally not efficient, right? Because it's costing Tyler 0 resources to fire it, and it's costing Trench a quarter of his turn, basically, to block it out. So that's the instance. It's not the massive attacks that Tyler is sending that are going to leak the most damage. It's these tiny little chips against a Bravo that just aren't efficient to block.
Yeah, and that's Starstruck going to go ahead and create a Seismic Surge thanks to that Unity keyword that was brought in Dusk Till Dawn. And once again, we're going to be able, thanks to the Seismic Surge here, to go ahead and just throw another 2 card pitched, 8 damage debilitate. I mean, that's just incredibly fortunate here for Trent that he was able to find that Seismic Surge and threaten truly lethal damage. Tyler would have to just, if he wants to keep all his cards, has to put just the Teklo Foundry Heart, but then once again, you're debilitated here. This is tough to see if you're a mechanologist player.
Trent showcasing the hyper efficiency of this Bravo list, right? Normally, this is a play that is only doable on turns where you have your Tunic counter up, right? But he has long since blocked with it. Basically blocked like 7 damage with his Tunic, right? Because he had 2 boom grenades out on the board when he did it, and now he creates the Seismic Surge, sends a 2-card 8 at Tyler after he has already blocked with 3 other cards, right? That is massive numbers from that full grip.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and activate the fuel injector here, put it on the bottom, grab a resource, and perhaps pitch a second into the backup protocol red, grab another 3 block. Again, Tyler utilizing every single tool at his disposal to put a couple blocks in front of this, take another no block out of the hand in the boom grenade, turn that plus that fuel injector into another card thanks to the backup protocol. He's a good player, man. We're watching him do some really tricky lines, find some very powerful combos, and put together some good turns, but Trent has just been able to hold down the fort at each and every turn and is now, unfortunately, again, for the Dash fans out there, able to pressure the life total very effectively, given that Tyler's sitting at 6.
Yeah, this is possibly the death throes right here. Finding is, I believe this is the first red boom grenade we've seen, right? Maybe earlier on in the game, but I think we've seen a lot of yellows up until this point. And obviously, you just want more efficiency. Sometimes in Flesh and Blood, the colors of the cards don't line up the way they need to, and it bites you.
Yeah, this is just a Thunderquake. This is coming in for, once again, a huge number. I think it's for 10, right? Yeah, coming in for 10. That Dissolving Shield going to go ahead and help out, but Tyler here is being stuck with a number of items in hand the last couple turns. Just had to utilize every trick up his sleeve to stay alive. Does have that boom grenade hanging out for the next turn, but is he going to be able to keep any cards in hand, enough cards in hand to even threaten enough damage with that boom grenade as Trent sitting at so much life and so many cards in deck?
And it's so important as omniscient spectators here that we watch the setup here, because Trent not only is sending 10 damage here, he is gripping itchingly excited to play a crippling crush that he's going to slam down into Arsenal. he's I'm sure envisioning the final moments of this game. When Trent talks about why he loves playing Guardian, he always talks about pitch stacking really powerful turns, just biding your time, waiting for the moment when you just absolutely crush your opponent into the dust. And he's showcasing why he loves it so much right here.
For the second time this game, we're unfortunately just seeing the turn begin with the Pulse Wave Harpoon. Going to go ahead and reveal the one card thanks to the effect, because we did boost on the turn just to keep going. And again, this does threaten the Boom Grenade, so unless we have another defense reaction in the hand or in the arsenal here, even though you talked about the Crippling Crush, so not able to defend with that this turn from the arsenal, so this does represent a breakpoint. But Trent here saying, listen, I can take your 8 damage, I can take your 2 damage thanks to the Symbiosis shot. I've built up enough life, I've built up enough resource, and I set up this big turn to go ahead. It's trying to dominate a card thanks to Bravo, Showstopper. This is a Crippling Crush. It's coming in 4-11 with Dominate. How is Tyler going to be able to try to stay alive here? The answer is he can't. He's going to take that huge hit. This is the signature move. This is the wrestling showdown as Trent Smith on Bravo, Showstopper going to go ahead and take down Tyler Horspool on Dash.io, and Trent moves on to 3-0.
Yeah, and Trent showcasing exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? Why you keep, as the Bravo player, this massive cushion of life, right? Because you get to a certain point in the game where you've chipped down your opponent over and over and over again. And you've given them so many cards to where you can just go, what do you got, Tyler Horspool? You got 8 damage? Yeah, send it my way, and I will send a Dominating Crippling Crush at you and close it out. Goodbye.
Goodbye and good luck to Trent as he moves on to 3-0, and good luck as well to Mr. Tyler Horspool as he is still very much alive.
Wait, bad luck to him, right? He's the villain.
He's the villain. He's the villain. He's super mean. He's a bad guy.
I mean, you saw that Fruity Pebbles boa, right?
I did.
You don't wear that unless you were an evil person.
Unless you're. What do you think this says about me then, bro?
I'd rather not say on camera.
Okay, that's fair. No, that's fair.
I will admit I like it a lot.
Well, it is actually thank you to Mr. Josh Myers, friend of
Josh
AGA,
Myers, friend of the show, yes.
Huge friend of the show, patron saint of AGE, a huge reason why any of these broadcasts exist. One of the first times I ever went to a Flesh and Blood event ever, he literally just like wouldn't stop giving me cool cards because he wanted me to play the game, and I was like, no, dude, I'm in. I like it. He's like, nah. Take this Vi.
This community is so good, man.
I like it. And he gifted me this beautiful jacket because he said, if I'm doing the casting, this is from his Hearthstone days, he said.
No way.
He was involved in the Hearthstone scene quite a bit, which is a game that I loved very much. So big shout out. Had to represent.
Absolutely.
But talk about representing. Trent representing the Bravo community there. That is like a stalwart defender of the hero. I know there are specialists in Flesh and Blood. I know there are people that really just play the one hero on the one time, but Trent is like, not just Trent, Bravo players in particular, man. It feels like they are just like, this is what we do. Mm-hmm. This is who we are. What do you want? All I know is the biggest of bonks. And Trent there really showing that even with the power of some of these new heroes like Dash.io, unless you have a way to get through the defenses of the Guardian decks, these Bravo players, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's also why heavy hitters is going to be so interesting, right? Because I totally agree with you that Bravo players are very entrenched in their hero. I mean, Guardian in general, right? Like, yes, Oldham siphoned off some of them, but with 2 new Guardians coming in, it is really interesting to me to see how many showstoppers are going to leave the fold, as it were, and try out Betsy or Victor Goldmane.
I'm curious about both of those Guardians. I'm curious about if Victor, how many Clash cards are we going to see?
Yeah.
That feels like a pretty limited mechanic, but like if it's really good, all of a sudden, how much gold payoff are we going to see? How much gold creation? How much can we draw cards? Because Victor Goldmane looks like such a POS, but boy, I want to try that deck.
He does, right? I don't think there's any world where I could sit with him in my hero box, right? It just feels wrong.
It seems kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. But Betsy, I mean, the overpower and kind of pseudo like Bravo ability with the being able to pay 2 and give the overpower again. Like there are 2 new Guardians coming into the fold, and we got a Guardian out there that is just wrecking through the field. One of the top most represented decks here at the Open and doing quite well. So I'm taking a deep breath. I was excited by those boom grenades. I was excited by this maximum velocity.
Me too.
And my excitement went nowhere.
This is now the second really, really high tier player that we've seen fall to people that are more part of the local scene, right? Not necessarily calling winners, not Pro Tour participants all the time. I mean, Trent, for example, was a judge at Nationals. But showcasing how powerful some of our original Welcome to Wraith heroes are, right?
Yeah.
They're here. They're not going anywhere.
Absolutely, and when you stick to a deck and when you stick to a hero, you get rewarded even when you face down titans of the game like Mr. Iaali and Mr. Tyler Horspool and all the titans that are out there in the LA scene. It's just a room full of killers, folks. We're going to go ahead and take a short break here, and then when we come back, we're going to check in with some of our favorite players, check in with some of our favorite matches, and have some more incredible games of Flesh and Blood coming up soon. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a sec.
Hello, welcome back. It is I, the Honigman with the Blickmeyer, and we are here for a special segment. You know it, you love it. It's Barraging Blake. Let's make Blake mad and see what happens.
Great.
Poke-
I'm already happy today, so there's no way you could make me mad no matter what you show up.
Let's poke
It's not going to mess with me at all.
So did we have fun is always the question. So far, having a pretty fun day.
So fun.
I know perhaps there was a miss trigger in the last round, but you know what? We're still having fun out here.
I just mistriggered in the bathroom, so we're fine. What? You can't say that on TV? Just kidding. We're on YouTube, and nothing matters. This is a weird meta. Nothing matters. We're just going to see what happens on
That's
Barrage.
not what that means. But let's see what happens. Blake, get ready. It's your favorite. It's your new brute hero, Reinar Rex.
Finally, a new brood hero.
Look how cool he looks, though. He's looking back at you like, hey, babe.
You know what I am always most afraid of villains when I see them in media is their back. Some of the most menacing pictures of all time throughout all kinds of arts is the back of things.
Like?
Reinar's back. Get it? Reinar's back. That's why they did this art. I think this is just a spot for me to say some peace. And there's no negativity about this. There is only disappointment of I am looking for
dad
other
move.
ways to play my brutes. I'm looking for other ways to play my brute cards, my brute equipment. I've been doing stuff with my brute stuff since September 2022 when I first opened a Tunic. I was very excited that I could start playing brute. That's Reinar.
Okay.
2021. What am I talking about? 2021 September. I'm excited. I have a club. I have claws. Oh, claws are a little different. The Crucible cards are coming out. I got Beast Within finally. This is very exciting. I've learned all this stuff. I'm excited to new avenues, new weapons, new heroes. Like, what can I do with these cards to make, maybe they're not the worst card pool in the game. I can figure out some stuff to do with new heroes and new weapons.
I have a great idea.
And now there's not a new hero.
What if we rolled more dice?
Done that. I'm not good at that. That is not where I'm going to succeed. And so I think it's a thing where, why are you disappointed?
Why are you disappointed?
This hero being in this thing is so good for you because now they can print Rhinar support. And it's just something, I don't accept that argument because there's an Azalea specialization in heavy hitters. There were specializations in bright lights. Rhinar, the Reckless Rampage, could have been Grok, the Earthshaker, and Rhinar could still get both beat chest cards in the background and then print a specialization for Rhinar as an effective slot card in this set. I've already played him in Limited with Welcome to Wraith because I've been around for 3 years. And if you're going to do the thought process of, some of these people have never played Rhinar in Limited before, and this is for them. It's like,
Is it though?
like how many times do we have, like, Monarch, oh, some people didn't get to play that. Everyone's going to get to play Monarch. And it's like, that's really cool for about a month. And then people are going to go, damn, Intimidate isn't very consistent and Limited, but it is kind of busted. And people who are going to do that are going to be beating us. So I just want new cards. Show No Mercy, I don't know if it's coming up in the next slide, but Show No Mercy is a card that, man, that really does look like the best Majestic from an intro product. Not the best Majestic from a new set that's going to be powerful. So I would have loved to get Show No Mercy in the Rhinar to Dorinthia box. I would have loved playing that card for the last year and a half. Glistening Steelblade, Show No Mercy. It teaches the new, where are my hands going? It teaches the new players how to play both, get cards out of my opponent's hand, but also, and it has cool interactions for new players to learn, and it feels like a pretty powerful card, and could have been different than Alpha Rampage. And Chief Brookatan could have said on his thing, go grab Show No Mercy, and it would have been an interesting, cool thing. I know there's probably some person who's in New Zealand right now is like, we didn't make that card until 2 months ago. Like, how could that have made it into... Well, it's like, I would love that to be the other thing, if there's a demi hero of Rhinar coming in 2 weeks, show that as the preview. And nobody's negativity, nobody's angry. Or hey guys, here's Caisse at Worlds, and then have her be back-to-back where Rhinar is there too. And then it's like, I know that Rhinar's coming. I'm not excited for a brand new hero that's coming out on this podcast, and then it's Rhinar.
Well, there you have it. Rhinar's going to be pretty good.
Great.
What's next? Oh, look at this. Blake, you're a podcaster now? Look at you
So,
podcasting.
2023 was a very bad year for everyone. So basically, we're looking for new avenues to make $14 every other week, okay? Mm-hmm. And the easiest way to make $14 to buy 1.5 sandwiches in Los Angeles is to join whatever podcast people have. And there's a Survivor podcast where I have watched Survivor twice as long, or 7 times as long as I've played Rhinar, like since I've been in 4th grade. So every opinion I have about Flesh and Blood, multiply it by 3.5, and you have my opinions on Survivor. It's why I moved out to Los Angeles to become a professional in the entertainment industry. And maybe if I can talk with my friends and you record it and people buy it, you can buy a sandwich now. Like, I'm going to start trying to be a trivia show host on Tuesday. I don't want to sell the cold foil, what's her name? Cold foil Icelander, you know? But like, these bills are coming. 2024 is kicking ass, okay?
Those are overdue.
If
I hate
come to break my legs because they need the water bill or something.
It looks like they came for your knee already.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I hate to break it to you, Blake, but podcasts are generally free.
Well,
Given
I'm
out.
going to join the
Just give it out
Attack
for
Action
free.
podcast, and they said they're going to pay me $300 a month. So that's a good start, you know?
That sounds pretty generous, you know? Everyone should support those guys so we can afford Blake.
I don't know if it's like, of course, every time I go, I would never do this. Will put me in a freaking box like a mouse, and where's the cheese? And I'm going to flip right back and be hypocritical,
Look,
you know?
just because you don't listen to podcasts doesn't mean you can't go be good on a podcast. You like Survivor.
Right.
You're very knowledgeable and inside the reality television industry. You can talk about topics you like endlessly. You're going to be a great podcaster. What's the name of this podcast?
The Survivor Specialists.
That's what it's called?
Yeah, I think they shortened it to the Specialist if you go search it, but I like
It's not the best name, but it
yeah,
sounds great,
we're trying.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't listen to I don't watch Survivor, but
You don't do podcasts?
no, I don't.
Damn. You
Just-
know how I feel then.
Just daily.
Okay.
Let's go. New players versus Blake. I don't know what is this about. You got to think about new players. Or is this because every new player asks you to build their entire deck and then you give them their entire deck? Is this what this is about?
I
don't know.
don't like this picture for this thing. Like these new players are caressing my jowl or whatever and then stabbing me with an axe as soon as I dance with them.
Are you the guy on the right?
Of
then?
course I'm the guy on the right. I'm 400 pounds. So basically,
I get it. The weapon in their hand is the deck you built for them,
Yeah.
and they're about to crucify with you.
So here's what's happening. So I am. You only know me from Twitter, or maybe you watch this, and that's why you're watching this now. But like, I'm an angry person on the internet. But in person, I'm a great person who goes, "Come over here, random magic person. Come over here, random person that walked into this card game. Oh, Flesh and Blood is a fighting game. Have you ever played Street Fighter?" So what we're doing here, we go for what I really love about this game is you only really lose by 1 or 2. And I've said this spiel 500 times, and there's at least 7 people I've been, and let's be real, at least 20 people I've been the intro person of, here, grab this deck. So today, there's 3 people borrowing my cards. We joked about that. It's not a joke. It's like, hey, come do what you want to do and play, because if you don't have $700 to play, great. However, it's extremely backfiring when I say, I'm super excited to play this new Caisse list. I showed up on Tuesday with Arcane. I beat everyone. And then after, it was like, well, play me in this. And so there's one person out here. I don't know if they went 3-0. They went 2-0. He was like, let me see your deck list for your brand new spanking Caisse list. And I was like, okay, cool. Oh my God, he's walking in the background right there. That's Colin. He's 18. He's our version of Brody Spurlock, allegedly. He's eating chips and looking on. Anytime he's looking on, he's encyclopedia knowledging what's going on. It's really frustrating because I've been playing for 3 years, and this guy's been playing for a month and a half, and he's like blocking all of my Arachne stuff exactly and playing That's All You Got's into the Steel Blade shot and blocking my 9 damage already dead, and you're like, how are you blocking everything exactly? And I'm playing Fatigue Arachne after I just won the armory. I took a picture. We got some likes on Twitter for it. And then it was like, oh, play my deck. I changed it up a bit because I sent him my list of Caisse, and he built the counter list exactly to Caisse. Of I'm playing aggro Caisse, and I was like, oh, he wants to see like my version of it. Cool. He shows up with Pilgrimage. Not Dust Path, the other one. Nature's Path Pilgrimage. No one's played. That's a point. And then somebody was like, well, look at your card. You play Talisman of Recompense. 0.0 people play that too. It's like, shut up, Evan. This isn't you. I'm talking to this guy right now. And it was frustrating because I was like, here's my deck list. I didn't go, don't share this. But instead of copying my deck list, he just made the same hero, but put in That's All You Gots that completely gets you right in the... It's like, how is this a key that turns in exactly and puts me at a disadvantage every time? And he's like, you want to play? And I was like, great. And that hour was the worst hour of my life. But he's using cards that I'm letting him borrow. And you're just like, how am I building monsters that like, it's like I personally made Lego bricks for an hour and then set them in front of my door to walk out with barefoot.
Didn't you introduce Anthony Pham to this game?
I don't think
Did
so.
you let him borrow cards early on?
I think he's an Andrew. I was like, let's play some Reinar stuff maybe.
All right, so there you have it. You should always welcome new players and give them your cards, but then just watch out when they beat you with them.
Great.
Oh, look at that. PTLA. Well, what's that? It's going to be great. Like,
What?
It's the same
Is this
picture
a
of
sand
Blake.
sketch plan?
Same picture of Blake on everything.
Oh
that was
my
just
gosh.
paying dividends. I want to know what you saw.
Depends
when
on
you
if
saw
I
that.
talk to all these people after today. I may have a video. If unless we have some brand new player win this thing and it's a disaster. But Pro Tour Los Angeles is going to be in our backyard. We have everything you need to do. We'll tell you where to go. We'll say, why don't you go to this fabulous restaurant? We'll say, why don't you see this fabulous landmark? Something-
Like?
Radio City Music Hall. That's in New York. Shoot. Mount Rushmore. Oh, God. But it's our version of Radio City Music Hall, our version of Mount Rushmore. We'll tell you what they are. We'll tell you where to go. Be sure to park. You're going to maybe get a car. He said you should get a car. Parking costs money. What did you say into the microphone?
We have a video series coming out. Going to give you some great pointers on
There'll
where
be
to
stuff.
go in Los Angeles. We're talking food, we're talking entertainment, activities,
No
outdoors,
game stores
indoors.
anywhere close to this.
Well, they're all going to come to Odyssey, or they're going to come to right here to
Right.
Collector Legion.
I'll
It's not
even
that
drop
close to downtown, but it's close
Tony
enough.
from
You guys can come.
Fabrec's address, and you can go to his house.
We're not doxing people.
I mean, he just showed up to the chat. Might as well just let him know that that's on the
Yeah,
list.
he'll invite you.
Beautiful view.
So be on the lookout. Subscribe to the channel. We'll have some videos coming out for what you can
We'll
do
help
when
you
you're out
have
here.
your job be beach
in
or
Los
job be
Angeles.
cards.
And then we can all argue about In-N-Out, their fries, and why the burgers are
And
so good.
all of this could be null and void if there's no good brew cards next week. You will never see me again.
That's true.
And that's a promise. That's me.
So if you don't see the video, it's because there's no good brew
Yeah.
cards or Blake got hit.
I'm
by
definitely waiting until after those brew cards show up or don't show up to put more effort into it, for sure.
Well, stay tuned, everybody. We'll see what happens next. We're going to go to a short break and be back
Yeah.
with round 4.
I do need a short break. That makes sense. That's Barraging Blake.
right, we are back. It is round
Somebody kicked that camera. We gotta go
4.
this way.
Yeah, scoot. We'll scoot and scoot. Round 4, we have an exciting game for everybody. I hope you're ready. It's Bravo versus Bravo. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. No, it's not. I just been told right now. We've got Azalea, Ace in the Hole versus...
Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn.
Here you go. We got some lurkers down here. Oh, I guess Azalea is no longer a lurker, but
Oh, she got out of there.
she won a calling. So this is going to be great. We got Zayne Johnson versus Joel Recinos. This is going to be... Hope this is an interesting game. You like Boltyn.
I love
Blake.
Boltyn.
You love Boltyn.
It's interesting only 2 people brought him today, and Azalea, only 3 people brought her. These are meta calls that have done really well in other areas, but not much interest in SoCal for some of these. We've had some really good Boltyn players in the past. Alan Chavrin put a full gallon of his life into Boltyn once.
Multiple ones.
But that's not what we're doing now. We need to change some health and stuff too. We're going to get that health fixed and the timer going. It's interesting. These guys are probably on the inside track of whoever wins this could top 8. Joel did win an armory on Thursday because he solved the Dromai matchup against one of the best Dromai players in our local area. So I'm excited to see if he plays another Dromai today and does do well there as well. Zayne is from where?
San Diego. Zayne
Whoa.
is a spectacular player, is on a team with Yukili Bender and some others. Very, very good players, played all around the world, multiple pro tours.
Stroopwafel.
Won a lot of things. He's got Stroopwafel.
That's Team Stroop.
Is that their team? Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
Stroopwafel team. Yeah, awesome. Zayne, just a great person all around. Friend of Attack Action Podcast, friend of AGE, friend of everybody that knows him. And, shout out to Joel. He's also a friend of all of us. And if you haven't checked out his podcast, Pitch It To Me podcast, it's actually really good. It's one of my, favorite newer Flesh and Blood podcasts. They do some fun card design mechanics stuff where they make up their own cards and talk about things they'd like to see in the game. And it's really fun. So check that out if you get a chance. He is also a lover of Boltyn. He's mainly a Levia and Boltyn player. So I was not surprised to see him here on Boltyn because I've heard Boltyn's got a little bit of a boost since Dusk Till Dawn.
He is putting his faith in the light or the dark, depending on what time he shows up.
He's got to cover your bases.
Yeah.
Got to have a plan B sometime.
The last time we saw Zayne, he was also playing Boltyn. So
Oh,
maybe
yeah, that's right.
Zayne knows the inner workings of this deck he's going to be against.
I think did he bring it to the last AGE Open?
Yeah,
and
Stubbed his toe on national TV.
He did
Didn't
stub
make
his
it into
toe
the
there.
end.
But both of them still have a shot to make top 8 today. There were quite a few Bravos in the top 8. There was also a bunch of Kanos. So we just decided rather than a game that's going to end in 15 minutes and then have a bunch of downtime on stream, we'd bring something a little bit more spicy to y'all. So hopefully you enjoy this match. I just played Azalea for the first time the other day.
How'd that go?
I lost, but I had a great time. It's just a fun deck. I think there's something about looking at cards, moving cards from the top of deck other places, and like cycling cards that I find very fun. I'm learning that that's a mechanic I like, so Azalea lets you do that a bunch of times.
Does it feel like you're going into a quiver or something every time you touch the top?
It kind of, all the stuff you have to do, it does kind of have that flow of emotion to it. I think the mechanical design of Ranger is one of their more like insightful designs in this game, just because it feels like you're pulling back and launching an arrow. It can also be the thing that kills you and ruins the game that you're trying to win, but that's what makes it fun too. So I understand the diehard Azalea fans out there. And look at Zayne just flashing out that fancy Azalea. What a baller.
What country is that from?
Who cares?
All right. Do you think we're going to see... No, it's Lumina. We got their... Not Lumina. What do we say? I always say the wrong thing. I love using that sword. Raiden never is in my mind, or Dustbane. It's Lumina in my mind of... Lumina for 3. That's just not what it is, though.
No, it is not. So, not sure. It looks like Joel might be going first here.
Just smart.
Jamaica asking what's been the most attended. This is the most attended AGE event outside of our Battle Hardens. So this is pretty big. We're still crammed in here pretty deep. The Magic the Gathering tournament's also going on. So here we go.
Beaming bravado.
Bolton's going to start boltoning.
That means whenever you let's go ahead and charge a yellow, and then it's going to get a buff. And because we charge a banneret,
Nice.
we're going to get a quicken token.
And we're going to block with 2 pumps.
The cool part about our friend Sir Boltyn Breaker Dawn's hero power is anytime you charge, anytime your opponent blocks with an attack action, it's going to buff your damage by 1, effectively making their attacks block for 1 less. That's fun.
That's fun. I think the bannerets were a really cool addition to Bolton's deck. It just seemed to kind of fulfill something that he was missing, allowing, giving a little bit more value to charging because it felt like very expensive mechanic to have to do all the time.
True. Because it's like your effective -1 for your cards, just so you can get some normal damage going.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is,
Not great.
not great.
We're death dealing. Pitch a card to upload a face arrow. What is it? Load up a face up arrow. I said those words backwards. Sleep dart, or is that the other one?
No, that's fatigue,
Fatigue
shot.
shot.
Yeah, so that one halves the damage of the first attack, I believe.
Which would stop
he-
Boltyn in his tracks, but he
But
doesn't like
He
that
doesn't
one.
do that. He's going to just shoot in that red in the ledger, dominated. Also going to put out that premeditate. So coming in for, 11.
Jeez.
Dominate.
Jeez.
This is why Azalea is fun.
But
But
if you know about Warrior
oh,
and
what do
Sir
you know?
Boltyn specifically,
Mm.
Joel has 3 Steelblade Shunt Reds. He has 3 Soul Shields. And 1 Fate for Saint. Okay, I was looking. So he has 7 options to find to put into his arsenal to be scared. Now it's down to 6. 6 cards that he could potentially put into arsenal. And oh no, there's some Fate for Saints. Wait, where's the Sink Below? Oh no.
He's got 3 sync belows.
Oh, there's 3 Sink Belows. Okay, so
One
we're up to
Fate for
10
Saint.
cards. Cool. So
Cool.
Joel, it's going to be a race to get a defense reaction into Arsenal every turn because I think he's going to just try to outlast Azalea today.
Ooh, and
There's
he
the
has
Soul
that soul
Shield.
shield.
What a great pickup.
That is not what you want to see when you're on
Yeah.
Azalea. Is the double defense reaction. It can be pretty tough. That and an unmovable really takes the wind out of your sails there.
And so because he took no damage, there's no effect from our favorite card, Red in the Ledger. And so it does make sense to use up this Quicken token this turn.
Yeah, and great card to use it on too. Snatch, go again. That's
If Snatch had Go again on
really
it,
wanna
it'd be
block
the
that.
best card in the game.
yeah, it definitely would. That's why it doesn't. So yeah, he's gonna let that hit because I've found that Azalea doesn't like to block that much either. It feels like you kind of want to just shove your damage down. But let's see, what does he got in hand? He's got another defense.
I think
reaction.
that's a Bolt of Courage, color to be determined, and then a defense reaction. So it's just a decision of do I want to throw damage to chip away or just put a card in arsenal and save this card for later, because having a starter is always good. It just kind of wasted the Quicken token there, but it's not really a waste if you're trying to outlast.
Survive. Death Dealer coming in. Just a fun thing where you get to load a card, pitch a card, and draw a card.
You could do everything.
That's why it's fun.
Whoa.
That's exactly why it's fun. So
Sleep
puts a
dart.
sleep dart in there, pitching the Boltyn shot. We'll see if he's got any pumps or go-agains in here. That is the difficult thing with Azalea. If you don't have the pumps, a lot of your arrows don't have go-again. So it can be a little dicey if you have too many cards in hand. But he does have Snapdragon Scalers. He's got that going for him.
What's the ratio of pumps to arrows for a successful deck? 50-50, or you kind of want some 66-37?
I don't know. The right amount is the right amount. He's going to Azalea. What's coming off the top?
Oh. How would he put an arrow in? Well, there's a couple ways. You could use your Bullseye Bracers once a game, or you could play a card that he does have in hand, Codex of something. And that's going to be Codex of, I'm just going to
Frailty.
guess Frailty, because that's the one that makes sense.
Yeah, it's the only codex he has.
And then he's going to have to discard his last card from the effect of Codex of Frailty.
But he'll be able to grab that red in the ledger from his graveyard, put it in Arsenal, fire this off. Was that a Rain Razors that he put?
It was.
So that's going to
It
come.
looks like it's a
plus
cold foil Rain
5.
Razors, even though that's never existed. So it's
So-
pretty cool to see that.
Coming in for 10. Not dominated this time because the Azalea trigger did not land an arrow in there, but still slinging big arrows as Azalea likes to do.
And anytime you're doing red in the ledger, I'm thinking you're like, it was a great turn.
Yeah, Red and Ledger always feels good. It is one of her best cards for sure. So when you're playing Boltyn, remind me again, because I don't pay attention to this. Is charge a May, or do you always have to charge as an additional cost?
Charge is a May.
Okay.
So he could have played that Bolt of Courage last turn for 2,
Mm-hmm.
but it just didn't really seem like it fit into the game plan, especially if there's the layer of if you get dominated, you can only block with 1. So I think a mindset would be like, what's the difference of Zayne being at 36 to 32, and then if Zayne whiffs a turn, you do have a what I call starter or enabler or charge card, whatever it is, charger, if you would like to be Los Angeles. So he's keeping that card from last time. That's the Bolt of Courage yellow, and he's going to charge card the Banneret of Courage, which will make a Courage token. They're looking for one. They've got one. But he's under red in the ledger.
Yeah, so you can only play or activate 1 action this turn. But that's a pretty good one. It helps him set up his next turn. You know, he charges his soul, which feels good. So, you know, not terrible given that he's got both the Frailty and the red in the ledger going on right here.
And once again, if this is like your first time ever watching a game with Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, a Courage token basically also acts as a go again if you've charged. Because anytime your damage is above the base damage written on the card, you can banish a card from your soul to give it go again. So a
Yes.
Courage token is extremely good in Boltyn specifically.
Which is to say, if you're not familiar with Boltyn, that is his hero ability
True.
working with the Courage token that's giving the +1.
It's time for you to get familiar with
Get
Boltyn,
familiar, you know?
a brand new hero from 2021 and revisited in 2023.
Sir Boltyn. He's a
He breaks.
cool design.
He breaks the
Even though-
dawn.
Even though I dislike Warrior greatly.
He is more attack action warrior, which maybe we'll see Olympia do that as well.
Yeah, it'll be it can be interesting with this new set with a lot of cards for some good classes. I don't know. Hopefully Guardian just doesn't run away with it. But let's not get distracted by that.
Because runner doesn't work with his hero power, right? We're just gonna hey, after all this intro, what's the hardest question you're gonna ask a warrior judge right now? Runner doesn't work with courage and my hero power, but it works with a quicken token. Because it needs to have go again as it's played, not a reaction that does it. Just a question for the chat people at home. We've got a lace with the green, and then this will be a Boltyn shot, which anytime this has more than its base value, it's going to gain go again.
And if it hits reload, which is
Probably one of
Very
the best
good.
cards you could have on an arrow.
very
Best
good.
words you could have on an arrow.
Yeah, especially beneficial since Death Dealer is a once per turn action, so you can't load more than 1 arrow with it, unlike the old Voltaire that we had to worry about just doing it whenever it felt like it.
This is Frailty, so this is a good way to shut down Boltyn, because if he wanted to get +1 off of something in his arsenal, it wouldn't be allowed. But the shunt will cover this up unless there's a Rain Razors.
Ooh.
So 7 will get over 6. Frailty will come across the table.
Shunt's so crazy. It's 1 for 6, man.
1 for 6. Who knew?
That's so crazy. That's why I hate that card.
It's really good against great decks. It does not get the bonus against Rangers of doing a damage to your opponent.
only on weapon attacks.
which it's a weapon, it's a bow, it's an arrow. It's a little different.
I still wish we had a bow that you can hit somebody with to break it.
I mean,
That would be fun.
like a jingle, or what's the violin for melody?
Oh god, yeah.
Smash hit.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite cards I've seen. But that makes me believe in the whimsy of playing with friends, not for all the marbles.
And you know what? He was like, I love Red in the Ledger so much, I'm just gonna play
Shoot it
it
again and again.
Drawing a card off Death Dealer.
Rain Razors is, of course, available for the whole turn, not just a one-time thing. So here's an arrow that you hate to see buffed up.
Yeah.
And Joel's turn is effectively screwed. So him taking one more damage here and having a quote-unquote Red in the Ledger effect happen probably is... I wasn't going to do much next turn anyway.
So when you're playing Boltyn, is the game plan still kind of just to more slowly charge up your soul and then pop off a little bit later, or is it kind of an ebb and flow of doing that throughout the game?
Well, I think that is the thought process of what are we doing as Boltyn into... I think Azalea is positioned to be a really good deck. So I think you could wait for Azalea to flub up, but you could be waiting the whole game. So I don't think there's the idea of I have to combo Azalea out with Sabers, because if she Red in the Ledger's the turn you've been saving up and you're at 5, and then the Red in the Ledger comes across, you just die anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're playing Lumina because, not Lumina, it's the sword. We're playing Raiden because the constant pressure of I can play 3 turns with Lumina Ascension to do that 8 damage, to heal a couple. Those points of healing, that damage coming across, is pressure on my opponent 3 times instead of one huge turn. Because if you play Ninja in Azalea, you know, okay, my Azalea opponent's at 30. I could do 26 to them, but I'm at 7. The Azalea will just take all 26 and then just dominate an arrow and kill you. So I think it is 6 turns of 8 damage with on hits is better against Azalea than 1 turn of 24. In my humble opinion. And then arrows with 1 for 5 with bonuses that make it 1 for 8. That also makes it a 1 for 10 because if it hits you and you don't pay. This is just the math that's unfair of all of my cards say 0 for 3 and all of Azalea's cards say 1 for 10. Jeez. Get me out of this meta already.
Jeez.
I do think you need to have a game plan into Azalea, because it's not a good deck. Like, if your deck is bad into Azalea, I think you're going to have a rough couple months. So go ahead and put some extra defense reactions that you weren't planning on playing.
Yeah.
Maybe if you have Warmongers, see if does Warmongers hurt your deck more than it hurts you? Because does Joel have Warmongers? No. So I played somebody on Tuesday. I played a Warmonger, and it was like, okay, that's a good turn for me to, like, they had to take it off a little bit. Here's an arrow for maybe 5 or 7, but now I can start my offense back. So I think Warmongers, when you say that to an Azalea player, they're like, I hate that card, and it should have never been printed, but it's almost a necessary evil to get us to have an option to play against this pretty good hero.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely difficult to play against Azalea. I think it's just more so that it's kind of tilting because they just come in with these huge attacks. But I feel like it's just dealing with that mental, disadvantage. Honestly, whenever I play Azalea, I'm just like, did they dominate it? I probably should just block this out. If they dominated it, I'm just going to take it. Hopefully it's not a Red in the Ledger, and I can just play out my hand, and hopefully it's better over time. Just because they're going to run out of arrows, usually. They have to run so many pumps that they're off. There is a good chance that they can just draw poorly, or blind Azalea a card into their arsenal that is not useful. So, like, a lot of things can go wrong on their end. So I think a little bit of patience and just kind of accepting that you're going to take a good amount of damage sometimes that you can't do anything about is totally fine. But yeah, if you really don't like it, just run some red unmovables and you'll
Right.
probably be okay.
And here's a power turn for Joel, because we're going to via the Vanguard. The Courage bumped it up by 1, but he charged 1 card into his soul that was light card, and it was a Take Flight. That's going to give all of his attacks on this chain +1. And then he did go again. There was no response from Zayne. This will come in for 4, Raiden for 4. And then we're going to see what from Arsenal could we do. Okay, we're going to go ahead and Beacon of Victory in reactions. This has go again already. What could he go grab? Cool. The Beacon of Victory adds 1 more.
He wants. What does Beacon of Victory say again? What can you grab? Can you grab anything?
Anything that's 1 or less cost in his deck that's an action.
Gotcha.
So you can go grab Illumina. That's not going to be what happens here. He's probably going to go grab a card that presents an on-hit, like a red Bolt of Courage is what I think I would go grab, or maybe a Snatch. He says, nope, I have extra floating. I'm going to do an 8 damage attack for one resource.
Nice.
And that's very good pressure of 5 plus 5 is 10, plus 8 more is 18 damage over 3 attacks.
Is that Valiant Thrust?
Valiant Thrust.
Yeah, that one's tough. When they come in and they've charged and it gets that bonus. That's right. It gets a bonus when you've charged.
Yes, because it starts at 4, plus 3 bonus if you've charged, and then the V of the Vanguard adds 1 from the light card charged earlier in the turn.
Woo!
So 1 for 8.
Both popping off here.
And then I know that there's a defense reaction in his hand, but Zayne doesn't know that, so maybe Zayne thinks there's another 4 or 5 coming afterwards, or maybe he knows because the Beacon of Victory happened already, you can kind of do some, I don't think you've got anything, and bluff him out of it. So we are blocking. That'll bump it to 9. So take 3, Zayne. And now, after all that, JR3. I don't know if he does that as a nickname. That'd be cool. JR3. Oh, no, he took damage from Blood Rot. I was about to say he's winning for the first time. The Blood Rot is always stronger than you are.
Blood Rot is good.
I had Blood Rot over the Christmas break.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was awful.
Got to watch out. You got to
Couldn't
wear
go
those.
Vegas for Christmas.
Got to wear those compression
sick.
socks on long journeys. Ravenous Rabble coming in 4/4, revealing a Boltyn shot, or coming in for 3. That's a yellow.
Oof.
Unlucky. That does happen though.
But a yellow Boltyn shot in hand, now you know that's a good way to start your turn, a turn from now for Zayne. That'll go into his hand after he Death Dealers, blah, blah, blah. I'm like 3 steps ahead right now. Let's just look at this Ravenous Rabble
Yeah.
for a bit.
That's why that's why I think Azalea is fun, because you play the Ravenous Rabble, you see what's on top, you have all these little things to look at your deck, and then do I Death Dealer, do I Azalea, what order do I do these things in so that I can have the best turn, which I think is just, I don't know, there's something about it that's pretty fun.
Do you think Beanie keeping your head warm is a good strategy today?
Yeah, it's scientifically proven that, if you wear a hat or socks, it helps warm up your body. So if Joel's a little cold, but he's got the short sleeves, so, he's hot, he's cold, he's dealing with the
Yes, and
fluctuation in
he's no.
temperatures. It is very hot out in that room because there is 100-something people out there between 2 tournaments going on right now. So I understand. So here we go. Endless Arrow, the other best arrow in existence that says, I'm just going to keep playing this until you fully block it out.
And I don't think he wants to see the frailty either, so I think we'll see a block 3 and then go ahead and do our defense reaction to get to 7.
He has one in Arsenal?
I know he has a defense reaction in Arsenal. Yes, I remember that one. And we'll
Here
flip.
it goes.
There's the
Sink below. Cover that up nicely.
Because Ravenous Rabble, if you're blocking Ravenous Rabble, I think you're going to lose most of the time.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case, unless you just have a bad hand. or one with full of defense reactions. But yeah, Endless Arrow, definitely a must block, in my opinion. Just has too much value if they keep getting it back and doing it over. If they do it to you twice, you've just given them so much.
This is Bolt of Courage, charging our favorite banneret to charge to give quicken to our next attack.
Is that the only banneret he runs?
It's this and Courage. And maybe Protection, but I doubt it. Yeah, just Courage and Gallantry.
Nice.
Those are the
Those are
main
good,
6 for the rest of our lives.
those are the good ones. It's cool that they made a bunch of different ones, though, just because there's a...
There could be more light warriors in the future that use those.
Yeah, just allows for different play styles, which I think is a fun thing.
Plus, now
Bolt of Courage.
that's a way you could design Boltyn cards for the rest of your life.
There you go, because, when will he hit LL?
2026. 5.
Is this a blue bolt of...
That's what I was wondering. This doesn't feel like one that you would block. But how does he get it more? I think probably if you're Zayne, you're like, okay, do you have a Courageous Steel Hand in your hand? That's kind of televised, or not. What is that? Is that the right word? Telegraphed.
Telegraph.
If you've played any
Almost the
Boltyn
same
in your life, you're like, I know this crappy Bolt of Courage
Yeah.
isn't going anywhere, so I guess there's going to be a Courageous Steel Hand. Like, do I block 6, or do I just let this guy have it?
Yeah. I mean, it at the end of the game, you got to block 6. I think right now you could probably not worry too
Take
much
1
about
to
it.
4 damage, depending on what color the Courage. What is it called?
Courageous Steel Hand.
Hand. Yeah, there's only reds in
Yeah,
the deck
I don't know
list.
why you'd run the rest of them.
What's crazy is Joel has him at 21 without using a single Lumina. So when the Luminas do start clumping up and showing up, it's going to be a rough turn for Zayne unless he gets the red in the ledger first. So
Which
maybe
I
that's
think, I
going in
think
their
he's
heads.
played all 3 already.
Which, that's probably better, because then they're in his graveyard for codexing.
That's true.
Wait, does Codex treat your graveyard as a library? Is that what that's for?
Snapdragon being cracked in the reaction step. So
Oh,
he
it
is
was a
getting
bluff.
Go again, which means he can do something that will... Oh, he just drew that Lumina, too.
That's the worst card to see somebody draw off of that. He's going to get a free swing Quicken-wise, because this is going to have a go again from the Quicken. The Lumina makes Raiden 4. If you block with anything attack-wise, it'll bump to 5. My favorite line of text on this card is we're going to look at the top card. If it's a light card, it gets put into soul, and you gain a health. So it's do 4 or 5 to your opponent, heal 1 for yourself.
And then if you've charged this turn, you may attack an additional time.
And that's so gross.
Weapon. Yeah. It's really powerful, especially because Raiden doesn't cost anything, and you can swing it as many times.
Twice.
You can swing it twice.
And if you're a point goblin, like a 0 for 6 is kind of what you're doing. Like, well, not 0 because you're using a card or whatever. I don't even know how to point goblin like you guys point goblin, but it's like
Point Goblin's in the chat. Point Goblin that for us.
if you're hitting a light card off the top, it's extremely good.
Yeah, especially if you swing twice and hit 2 light cards. They go in your soul, which is just good for you. You get 2 health, and you've done some damage.
I just heard strike twice and got flashbacks to last year.
Oh, no.
Voltaire is gone. Thank God.
Don't worry, she'll be back.
I'll take it, says Zayne.
Tales
Cool,
of Aria
take
2.
4. I'll look at the top card. It's not a light card. It gets put on the bottom. We're never going to see that Command and Conquer. An amazing turn of events for our friend.
All right.
Zayne.
Song versus being activated. That closes the chain, right? Yeah.
Yep. But we're going to now use the sword for good.
What does
4
Iron
more.
Song versus do again?
Anytime you pay, if you hit with the sword on your next swing, it's going to give you a courage token. If the courage token does happen, it's going to make the card in his hand extremely good. So one of those spots where a warrior has put in, do you want to block me here and your next block is worse? Or do you want to not block at all and then your next block is worse? So it's kind of a spin cycle that Zayne's in right now. Looking at the top card, cool.
Go.
He gave it go again, I believe, by banishing the Banneret of Gallantry.
Yep.
The Courage, and now seeing the Bolt of Courage, that's the worst one for Zayne to see. And that's kind of a make my opponent have it scenario. And Joel has said, yeah, I got it.
Why is it the worst one?
Because it's going to draw a card
Oh no.
and put a card in his arsenal. And most, kind of how Boltyn works is there's not really a bad card to get off your arsenal unless it's like a Celestial Cataclysm. I don't know if that's kind of a pipe dream in this matchup and maybe you don't play Celestial Cataclysm. But most everything else I'm seeing in this deck list wouldn't be bad from arsenal.
Get off my arsenal.
Someone is point gobbling for us. Yes. Thank you, chat.
That's what they're here for. All right.
Zayne
so
has
that
taken
was
everything.
a impactful turn from Joel here. Just off of one Lumina that
That's
he
what Lumina
drew.
can do, yeah.
That was
Zayne's like, get this Quicken token out of here. I know that's not true.
this broke. This broke. You can take it off the table now. Activate the Crunchwrap Supreme, flipping over a Boltyn shot in Arsenal.
Oh, I like that. Crunchwrap.
I think that's a Team Covenant joke.
Oh.
Shout out to Team Covenant.
I don't know if I like that anymore. I thought
Oh.
it was a Colin Ridge.
Chill out.
Should we show this deck list too?
Just flash it on screen? No.
Let's see.
Don't do it.
This is somebody ate the bottom.
Focus on the
happened to
game.
this? Okay, we got a premeditate signed by somebody. This is gonna give Boltyn shot go again.
My guess is it's the artist who drew Premeditate. But that's crazy. Boltyn shot coming in for 6. It has go again, threatening reload on hit. Ponder token on there from the Premeditate. So Zayne clapping back a little bit here. He still has his Death Dealer up. And it's just going to be hard, though. If he can't get some dominated arrows in here, he's either going to have to go real wide. He still has his bracers. He's still got his Snapdragons. But Joel put down a bit of a beatdown last turn. So,
And Joel's blocking now.
yeah, he's like, now I will block.
Get
Which
these
is just
blues
unfair.
out
'cause
of my hand. Yeah.
Warriors block pretty well, too, which just sucks. Oh, but he's got a Remorseless. That's another great card.
I'm nervous.
Don't be nervous. It's okay.
I'm not nervous anymore. Thank you, Colin.
Yeah.
It's all about mindset.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't, okay?
Here's a 5 damage arrow. Threatening a ponder from the signed premeditate from earlier.
Remorseless says you cannot play defense reactions from hand. Is that right?
I believe it's Arsenal on this one, but I'm not sure.
Arsenal, yeah, you're correct. And then if it does hit until the end of the next turn, whenever the opponent plays an action card, they lose a health. So that would have been a great arrow last turn when Joel had a bunch of actions that he played. So
There is the thought process of I can take 5, which is crazy.
yeah.
Any reactions, my friend?
Ooh,
Yes.
Wayne with
And again.
Oh, and he Snapdragons. Okay.
So now we're going to assume we're going to be playing the bracers.
This is one of those things where you're like, how bad could it get? And then they do that. And you're like,
Guess what?
oh, and then
Ooh.
Codexes.
Oh,
What's he
2
gonna
ponders.
get? What's he going to get?
I'm going to ponder twice.
Probably a 0 cost. Is it Endless Arrow? Endless Arrow would be pretty
Or a
good.
drill shot. I don't think drill shot matters at this point. They haven't really been playing drill shot recently. Nope, there's 2 in here, so he does have a drill shot available. This is a 6 damage arrow that goes straight back into my hand and then draw 2 possible other best cards. Pretty gross.
Yeah, that was a good comeback turn for Zayne. He at least got Joel's health down a bit. Gets the Arsenal card, emptied out Joel's hand. We'll see if he does anything or if he just passes. He has the Frailty and the Remorseless triggers on him, so
Not great, Pub.
looks like he'll just pass his turn, yeah. So, yeah, a little bit of momentum shift here. Zayne taking some of the tempo. Hopefully he can keep it up. This is where Azalea can get really, really hard. And, I think one of the things you worry about, too, is like, well, if I dominate an arrow and I don't kill them, then they still have a bunch of cards to come back at me. So you have to kind of balance that, I think, between trying to finish the game and also making sure that they don't come back and steal that tempo from you.
I don't know. It feels like when we have Bravo on stream, there's a lot more people in the chat. Maybe they really do love Bravo.
We'll bring him back next time.
Yeah.
Don't worry, there'll be enough Bravo.
Bravo,
later
there'll be
on.
4 of them in the top 8. It is interesting to see Bravo be pretty well positioned for this meta, and SoCal loves its Guardians, and now they're going to get 17 more cards that they can put in those decks. I'm a little nervous about that as a non-person that I just described.
Hopefully they pick up some other Guardians so we're not just playing the same match.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, I think Bravo has been one of those heroes that has been well-positioned anytime the meta is not fully figured out. I think there's just enough people who play it regularly that they can just pick it up and do really well. A lot of people specialize with Bravo. He's just got good cards, It's like when you have just good cards, you can probably just be pretty good.
Same thought process with Dash, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely have people, the people who have their allegiance to those heroes, for sure.
Oh, somebody already corrected. Okay, sorry, guys.
We just meant that you haven't said anything for 25 minutes in the chat. Look, I'm not looking at the numbers. We're looking for engagement, people.
We got some frailty lace right now.
Lace that.
That's going to be a red Boltyn shot. Let's see what we got here. Don't count it yet. It's on Ravenous Rabble. That's the worst one to get because it's a blue. Hate to see that if you're Zayne, but I don't think... Honestly, sometimes it's like, if something's 2, I'm not going to block it, but if something's 3, I'd block it right away. So almost doing less damage helps out here.
Yeah, if he can sneak this 2 damage in, he's probably feeling okay.
We love Bravo. No, this is Zayne. This is Joel.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Joel's thinking maybe I can just weather this and then I come back with a 5-card hand and either take all of Zayne's cards.
This is some sleet and some snow right here.
Yeah, the 7.
Can I look at your graveyard? Yup.
Go for it, bro. You'll see.
I think you're probably counting how many laces there are. I think you're probably counting the other laces. We got too many people standing in between us and our camera. So that sucks.
I'm always distracted by Zayne's good looks. But to be honest, it was when he cut his hair, I was so sad. Zayne used to have beautiful long hair. But he's just a handsome guy.
We may have to reset our camera. Oh, no, it doesn't. There's just a lot of people in between us and the camera right now.
As Bryce pointed out, there's a lot of meat between our wireless transmitter and receiver right now. But it's been holding out pretty good. Our setup's coming.
We're trying something new, and there's 150 cell phones within a block, which maybe cell phones don't banner. I don't know if we're smart enough to know if it does or not. There's some of us that are smart enough. I didn't set
They're
this
on
up.
different frequencies.
Yeah, they're on different frequencies.
That's why it's the meat that matters.
Oh, it's the meat that matters.
All right, so blocking here. Yep, there he goes. He can block everything. Block 7. No frailty for Joel, but that does take 2 of his cards. He's still got that arsenal. Can Zayne... Can he do it again? Nope, it looks like he's got to pass. See, this is the part that's hard. Oh, no, okay, good. I thought...
Deadeye,
he was
and
done.
then use another final codex. So this is going to be gross. This will be a 7 damage arrow. Because if he goes and
He's got one
grabs...
floating, too, so his options have opened up a bit.
Now it's an 8 damage arrow.
Yeah, so he can get his one of the 1-for-5s. He can get Red in the Ledger. He can get a Remorseless. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. He's going to give him that frailty, and he gets his Ponder token as well, so it sets him up. So Zayne's making quite a bit of a comeback here. I think he was looking a little precarious, getting an infecting shot. So not only is he going to give that frailty, but
this is an arrow that does an absolute monster amount of damage.
Yeah,
10 total.
What a way to end this turn. Threatening the Blood Rot as well. So this is lethal with the Blood Rot in hand. It's
If you want me to root for you and you're playing Ranger, we got to get rid of this infecting shot before I can do that with a clear heart, you know?
There's 2 Azalea players here. Or 3. How many were there?
3.
Okay.
I'm guessing Ace in the Hole is talking about this card of infecting shot.
Azalea, ace in the hole.
So if you're Joel, 8 damage, you have 2 pieces of equipment you don't mind blocking with, and maybe 2 3 blocks. If you have any, I don't know what the other card is besides Take Flight, because he hasn't stopped on that one yet. So we're going to block for 3. Any reactions? Cool. So we're going to take 5. No, he said I'm going to verbally block with all of my equipment. So I'm blocking 6. Cool. We got a lot of people watching around, so I'm hoping the camera doesn't go in and out like that. We're going to play Spirit of Irina.
And then he's going to take
pretty rough.
That is rough, but Zayne has 5 cards, and Joel's at 5.
So we're going to hope to draw a defense reaction if you're Joel.
Yeah, if he doesn't have a, what's it called?
Steel Blade Shunt, Soul Shield.
Soul Shield or Steel Blade Shunt. He hasn't seen a lot of defense reactions.
No.
Which is unfortunate, because you really want to see those against.
Oh, wow. The Spire Sniping coming in at the perfect time. This is going to be best case scenario for Zayne. If I get to choose which arrow I want to put on top, I hope there's arrows. If there's 2 buffs, not as good. Still access to the arm piece is pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Bullseye.
Yeah, bullseye. Oh, yeah, it's not bracers, it's bullseye bracers. I called it bracers of belief earlier. That was wrong.
Bracers of belief is what you had to do whenever it was kind of
When it
rotated out, or what do they call it? Banned and suspended? I feel like Bullseye is probably one of the best things you can do as a Azalea player.
It is pretty good.
It's like having half of a Voltaire and doing whatever you want. We're going to dominate an arrow. Just kidding. It was 2 buffs on top.
It was.
So this is a lace with inertia. It's going to be add 3 to my next arrow. Inertia token on hit.
I feel like this is Zayne saying, give me all of your cards.
Right.
Right here. Give me all of your cards. I'm gonna come in with
Remorseless.
A big, nasty Remorseless.
Remorseless starts at 5. So currently there's 8 showing. Here's another 3 to go to 11.
Ooh. Lace with Blood Rot.
11 damage arrow.
2 on the next turn. Whew.
And then if this hits, you're never going to see that Arsenal card again this game. And you're also going to take 13 damage. This could be a full hand block. I don't think we've seen. Okay, there's 3, 6, 9, 11 exactly.
11.
He's like,
Ooh.
please no Rain Razors, but I think that's probably what the graveyard search was earlier.
Ooh.
To make sure I don't get owned by this. But there's enough cards to arsenal a card. And so now, what is in Joel's arsenal that's been there for like 4 turns? There's
Maybe
a lot of people in between us and the
Illumina?
camera. We got to figure out how to not have that happen because we've been watching for a while. Here we go. What's in there, Joel?
We don't know.
Swing Raiden for 0. Just pass. Draw 4. Cool. Remorseless.
Yeah. Oof. Here we go.
Can I
Yeah,
look
Zayne
at
just
your
looking
graveyard?
to dominate a big, big arrow that doesn't line up with Joel's defense reactions. Because if he can't do that, Joel just keeps walking out. Then we get into a weird spot. We do have 12 minutes left, so they still got some time. Chat's saying it's Illumina. That makes sense to me.
Perfect.
He's hoping to survive.
That makes sense of why he hasn't used it, because it's not really good
It's not
unless
good
you can
on its
charge
own.
first.
That's true. You need a couple of cards. Boltyn, he's an eater of cards. Breaker of Dawn, eater of cards.
And there's not going to be some support from a Tunic to maybe get you ahead by doing Tunic, Steel Blade Shunt. So it will be a claw back in, and most of the time Zayne can do something that does more than 6 damage.
He only has 2 shunts, too.
I think we've seen 1.
We have seen 1. He does have 3 soul shields. We haven't seen a lot of those, so he's got to be getting into that soon. But
Problem with 2 soul shields. Can't play him with 1 card. You need to pitch 2 to do block 12.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's a little bit not bueno on that one.
All right, he is Azalea's. Another lace with inertia. Oof. Here we go again. Can Zayne just take all of Joel's cards again? He's got to keep this momentum up.
Zayne.
Especially with Illumina in Joel's arsenal. It could be devastating once Azalea drops a turn here. Sleep Dart, that's not bad.
That will also ruin Illumina turn. This is a full block turn for Joel.
It's what we call one of them full block turns. But will he full block it? Does he run any other instants that don't block? No. Oh, wait.
The Spirit of Irina being in that hand was pretty gross.
Yeah. Oh, he does have a soul shield in hand. Okay. Okay. We're gaming now.
I think there's also the idea of if I play a soul shield, block a bunch of damage, and that's the 3rd soul I need to do Celestial Cataclysm, that's a good way to get out of this with no cards.
Seek and Destroy, making this extra spicy, as well as the inertia. Zayne just hunting for that arsenal card, saying, just get it out of here. I don't want it. I want to see it go away. And I think Joel has, he can full block this with his Soul Shield and 2 cards.
I think what's interesting, too, is most of the time, like if there was a Command and Conquer, you could block 5, take 1 damage, and replace that Lumina and try to put a defense reaction in your arsenal. But that's not really available to you whenever it's a inertia of like, I'll take some damage to refresh my arsenal. It just doesn't exist there. That's something that goes through my head every time I get Command and Conquer. Like, maybe it is time to switch out this arsenal that I haven't played in 5 turns.
The worst is when you have something stuck in your arsenal and someone CNCs you and you full block and you're like, oh, wait, I wish I would have let that hit so I could have gotten this out of my arsenal.
Can we go back real quick?
That's the kind of thing I do. All right, Joel thinking about this. Soul Shield.
Does Arcane Games and Events have a can we go back real quick clause?
That's
Is that on an individual basis or everyone gets one?
No, it's a player's choice. So it looks like we're going to block 6 and then Soul Shield and cover up this whole thing, which feels bad because Joel just keeps skirting by these big attacks. But like I said, Azalea will run out of arrows if you can wait her out long enough.
There's no codexes available anymore.
You might have to speed the game up a little bit to get there in time because they got healthy looking decks. No giggle this time?
Sheesh. I'm just nervous.
Ugh, I know.
I don't think this is gonna hurt one of these players' psyches, confidence, blah blah blah. Like they're gonna be like, I had it, I was almost 3-1, and then my 4th round match on stream felt kind of bad because I either ran out of arrows or I either ran out of defense reactions. It's gonna happen to one of these fine gentlemen.
Yeah, I feel like both these heroes can have those kind of games, though. So these guys know what they're doing. They're used to it. This isn't their first rodeo. So we're opting that card, putting it on the bottom. He's got Read the Glide Path there in Arsenal.
We're gonna
Get
look
that
at the top
classic
card.
+3, opt again. He's just looking for an arrow. Hasn't lined up yet. Really needs to dominate something. I wonder if...
Is it ever worth to Bullseye Bracer and then Hero Power afterwards, or is that literally someone that don't ever do that? Like, okay, we gotta go again. Arrow.
Yeah,
anyway.
This is what he really needed. He needed 2 arrows. If he can get a dominated arrow after this, I think you
Shot.
can do the bullseye arrow or bullseye bracers, and then Azalea if you know you can get that dominate. Like that's
kind of how it works.
yeah. That'll win him in the game. I think if he can get that, but he needs another pump.
Even just a big arrow right now.
Here we go. Oh, and another.
Oh, this could be it.
Is that another
3 arrows in
Boltyn
a row
shot?
would be enough, especially if the reload hits at all here.
I think he has another soul shield as well.
Oh,
So he's gonna have to pitch another card. So if he
Oh.
has one more arrow, he's got this. Oh, and he's
Oh,
CNCs.
wow.
Oh,
that's good.
oh
game.
my God! Wow.
And that is running out of blocks for Joel.
Yeah.
Because, yes, our defense reactions were pretty good there, but they cost money to play them.
Yeah, that was rough. They came a little too late. I think if he had seen him earlier, he probably could have kept some life. But wow, that was a good game.
CJ over JR3.
JR3. That was, I'm glad we chose that game. That was fun. Hopefully, we see one of those Zayne in the top 8. Joel, that might have been his last.
He can win 2 more. Actually, there's 60 people. I think it is kind of like you need to go extremely well or X1.
Yeah, I think
There's maybe
X1's
one
probably-
X2 tops.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that stuff breaks down usually, but I think Zayne's will have a chance. But because it is the AGE Open, they get points. So
Oh, I
this.
forgot about that.
You don't just drop because you didn't do that well. You can get points all the way up to 16th place. So it behooves you to keep playing and gaining those points to gain enough points to
I'm
join the
behooved.
championship at the end of the year. You are behooved. I behooved you.
I'm feeling behooved.
You
I'm
feel-
moved. I'm behooved.
You feel refreshed?
You proved that game to me was the one to cast. Great job.
Proved, behooved, and moved
Dude.
with Blake and Honigman.
You forgot your own name? Speaking of places that forget your own name, go to our Discord and type in your Discord name and invite yourself to discord.age.events where you'll see deck lists, show matches, community events,
and more.
and more.
Is Evan 3-1? I heard there's a.
I don't think they're
3-1
talking about Evan. There's
Is
I
there
mean,
more than
there's 3
Teklovossen?
Teklovossens.
Oh, there is? Oh, okay.
3 chances for
All right, well,
2
maybe we'll
chances
have
on-
Teklovossen next. Hold on to your
There's
butt.
a lot of Kano that are just like
Kano's been doing
the
pretty
Teklovossens
well.
are not going to come up.
I feel like this is what happens. Kanos do really well, and then I'm like, I'm going to break Kano out, and then everyone's like, I'm running AB 25.
It's not going to happen to me a 7th time.
Yeah, surely not. I'll be able to do it. I'll get my 1 armory win of the year, and then I'll leave.
Speaking of this, the other decks, just in case that was something you were wondering about, Dash.io, you saw. There's someone playing Max the Hype Nitro,
We got 1 Viscerai,
1 Viscerai,
1 Vincent.
1 Vincent, and maybe one of those other ones was actually somewhere else. Because does this add up to 61 or not? Who's the last one? There's only 4 ones, so...
Oh, Azuri's been thrown in that list as well. Wow, Azuri demoted to other decks.
Dang.
Shade.
Oh, okay, so there's 2 Azuris.
2 Azuris.
She was just the last alphabetical 2, maybe?
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
know.
that makes sense. So if you're wondering what happened to Assassin, it is now more pop. I couldn't believe this. It's more popular to play Arachne than it is to play Uzuri by double.
Well, that's no surprise to me. Arachne is just a little bit
Arachne
more
gang.
fun. Arachne
Arachne
gang, rise up. The Huntsman's here.
Dude.
So they'll be back in a few minutes after a little short break. I think the round's almost done, so it should be pretty short. And we'll bring another great game for y'all. Stay tuned.
No interview this time.
Yeah. We'll ask Zayne how he managed to pull through 2 Boltyn shots and a CNC at the end.
That's a great pitch stack, my
It's
brother.
the skill difference,
Yeah.
people. Skill difference.
All right, see you guys soon.
I'm gonna roll a die. I rolled a 1. I lose!
Are we having fun yet? I hope so, because this is the Rhinar Reckless Rampage. It's time. It's Rhinar time. This is the deck list from when Blake's dumbass went on 3 floating and got rolled by Sam on Brood.
3 floating!
What are we wearing? What are we wearing? It's a classic ensemble. of a gambler's gloves. Findle spring tunic.
Nice dress.
How about some scabskin leathers? This is the Scowling Flesh Bag, the new thing from Dusk Till Dawn. Our times when we're blocking Arcane is Null Rune Gloves and Skullhorn. That's what we're wearing. This is Blake Myers. This is Blake. This is Blake. This is Blake. This is my Rhinar deck. What are we doing with this Rhinar deck? We are going to be attacking our opponent for 18 damage as many times as possible.
How do you do 18 damage?
One perfect way to do it is Blood Rush Bellow. If you have Blood Rush Bellow with 3 or 4 cards, you're going to be doing a power turn. When you have Blood Rush Bellow up, a Mandible Claw plus another Mandible Claw plus a random 6 attack from your deck is 5 plus 5 plus 8 for 18 damage. This is the baseline of our deck. If we can do 18 damage to our opponent 5 times a game, it's most likely through the Intimidates and the amount of damage, gonna kill them. Oh my god. Yeah. Blood Rush Bellow, you have 3 copies of this, so this could be 3 of your 5 turns of 18 damage. But what are other turns that you can do with this aggro combo Rhinar list, you say? Savage Feast. We're going to be using Scabskin Leathers to roll a die. God damn it. We're going to be rolling the die. Okay, cool. We have 6.9, so we're going to have 3 action points. That's perfect. Now we'll be able to Savage Feast. Let's pitch a blue from our hand to get it out of there and try to have Beast Within be the last card in our Savage Feast hand. That will allow us to draw a card from Savage Feast and draw a card from Beast Within, and we'll have all kinds of resources to do so for their action points. This is going to be a base of 6. Whenever we discard a card from hand, we're probably going to have enough resources to swing both claws. So that's a 6. Here's 6 more. And then you'll probably have enough resources to swing 1 more attack from hand to do 6 more. 6 plus 3 plus 3 plus 6 is 18.
What?
Whether you have Beast Within or not, based on the makeup of your hand, you'll probably be able to do 18 damage when you have a Savage Feast in hand. That is a card you're going to want to play towards. What are the more flashy cards to do damage with, you ask? Ooh, that feels good. We're going to be playing Tear Limb from Limb. This allows us to draw a card and then discard a random card. If we hit a 6, we're going to double the next brute attack we play. There's only been one time I've ever pulled this off, but it's super funny. If you have enough extra cards in your hand from a Beast Within trigger or some other things, or if you play this from Arsenal, you could technically Alpha Rampage, Intimidate from Tear Limb, Intimidate twice from Alpha Rampage, do 18 damage with 1 card with 3 intimidations. Rhinar! The other card that works extremely well with our Tear Limb from Limb is Savage Beatdown. I like to play either one of these 2 cards in our arsenal. Usually, Savage Beatdown needs to be in arsenal, so you can play Tear Limb from hand, pitch a blue, you're going to try to hit a 6. Whenever you have a Tunic counter up, or my favorite card that makes this deck really sing, is our Talisman of Recompense. I've never heard of that card, or no, I watched you play it, but it didn't really look that good because you played it the weirdest way you've ever done it. Talisman of Recompense is a card that says whenever you pitch a card, if you would gain 1, gain 3. It's literally free money. So if you have a handful of reds, this saves you for at least 1 Blood Rush turn when I need full resources. It could also be the card that you need to pull off a Savage Beatdown. Another way you could do 18 damage on 1 turn that's way more consistent than what I just showed you is playing some Go Again 6s. Like Wild Ride, like Pulping. Wild Ride has a guaranteed Go Again if you hit a 6 off the top of your deck. Wild Ride, into Pulping, into Claw, 18. Wow. Wild Ride, Pulping, into another 6 damage attack, 18. How you can really blow people out is, let's do a 6 plus a 6 plus an 8. Not 18. That's 20. Oh my god. What is the craziest turn you can do? How about a card called Berserk? This is a card that hasn't really been a crazy breakout yet. It's gonna be really good one day, is the old motto of Brute. Until then, until end of turn, whenever you discard a random card to 6 or more, you're going to banish it. If you do, you reveal the top card of your deck. If it has 6 or more, draw that card. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to play Berserk. This is a 1 cost, so like let's pitch Dig Up Dinner, we're going to Berserk, and now anytime we discard a card, we're going to do extra stuff. Discarding Beast Within. You're going to Beast Within trigger and then banish it afterwards, and you could maybe draw 2 cards off Beast Within. To get the full value from Berserk, you're going to need cards that have Go Again in your hand, and like Wild Ride and Pulping are how you go, how do I do a 35 damage turn? Well, I'm going to start off with Berserk. I'm going to use cards like Wild Ride and Pulping and try to hit 6s off the top of my deck. Beast Within is +2. Every other card is +1. And by plus, I think there's some people that be like, well, that's not quite how value works. I'm not a value guy.
He's a fun guy.
I'm a fun guy. Are we having fun yet? The other thing I really like doing in this deck is Sand Sketch Plan. If this is, I'm tired of rolling my freaking dice because I haven't rolled a 6 in 10 years, you could play Sand Sketch Plan. This is a Rhinar specialization. You search your deck for a card, put it into your hand, and then discard a random card, then shuffle your deck. If the discarded card has 6 or more, gain 2 action points. One thing I love to do is grab and make sure I have at least like 2 Beast Withins in this hand, so I have the most possible way of discarding a 6. You only want to do this if it's guaranteed, but the more Beast Within you have in your hand, then you can draw more cards, and you'll have 2 action points to get full value out of your hand. Skullcrack is a great discard as well, because then you're going to get an extra resource. Sometimes that extra resource is the difference between, oh, I can use a 3-cost attack action card in hand, like Smash Instinct, or I can only use a 2-cost Claw. Sometimes Skullcrack is the difference between 6 more damage and, oh no, it's only 3 or not at all. Put this in every Brute deck for the rest of your life. Best card in your deck is Wrecker Romp Blue. It's a blue 6. Let me show you the other blue 6s we have. Let me show you the other blue 6s we have. Here's the blue 6 from Dynasty. Here's the blue 6 from whatever. This is your best card because
Brute players only want one thing, and it's disgusting.
The Savage rolled a Drungle, only the song survived. Well, if you made more blue 6s, we could survive on more. One way you can guarantee some of your best stuff is with Pack Call. Pack Call is a card that says when you defend with this, reveal the top card of your deck, and it'll show you if there's a 6 on top or not. Why is that good? Because sometimes I would love to guarantee some of my better draw and discard effects, like Terror Limb from Limb, or one of those Pulping and Wild Rides. The ability to guarantee the knowledge of the top deck is extremely strong. This is what makes you scary to aggro decks now. This card right here. Scowling Fleshbag is really good because you can say, hey Katsu, one of your really good turns no longer happens. Oh Lexi, did you want to play those other arrows? It's something where you get to ruin one of the aggro deck across from you's very powerful turns. So now if you started the game first and you did 8 damage to them at 32, they're at 32 before they even start, you can sneak another turn on them with Fleshbag. Now you have an ability to outrace some of the most aggressive decks in the game because Fleshbag helps you with 1 turn of it. It is a super important card. That's why I play it instead of Crown of Providence. Yes, Crown of Providence fixes your hand certain times, but I don't have enough cards in my resources. Are we having fun yet?
Are we having fun yet?
Why is this deck good for our current meta? It's not. I know you could probably be saying, aren't you going to be getting shot to hell by arrows at this point? Yes. The only way I have beat one of my best Lexis in my meta is to race them. So it is something where you are putting in your mind that you can go just as fast as they can. You have to be confident in your deck and draw well. Well, they only really have to draw well. Nah, they could be confident in their deck. Are you ready to learn how to beat Dromai? Are you having fun yet? I'm not having fun because I keep losing to Dromai. Well, here's how you beat Dromai. We're going to show you all the vast amount of 6s in this deck.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, round 5, right?
Yep, you nailed it.
You just told me and I forgot.
No, you didn't even. You
All
said it right.
So everyone's been demanding it all day. It's more Bravo. The Bravo stream is returned. I'm just kidding. I said that last time. No.
There are 2 Bravos that are 4-0.
There are 2
There are
Bravos.
2 Kanos that are 4-0.
the top 8's going to be weird.
Though, yeah, so there are 2 Bravos, 2 Kanos locked for top 8, right? And
Yeah.
with 0 losses after 4 wins. But we have some players right now, a bunch of players that are 3-1. If they win this round, this is the thing that I understand the least about this game is how breakers and all this work. But I think that means some of these winners, if they're X-1 going into the last round,
Yeah.
they should also be locked, right?
Let's just say yeah.
Let's find out.
You know, who cares?
Talk to me about who we're going to see, though, because we do have neither Bravo nor Kano. We do have a hero that I think people are going to be excited to see based on these last couple messages I'm seeing in the chat.
Everyone's favorite green guy that's not Rhinar, it's Riptide, baby. Riptide Daddy, Lurker of the Deep, coming in strong. He is 3-1. And against some other dude at 5? 5. Yeah. I think he's a ninja. I don't know. He seems all right. Mr. Del Taco, Anthony, coming in on his favorite ninja. It's 5 versus Jarik on Riptide. I don't know how this matchup goes, but I'm very excited to find out.
I'm excited to see which of these traps end up being the most impactful in the matchup. You have to imagine Frailty. You have to imagine the Go Again. I think that's collapsing, makes you discard your hand and draw that many -1. How many points of value is Jarik going to be able to get off of the traps? And the points of damage off the traps, as well as the effects on the traps, and is Anthony just going to be able to rush him down fast enough so that those traps don't get all the value they need? Also, shout out to Jarik. We're going to get the shout out to Jarik, who is, I believe, a Las Vegas local. I was talking to Peter Budensik, and he was saying that he is part of that crowd out there. Budensik. And coming out for his first AGE Open, I'm pretty sure, and sitting at 3-1, poised to get into this top 8 on a hero that a lot of people like, but a lot of people haven't seen take down many tournaments yet.
That's true. Locally, Riptide Gamers is a thing. We do like Riptide. It is for fun, and it's also pretty good sometimes. I think it's got some bad matchups, but largely it can be pretty insane, some of the things I've seen Riptide do. I am curious which of these traps are coming in, if he's siding anything out. If he wins, we'll definitely ask him what he's doing here. But he's got about, I think, 19 traps running in here. That is a significant percentage of his entire deck is traps.
For sure.
I've got them all pulled up on my phone so I can figure out what they do as he uses them, because there's going to be a lot of text that we're reading back and forth. Hopefully Del Taco knows what it does.
Yeah, now Jarik is going to be sitting at 2 less points of life than Anthony when the game begins. And against a hero like Phi, sometimes those 2 points of life can make all the difference, as Anthony is going to be firing on all cylinders to start this game. But the question is, how many more points of life will Jarik be able to deal with those little nasty Riptide pings every time one of those traps trigger? Is it going to be significantly more than the 2 points of life he has to start with? You have to imagine the developers of the game thought so as they gave him those 2 points of life lost.
You know, but it seems likely that is how it's balanced. He does have Sigil of Solaces in his deck as well. Potential, life total could be more around 47 if you factor that in there, but we'll see if that's a good thing to bring in this deck. I'm not sure. Running instant no blocks against Phi can be dangerous.
Dangerous proposition to say the least, but both players are getting ready. The equipment's getting thrown out there. Something I want to point out from Jarik's side, the Goliath Gauntlet. I wonder if that's going to be powering up a CNC or some other powerful arrow, but powerful attack. Goliath Gauntlet, a cool arm slot, as interestingly not electing to go for something like the Bullseye Bracers. Not even actually in his list, not even in the 80, as he's going to go ahead and start us off here. It's time to just throw out a Wounded Bull. Thank you to Riptide for having a little less life. That's already going to be coming in for 8.
What a turn 0.
Let's see how Anthony wants to block this. You have to imagine he can throw every card in his hand as long as they block. Maybe they're good cards that he doesn't like to see head to the graveyard early.
Yeah, that can be, it's always a weird thing, turn 0, of like, if I attack, am I just going to have them block and I waste a good attack? Is it valuable to do that? It's hard to evaluate. Sometimes it can feel really bad when you get a bunch of cool cards in your hand and you have to block with all of them.
Well, I'm pretty sure that was a relatively functional hand there from Anthony. He would have been happy to see that for his first turn. So let's see what these other 4 cards he draws, if it's as good or better. A Spreading Flames is a fine way to start, though. Going to pump up all the Draconic Chain links on this particular chain, coming in for 3 with the Go Again. It's been a while since I've seen Phi at these top tables. I know he took down the World Championships, but he hasn't been doing as well here in the AGE series on this home turf. It's going to start things off here with the Tar Pit Trap. While it's defending an attack with Go Again, hit effects don't. The next hit effect will not trigger, but thanks to Riptide, because that effect does have Go Again, now that trap is live. 1 point of damage coming across to Mr. Zichella. It's first blood.
There we go. Just pinging him off the bat. So bringing him back down to Riptide's level.
Yeah. A lot of, I mean, that tar pit trap. Now, the next hit effect is not going to trigger on this chain, which is huge. 1 point of damage, another point of value, and those 3 points of block. When you put it like that, it seems like a pretty good card in the right hands of this hero. Emberblade going to go ahead and be met by Remorseless for the block.
Yeah. Looking at their equipment, I just love that Riptide runs Trench. It's a fun card. And then Anthony over there running his Mask of Pouncing Links because he wants to just have that crazy turn that ruins your day.
Yeah, because you have to imagine Anthony knowing that Mask of Momentum is going to be hard to get off with a hero that loves to run all these defense reactions, going to be wanting to block to get value off of the hero power there. So if you're going to be doing so, you have to imagine Mask of Momentum going to be hard to make trigger. The Mask of the Pouncing Links representing, again, like that big spike turn. This is going to be a Phoenix Flame grabbed off Phi Rising Rebellion's hero ability, thanks to the Spreading Flames, thanks to the Tiger Stripe Shugo. Going to get 2 little buffs, making that little attack that could be for 0, all coming in for a big old 3. 1 card left in hand here. Is it a big old Lava Burst or another Chain Ender? Looks as though Jarik's going to go ahead and maybe take another 3 after the brand with Cinderclaw.
It's always a Lava Burst.
It's always the Lava Burst. Anthony, they're going to go ahead and pass on the reactions. Jarik heading down to 32. What is that last card in hand? It looks like it might just be headed to the arsenal. He's giving it that old feather. No, it's going to just be a Blaze Headlong. We're going to bring it in for 5 rather than keep it in the arsenal thanks to the Spreading Flame buff, because that's going to be the 5th chain link. Going to go ahead and get the bonus there. Wants to get the value, and now you're once again threatening that pouncing link. You never know how scary a turn can really be. Jarik's saying no blocks, making Anthony going to have to go back in the tank and see if he wants to really throw down with the pouncing links.
Yeah, it can be something that you burn too early, and it just takes away that impact that you can have later in the game. But, you know, it's also not bad just to deal a bunch of damage. You know, when he didn't block that Phoenix Flame, it's kind of the go-ahead of like, well, maybe I should just keep going because he doesn't want to block. You know, it can really change your mind on how you're about to play, because it seemed like you might have arsenaled that card. But coming in with that Blaze Headlong, and yeah, Jarik going down to 27. Whew.
27 and no activation of the Mask of the Pouncing Links. Anthony wanting to keep it maybe for something like an Art of War turn plus a Spreading Flame, something even bigger than what it could have represented even with that Spreading Flames buff on something like a Lava Burst or Assault the Wound here. 2 cards left in hand for Jarik. He wanted to keep them. We're pitching a red for a red. This is going to be a Findall's Fighting Spirit headed to the pitch zone for a big death touch here. That's 6 points of damage, but one of 3 different bad diseases that, you know, Anthony's not trying to catch. He's being very responsible. He's got his little, you know, bandana type thing on. He's not looking to get any disease, especially not one of these from the death touch.
He came ready to cosplay as a ninja for sure. Because he is our local ninja guy. He loves Phi. Doesn't like Katsu though. He's just a Phi guy.
It looks like this is going to be a death touch representing the Blood Rot Pox. So Jarik's saying, I'm ready to throw down, you know, life for a life, scar for a scar, pound for a pound here. Going to go ahead and put that Blood Rot token there, deal an additional 2 damage at the end of Anthony's turn.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
For sure. Look at this. This has to be a Blaze Headlong here without, at least at the moment, any ability to get Go Again. Let's see if he's able to play a red card or throw the Snapdragon Scalers, and it is going to be the Razor Reflex. So now the red card's going to have get Go Again, but also the Razor Reflex effect, if it hits, going to get Go Again as well. Springboard Somersault here. I've seen that card before.
That's a good card. You play that from Arsenal? It can be a good card.
Tree Frog Riptide, question mark. Going to go ahead and get some points of damage blocked as that 7 is going to bring Jarik down to 24. Time for the Searing Ember Blade with the final 2 floating from that. Battering Bolt, going to head to the blocks. Anthony now going to go ahead and arsenal up. Jarik down to 24 on the turn. Only 10 minutes elapsed in this game. Jarik all the way down to 24. Anthony sitting 7 life above him at the 31. Let's see how much pressure Jarik is able to put on with just those 3 cards left in his hand.
Yeah, hasn't seen a lot of his traps yet either. That can be one of the rough things. He also had to pitch his fighting spirits, so not getting the health gain off of those either, and probably won't see them again because this game doesn't seem like it's going to go to the second cycle. But Riptide does move through his deck a little bit faster with the Trench, but when you don't have cards in your arsenal and in hand, it's hard to cycle through your deck.
Tough here for Jarik, having to pitch another red Findall's Fighting Spirit into the Death Dealer, loading up an Endless Arrow, drawing a card, but, you know, you saw him give him a little shake of the head there, maybe not liking exactly what he saw, as he has to just throw down this Endless Arrow. Right now, again, no way to give it go again. Perhaps we're going to see a Razor Reflex from Jarik himself. It looks like he's going to go ahead and block this out, is Anthony, with the Cinderskin Devotion and the Flamescale Furnace for the block. Jarik there going to go ahead and just Arsenal and pass, so not able to do much with those 3 cards in his hand at all.
Yeah, even ninjas block Endless Arrow. That's how bad that card is.
E-Strike here, most likely going to have the go again, unless Anthony wants to draw a card and give it the go again with the Snapdragon Scalers, but looks as though it's just going to be the 5 with the go again.
Boom.
Fair amount of damage as Jarik has fallen all the way to 24. Not been able to do much disruption. We're going to go ahead. I think this is a Pendulum Trap.
Tripwire.
Tripwire Trap.
And with defends, effects don't trigger when an attack hits this chain link unless the attacking hero pays a resource.
So it looks like time to decide if Anthony is going to go ahead and pay. Perhaps when he took the damage off the Riptide, 1 damage coming across after the Tripwire Trap.
Yeah, because these are the Crucible ones, right, that just trigger Riptide no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is that
Well, if they're, yeah, because it's just defending and it has its effect that does trigger.
Yeah.
So that's going to trigger Riptide here. This is just a commanded card from Arsenal, so no defense reactions can be played with the chain link, but luckily for Jarik, he already got that Tripwire Trap out of there, so doesn't have to worry about that being threatened by this Command and Conquer. Now it's just damage. How much does Jarik want to commit to the blocks? Looks like it's going to be just a Wounded Bull. These cards, Wounded Bull, these cards find all Fighting Spirit, not really being used for what they're not really being used for what they're supposed to. Wow, blue Wounded Bull, that's not something you see every day. Not like it blocks for quite a bit, but you know, perhaps Jarik want to use it for certain other reasons. Is this going to be coming in for the 7 here to keep an Arsenal zone? The answer is yes, just 7 damage. Anthony being threatened to go down to 23, which would significantly close that gap as Jarik is all the way down to 19. And it looks like Anthony's saying, yes, send me the bill.
Doesn't care.
Let's see if that is a defense reaction that Jarik is able to keep in the arsenal there. Anthony realizing he hasn't been put under too much pressure on, like, disruptive effects. So he's just trying to keep the foot off the gas here. And I see why. And let's see why. This is an Art of War, folks. Time to go ahead and banish, draw 2, buff up the attacks. How big do you think this turn's about to get?
At least 5 chain links.
at least 5.
At least 5 chain links. He could probably. Oh god, he's got his mask still and his Snapdragons. This could be bad.
This could be bad. Now in silver linings for Jarik here, no arsenal with this Art of War. Art of War off a 4-card hand is significantly less scary than Art of War off a 5-card hand or Art of War off of something like a Tunic. So this is definitely still going to be a big turn, but with only a couple cards left in hand for Anthony.
Yeah.
You have to see. And a Frailty Trap here, going to go ahead and power down that Ember Blade as well as deal that point of damage and give the Frailty. The Arsenal Disruption not going to be relevant, but that Ember Blade, if it comes in on the turn, now coming in for 2 instead of 3.
Is that a blue devotion? Or a brand with Cinderclaw?
On the where?
The first one he just played, is that blue? Or is that
It was a yellow, because 2+1, yeah. So now this is coming in 2, thanks to the Frailty token. Hey, the Wounded Bullhog once again blocks for 2, but now blocks it out.
Oof. It looks like Del Taco did not draw the best cards for his Art of War turn. Still pretty good, but when he covers up on 4, okay, Riptide gaming right here. Just going to cover up your big turn, and then is he doing a... oh, he's Phoenix Flame. Okay. Is this a mask? Is he going to break the mask of Pouncing Link? It's always exciting when they do that. Just coming in for another 2 here. He's still got 1 card left in hand. It could be something nasty, but we'll have to see.
Shuko already triggering on that second brand with Cinderclaw. So now here we go. This is the moment the Purge Grapplers were almost put in front of the Phoenix Flame. Now, upon hit, Anthony has to decide, does he want to break the Pouncing Links here? Jarik could have prevented this by putting the Perch Grapplers in front of the Phoenix Flame, not allowing it to hit, and not giving Anthony the opportunity to break the mask of the Pouncing Links, and it looks as though he is going to go ahead and trigger it here. So this will be a huge point to look at in this game. Jarik almost didn't let this attack hit and made Anthony not either have to use that final card in his hand or would have not left him able to get a huge lava burst now that's going to be bumped up by the Art of War as well. This could be a big swing point in this game. You seeing 5 links?
This will be 5 links.
Seeing 5 links right there? I look over just like 1, 2, 3.
I might have been right about something.
Lava
I went
burst.
for 6. I wonder if he was just worried he just had it in hand and just wanted him to have it. Oh, but there he goes. Oh, he did have it in hand.
Wow, another lava burst here. This is going to be a Tarpa Trap. When he played it, the attack didn't have go again, but the Snapdragon, in response to the Tarpa Trap, I mean, technically, I'm sure they must let the Tarpa Trap resolve. Then you play the Snapdragon Scalers, but a second Tarpa Trap for 6. That is a huge turn here.
This is why you don't shortcut things sometimes. You block, you go to reaction steps, and then you let them break their Snapdragons.
So how much damage would that Perch Grappler block have prevented? It would have prevented the 2 damage from the Phoenix Flame and the additional 6 damage off the Lava Burst. So that Perch Grapplers could have blocked for 8 this turn. Instead, Jarik falling all the way down to 11. Anthony sitting at a comfortable 22, double the life total. Time for a little Draconic Head Jab. This is going to be a Ronin Renegade. It's coming in for 3. Let's see if Jarik's going to be able to stay alive here. Widowmaker being committed to the block.
Ooh.
Double strike, not what you want to see here if you're Jarik. This is letting you go even wider off a 4-guard hand, going to trigger the Shuko.
Yeah, that was a really pivotal turn for Del Taco there. He still has a crown too. I don't understand why Jarik didn't try to block that. It seemed like it's hard. It's hard though. It's just for 2. You're like, are they going to go off right now? But I think when they have mask up, you always got to assume that they're going to do it as soon as they have a shot. Like, why not?
Yep.
Why wouldn't he? He had both his combo pieces in his equipment to do something nasty, and he went for it.
Buzzsaw Trap here, turning that double strike from a 2 attack to a 1 attack. This is now going to be a snatch coming in 4-4. Might be talking to the judge here about something.
Nope, go again currently. So this will be the last one, but if... Yeah, it's going to be rough. Jarik does not have a lot of cards to come back and take any tempo away from Del Taco here. I don't know why there are promo cards out there, but I'll take it. Oh, he used
That's the double strike link.
Yeah, nice.
That's the double strike
Nice.
link. Yeah, a little.
Back of the Frozen token is still useful, everybody. Frozen might be out, but invisible cards are in.
Let's see. They're talking about Buzzsaw Trap. I want to see 2. When this defends an attack with a power greater than its base, the attack can't gain power this turn. So that's what they're talking about on the double strike from the Tiger Stripe Shuko. Maybe because Tiger Stripe Shuko says damage can't be prevented, but I don't think that's preventing damage. It's just saying it can't gain power, but it wouldn't matter anyway. It must not be what they're talking about. They're talking about the Snatch or something along that nature, which is coming in for 4. I can't read lips, especially from this far away.
When they're wearing masks.
Yeah, from this far away.
I think it seems like Buzzsaw Trap with the double strike and Tiger Shuko seems a reasonable thing to question. But yeah, 4 coming in, gonna block it. Now the Purge Grappler is coming out. Yeah, it's
tough here for Jarik. You have to imagine that you're looking back at that last turn and thinking about what those Perch Grapplers could have grabbed you, even though on this turn the Snatch, representing the on-hit of drawing a card, Anthony already had a card in his hand and most likely no way to get the go again, so that card draw was not probably going to be as relevant. It's time for a Mounting Anger. This is a big on-hit effect in the Phi deck where it doesn't have much beyond something like Command & Conquers. This is a Draconic Chainlink. It is a breakpoint, and it's going to threaten another damage from a 0-cost card on this turn. He's got plenty of those. Springboard Somersault here going to come in and try to shore that up. But the Art of War going to go ahead and try to push it over the top from Arsenal. Anthony really just putting all the pressure on Jarik here. He's not been able to do much disruption this game at all. So Anthony really able to do whatever he kind of wants on this turn. Let's see if there's another reaction to try to stop this Mounting Anger.
Yeah, if he can't stop Phi, he's just gonna run you down, man. He's got the gas. You really you're hoping if you can't disrupt him that he's just gonna pull the potato hand that he can't do much with, or all blues that really aren't impactful. But even at this health, like Jarik doesn't have a lot of room to play around and take damage to try to come back. And Riptide's not really a swing back big kind of hero. It's not what he's really doing. I mean, he's got those value cards with Wounded Bull and stuff, but hasn't been lining up for him right now.
Yeah, the Trench of Sunken Treasure and the Sink Below going to go ahead and take care of this big old Ronin Renegade being pumped up by the Art of War and that Mounting Anger on hit effect which it itself was pumped up by the Art of War. Let's see, time to throw the Searing Emberblade. Only one card left in hand. Small victories here for Jarik, so there's only one card after this that you have to worry about. This is an Emberblade coming in for 3. 130 your life total at this point. Crown of Providence looks like time to filter a card away for Jarik. 1 point of damage going to come across here.
Chat saying maybe wanted to load that springboard with Riptide trigger, which could have been what they're asking the judge about. That sounds plausible. It's a tricky one. I don't know how long Jarik's been playing Riptide, but when I played it a couple times, that was a thing I kept forgetting every single time. It's like, oh yeah, I can just load a card in my arsenal every time I play a card.
So the Findall's Fighting Spirit here, plus the Frailty Trap. It looks like you can go ahead and gain a life and then deal a damage with the Frailty Trap to Mr. Zichella, bringing him down 220.
Chipping away, Frailty not going to do much. That's the tricky thing with Frailty Trap is that they get it right away and then they lose it this turn. So if it doesn't come out early enough, it's probably not going to be impactful.
Phoenix Flame here now being pumped up by the Art of War. 2 damage coming across. This will be the end of the turn. 2 floating, but not much else. The Barraging Bronhide there. Just a constructed all-star.
Yeah.
Going ahead and shoring up the rest of that block.
Wow. Michael Hamilton really did change his game, didn't he? Just put all these cards in these decks because the value's right.
Anthony, draw 4. Jarik, draw 4. The turn continues. Anthony sitting down at 20 life to Jarik's 8. Trying desperately to stabilize in the face of this aggression from the 5-player here. We've seen a couple Art of Wars be used off 4-card hands. This is just going to be a Flame Call Awakening, no effect trigger because this is the first red card played on the turn, so 3 with the go again. Is that the Collapsing Trap? This is a big one.
Nice.
This is going to say discard your hand and then draw that many -1, so only 1 card left after this for DT here. Phoenix Flame, again, if you're going to have to discard cards, Phoenix Flame's probably not the worst to do.
Not bad.
Yeah, another damage coming across from Riptide here. 2 floating means we still get to swing that Emberblade. That's got to feel good.
Collapsing Trap. Great card. That one feels so impactful sometimes. I love it when they draw no cards back up.
Blue Widowmaker there going to commit to the block, and then now just 4 damage here. No floating, so this once again will be the end of the turn. How many cards does Jarik want to keep? 1 damage coming across, Battering Bolt being committed to the block here. So lucky for Anthony that he got to draw that 0 cost and keep the pressure up. Didn't have to arsenal something that had more than 0 resource required off of the draw from the Collapsing Trap.
I'm curious if he just got more value out of the 1 card he drew versus the 2 cards he had to discard.
Yeah, literally with the Phoenix Flame. I don't know what that other card was, but the Phoenix Flame, I wasn't doing much. This is going to be an Endless Arrow here off the Codex of Frailty. And let's see what Anthony wants to pick. Frailty token, absolutely going to be big on that turn because of the card this next turn, because of the card being put in the arsenal and the Searing Emberblade. Endless Arrow going to represent some damage here, a good little, 5th of DT's life. But that Ponder token, perhaps we're going to be able to find a defense reaction, some kind of defensive piece that can set up in the arsenal. Endless Arrow can be remain in the 3 block in the hand.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good, 1-card hand for Jarik here. It makes Del Taco's turn a little bit worse, but when he grabs CNC, that does kind of suck. That is always the negative side of the Codex, is that they also can just grab a card, even though it's going to come in for 5. It's still a CNC, even at 5, which means you still got to probably block it with 2 cards.
Yeah, and for Jarik here, CNC will be threatening the arsenal, but more than that, it'll say, listen, no defense reactions on this chain link, so you got to give me some cards beyond those, buddy. And let's see what Anthony wants to play out. Looks like he's going to be Rise from the Ashes first. Going to go ahead and be able to grab the Phoenix Flame here and give whatever his next Draconic or Ninja attack +3. Then a Mounting Anger on top of it. This is proving to be a big old turn from DT here. This is going to be a Mounting Anger for 7, threatening to go ahead and banish the Phoenix Flame he just grabbed off the Rise from the Ash. He's got 2 floating for him. Command and Conquer after this. This is a disgusting disgusting turn off the back of the Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. Worst case scenario for Jarik here. Did he block the Endless Arrow or he took 4?
I
wonder if the
he
players
represented taking 4, so yeah, Anthony should probably be at
think
closer
he's
to
at
15 here.
here.
Yeah.
Okay. Just double checking I didn't miss something. But that may not matter because this is going to be a big old turn here. Hopefully he remembers that there's a CNC in there and doesn't keep a defense reaction in hand, because that's something I would do for sure. Phoenix Flame coming in and just to mess with you here for one, making life a little bit.
Yeah, 1 point of damage that
easier.
absolutely matters. And the CNC following up for 5, just huge on the turn. Does Jarik want to try to keep any cards in hand, or does he want to try to save the life and lose the arsenal here? Having to commit the cards to the Mounting Anger means the CNC is going to go somewhat uncontested. However, the Sigil of Solace, gain 3 life, take 3, and lose the Wounded Bull. I think it's another blue one. Blue Wounded.
That's definitely a card. It's a card that's legal to play in CC. Don't know why. I guess because you start lower in health. I don't know. The smarter person than me probably thought of it, so I'll just give them the benefit of the doubt.
Anthony, go ahead and draw back up here. Half the time has been elapsed on this game. Jarik sitting at 5, trying to stay alive. Rising resentment here from Anthony, who's sitting at 15. Both players on 3 and 1. A block immediately thrown down with that Remorseless. Time for the Searing Emberblade to go ahead and join the party. This is 3 more points of damage. Jarik's got to do a whole lot of blocking if he wants to stay alive, and hope Anthony finds a hand that is somewhat less than functional. Both players here, I think, are close to winning in scenarios for the top 8 of the tournament. That's another trap. Oh, no, that's Intoxicating Shot. That's the new Riptide spec that we just got. Time to use the one floating for the Phoenix Flame. Coming in for 1. So hard to stop leaking damage if you are playing against a 5, thanks to that hero ability. 1 card left in hand. Another Rising Resentment here. This is 3 damage. Jarik's saying no blocks, no reactions. Going down to 2. What's the final card here for Anthony? What's the final trick up the sleeve for 5? Just going to be that Soul Bead Strike, and we can't pay for the trap, it looks like. The Pitfall Trap unable to be paid for, so those final 4 points of damage gonna do it as DT moves on to 4 and 1. Jarik falling under the onslaught from the Rising Rebellion, and that's gonna do it for the round, folks. Your winner, Anthony DT Zichella on 5 Rising Rebellion.
Pitfall Trap doesn't cost anything.
Oh, well, it can only be played from Arsenal. I don't think.
Oh, it's from Arsenal.
Yeah.
He didn't play at the other defense? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It doesn't cost 1, but it can only be played from Arsenal. So that's not going to do it here, folks.
Bummer. All right, well,
Bummer. Why you bummer? You're rooting against your homie?
I love
You just
Riptide.
want to see Riptide do it.
I don't like
You're
5.
supposed to be unbiased.
I'm not. I'm not a judge. I'm just here having fun watching these games.
For sure.
I lose against Del Taco regularly.
Yeah.
I know the pain the Jarik's going through right now. That's too bad. I haven't seen that matchup. I haven't played enough Riptide to really know what is a good or bad matchup. It seems like it's probably a difficult one unless your traps really line up really well, which doesn't always work. So fair play to TT on
And
Friday.
it does look like this Riptide is definitely slanted more defensively with the cards like the Brown Hides and the Wounded Bulls. We're not just seeing that kind of red line list that's a little more, want to race and just throw damage and throw some of those more disruptive effects. Anthony there was really able to just kind of have his way, throw all the damage, and unless you're able to establish some disruption early or some really important defensive pieces early, you might just get run over like we just saw in that game. But fair play to Jarik. Thanks again for, and we're so glad to have some of these players traveling from Arizona, traveling from Las Vegas, all the way.
I heard it's a soft region out here, so I think they came to just mop it up. But there's some good players sometimes. Come out here on any given day. We got some flesh and blood players, but
we got some Worlds finalists. We got a bunch of Pro Tour champions. Then we got DT, he's just here to have a good time. So we're gonna
play Fi and either have a great time or the worst time, depending on how well he does.
Yep, absolutely. Well, you want to hear from the man?
Yeah,
let's hear from them. We'll get him in here. We'll hear from Del Taco because we've only got one more round coming up, folks. But we got a bunch of time left on that round timer. So let's hear from the man who just took down that game before we head on into the final round before the top 8. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Be right back. we are back with the man of the taco himself.
Hi,
All right, let's do it.
I did it.
Del Taco,
Yeah,
Taco Bell.
Del Taco's obviously better than
Dude,
Taco Bell.
Crunchwrap Supremes.
Bro, have you been to the Del Taco in Barstow though? Because that's the only one that matters.
Is that like the first
It's
one?
the original one, and then Del Taco got bought by Jack in the Box, except for that one. So everything's twice as big for the same price.
So your whole brand is an homage to the single Del Taco
In
of
Barstow.
Barstow. All right. Well, everyone, when you come to Pro Tour LA, make sure to put Barstow on your list of places you should visit. So also rent a car.
Don't do that. Don't do that, please.
Next time you're out there, check it out. I did not know that. That's
Fun fact for you, sir.
well.
Yep.
Isn't Taco Bell also a Southern California?
Okay, you want to hear the history of Taco Bell? Bro, okay, so there's this place called Mitla Cafe. It's in San Bernardino.
Yeah.
And Glenn Bell
Mm-hmm.
worked at a burger shop,
Okay.
and he sold hot dogs then. And then after that, he got a job at Mitla Cafe, and they were like the first hard shell taco spot in California.
Okay. Gringo Tacos.
And he worked there, and he stole the recipe, and then opened the first Taco Bell across the street. Isn't that messed up?
Yeah.
It's still there, though, and it's really good.
Yeah.
Mitla, not Taco Bell.
That's a McDonald's move for
That's
sure.
a super, super McDonald's move.
All right. Well, I hope you found that interesting. It was great to talk to you.
Have a good night. Thanks so much. Thanks so much,
All right.
guys.
So, Riptide, were you at all nervous?
Yeah, man. Riptide's a terrifying matchup for Phi.
Is it the Redliner one that's
The
worse?
Redliner one is very scary.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know what Jarik was running. I was kind of hoping to be Redliner, but it was definitely more on the fatigue side. So.
Yeah, typically Phi does pretty well into fatigue game plans.
Mhm.
So like I wasn't too terrified once I learned what Riptide he was on.
Yeah.
But like still he can do some gross stuff and they can just trap you down. And my friend Jesse was like one of the original like proponents of Riptide.
Mm-hmm.
And I played him in Baltimore in the calling and he beat the crap out of me. And so now I'm just like traumatized.
Not Jesse Harper. Is it?
Yeah, Jesse Harper.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, Riptide Jesus. Let's go.
Riptide Jesus. Shout out to Jesse Harper, Riptide Jesus.
That's my boy. Yeah, I mean, I think that. Okay, so did you know before you sat down that he was on fatigue, or did you have to figure out in mid game?
So I didn't recognize the name because he's from Vegas,
Uh huh.
and I had seen him play Bill round one. He played somebody. No, he played Allen.
Oh, okay.
And I saw the tail end of that match, and once I saw that it was the same face, I was like, okay, he's on fatigue.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's always hard when you're trying to like figure out mid game. You're like, what are they trying to do here? Because especially when he flipped over the Goliath gauntlets, I was just like, oh,
Yeah, I was super confused by that
It's
too.
like that's an interesting choice right there. But then it was just kind of like, I'm gonna play these traps, which they didn't seem to line up for him, so it just kind of didn't get there in the disruption side.
Also, turn 0 when he dropped Wounded Bull, I was like, oh man, what am I in for right now? I don't know what's gonna happen.
I
Not
don't
that it's bad. It's super like
Yeah.
it's efficient.
We all know it's efficient. It kind of makes sense, but he also had blue wounded bulls, and it was just like, okay,
Well, he told me he's never played against Phi with this deck list,
Oh,
so I
yeah.
think it might be a work in progress.
yeah, for sure.
So if I see him next time, he'll probably beat the crap out of me.
I mean, Phi hasn't been super popular lately. It feels like, despite winning Worlds.
Yeah.
So, how do you feel about his current position in meta?
So I was talking to my friend John about this. Shout out to Mr. John Cooper, Lupine Fiasco. And basically, our consensus as a Phi community is that Phi was interesting because nobody remembered how to block against Mask Momentum. So you had Kodachis and kind of like lots of chip damage and super wide turns. And then when Phi won Worlds, a bunch of people built Phi that don't play Phi, and then every armory had like half the room being Phi because it's like $12 to build.
Yeah.
And then everybody learned how to block against Kodachis. So most of us switched back to Emberblade and Lynx game
Okay.
plan. So I think that Phi has the advantage of like always doing 12 damage and like sometimes doing 35. So I just think it's probably a most consistent deck in the room, maybe. I don't think it's in a great place necessarily. I just think it's it can get there, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always had that ability to just be pretty consistent, and you know, it's just aggressive all the way. It was really that one turn where Jarik was thinking about perch grapple block on your Phoenix Flame for 2, didn't do it, and then you double lava bursted him was pretty punishing.
Yeah, it's pretty punishing.
But yeah, it's like I feel like when Mask the Pouncing Lynx is there, you're kind of just like, you either just accept that you're going to get screwed on one turn, or you just got to overblock or, you know, prevent that hit effect every single time.
It's interesting. Like, it's kind of the same issue that we have when you're playing against Katsu,
Mm-hmm.
and they have the arms up, and you're like, well, I'm gonna block 4, but they're gonna go over by 1. So at this point, I kind of just let them do it early
Yeah.
because I don't want to spend the rest of the game being terrified. Like Lynx is probably gonna go off at some point,
Yeah.
and in that game, I thought about using Lynx on my first turn because I had a pretty wide turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw that. It looked like you were thinking about
Yeah,
it.
I was thinking about it, but it got to a point where he was like getting some chip damage in,
Mm-hmm.
and I really didn't want him to have a hand,
Yeah.
and so I didn't really need to, I guess, Lynx at that point, but I figured I could strip his hand and kind of gain tempo and just push him from there.
Yeah, totally. No, it seemed like he saved it for a great moment. I kind of felt like he thought maybe you just had it and weren't going to do, mass trigger on that, but then you did have it, and then you also got it again, and so it was just, I mean, that, especially when they have mask and Snapdragon up, you just got to be a little bit terrified at all times.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's 5 for you.
Yeah.
How are you going? Are you going to the Pro Tour?
I didn't qualify.
Didn't qualify.
I'll be there.
Be there for calling.
I'll be
and
there for the
stuff?
calling.
Okay, bringing 5, of course.
Probably.
Probably. All
Bring me
right.
tacos, Del Taco, Taco Bell, doesn't matter. Say hi. Yeah, I had a baby, so shout out to my wife and my baby at home.
What is your baby's name? Fi?
Her name is Fi. Yeah, she's beautiful. Her name's Astoria.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice.
So I had a baby, so I couldn't go to any qualifiers.
For sure.
'Cause she was like 2 weeks old.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, you shouldn't do that. But congratulations. That's
Thanks,
awesome.
man. Appreciate it.
To you and your family. Cool. Well, anything in heavy hitters that interests you at all?
You know what? I've been so busy being a new dad that I haven't really paid much attention. I don't really love the classes that are coming out in heavy hitters. I think if anything, maybe Brute gets pretty exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bravo's going to do Bravo stuff.
Yeah.
I hate Warrior. So,
We hate Warrior. Sorry, Warrior fans.
gang.
Just don't like it.
Yep.
Would rather not.
Let's not do that.
I
We don't need to
feel
do that.
I feel that deeply. I totally understand. Brute does seem exciting. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of think Bravo might hit LL this year.
I think so too, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's in a good place.
Yeah, I feel like anytime we're unsure, I said this earlier, but anytime the meta is kind of unsure, it feels like Bravo just is like, it's good.
Yeah.
You know, it's just default good deck.
I feel like Bravo and Dash both do that. Whenever
Yeah.
there's a new meta, they're like zoom or
Yeah.
like just best value.
Yeah, I think it's literally what Blake says too. So
Yeah.
having the same conversation, but now it's been validated. So we got
We're
that
right,
going
Blake.
for us.
Yeah.
Well, congrats on your win. I think, let's get, I don't know if you're locked in yet, but you're getting closer. You might be there top
I
8.
think I have to win one more.
Not too bad for the first open event of the year.
Yeah.
What'd you do last year?
I missed it by 1 point.
That's what we were saying. It's close.
1
Top
point.
16 is close at the end of the year. So all the points matter. You got to play all the way.
And you get points for just participating.
Yeah.
And I missed 1 because they were like, you want to go to the Renaissance Fair instead. And I was like, I don't like the Renaissance Fair. And the family was like, we're going to the Renaissance Fair. So thanks, guys. You're the best.
It's just what we do for the people we love.
It's true.
It's fine.
It's true.
It's fine.
It is not fine. It's a little bit fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, good luck on the rest of your
Thank you
games
so much,
today.
man.
Hopefully
Appreciate it.
see you in the top 8.
Yeah.
And thanks for being on the stream.
Thanks for inviting me.
Hell yeah.
Bye, everyone.
You thought you had 39 seconds left, but we're here early because it's time for a new segment with Colin.
We're updating the titles down here.
Oh, that's what's happening? Okay.
Yeah, we're almost there. We got
We're
a new
almost there.
segment. We're excited about this.
This is something that's really going to be cool. It's called Toxic Tips with Colin. It's just a little slice of life mixed with a little flesh and blood. So it's a slice of life and blood.
That's right. Ponder with Colin was too serious, so we're going to lighten the mood with some toxic tips. First up is Fab Heroes and if I would date them.
Oh.
Heavy Hitters Edition.
Okay, I like that.
Kasai, she's the strong and silent type, but I wonder why does she have to bring all her friends with her everywhere she goes?
Who's next? Okay.
Betsy, baby, yeah.
Betsy.
Some people say she's overpowering, but I like a woman who knows what she wants and is also wearing a giant wolf hide.
Shit. A giant wolf, you guys could be like, this is my wolf.
We very much could do like.
Hell yeah. That's a good date.
All right, so I hate to say it, but I don't know who this is, and if I saw him on the street, I wouldn't know a thing. So sorry.
Sorry to this
Sorry
man.
to this man.
Dude, what is she doing? She had a baby, and then she was like, we're going to break up with the husband, and now they're back together.
I mean, everyone got real mad about business that was not their own.
Yeah. Story of our life.
KO. KO can do more with one arm than most men. He's sexy, dangerous, and fun, but I'm afraid to bring him around anyone I truly care about.
Damn. I mean, that sounds like a lot of men. I haven't dated enough men to pretend that I... But this is the one hand. What can he do with that one hand?
You got to find out. It's
Up to imagination.
It's risky, but it could be worth
It's worth the biscuit?
So Reinar is probably, who I cheat on my husband with. But, ruin me, Reinar.
Ruin me, Reinar. Show me that back. Don't know how to act. Slow motion for me.
All right, next up, we got Victor Goldmane. He's hot in a gross way. He's big. He's handsome. He's got a bit of gold, but where was he on January 6th?
Oh, jeez. He was getting revealed. He wasn't even there. You didn't even know about him till that day. Jeez Louise.
All right, next up, Bravo. He's worth a ride for sure. He'll take you home. He'll make you breakfast, and then he'll never call you again.
Okay.
So
sounds like a guy I've seen.
Could be good if that's what you're into right now.
Dude. I'm going
Next
to take you for a ride.
is Starvo. His weird alter ego is not my type.
No.
We pass on this one.
He gives me the chills.
All right, Boltyn.
And the blizzards! And the blizzards!
Everyone knows I don't like warriors. I'm not into warriors, but
No.
he's very hot. I get the feeling he's not ready to move on after the loss of his wife, and she's literally an angel. I wish a man would love me like that.
Dude. I wear my wife, Angel, around my neck is
It's just
so dependent.
there is some codependency.
Emphasis on the pendant. Ah! Let's go. Okay.
Blake's gonna have a heart attack. Brevin, this dude is a hall monitor snitch, but I would make out with him at the club.
Ooh. You looking kind of cute.
Yeah.
In
No.
Oh, Dory's a no.
Oh.
Colin hates Dory.
Next. That's what we're talking about. Via, total package, triple threat kind of woman, but her ex is still in the picture, and he's really toxic.
Blasphomet? Have you blasphomet my ex yet?
All right, next up, old him. This is my husband. You'll never be cold, and he gives you his full attention for 55 minutes.
Oh! 55 minutes of straight.
All right,
massage.
so Valda, I feel like we would be friends, and the tension would get to us, but then we would just go back to being
We're better off
We're better.
not testing those
The
waters.
chemistry isn't all there,
Yeah.
but we had to figure it out first.
You'll help her find her perfect girl or guy.
All right, last up, we got Yoji. I thought he was a statue until he started grinding back on me.
Oh, jeez. That
That's
sounds
it.
like
That's
an
it.
action-
Toxic
What
tips.
about
with Colin.
Arachne? What did we say about Arachne?
Dude, that'll be on the next one.
Oh, okay.
This was
This is
heavy
gonna
hitters.
happen.
If there was a theme, it was Warriors, Guardians, and Brutes.
Oh.
Oh.
I guess there was a lot of stuff that wasn't there. I guess
Don't
Uzuri
worry.
was stealth through there too.
Don't worry. We'll
That's
do this
actually
again.
not good in dating. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't use stealth on your dating. All right. Update. How's the tournament going?
Oh, what's interesting is we have a meta and we have Bravos all over it.
Oh, Barvos.
We've got some people that are definitely going to make top 8. I think Anthony will be there. We have Evan on Teklovossen
Ooh, is he gonna make? That?
is 4-1.
Wow.
So as long as he doesn't see a Kano in round 6, he could make it happen.
Which
we also-
chances are good because there's a couple Kanos up there.
All around him right now.
All
And there's
around.
there's a 4-1 person that plays Bravo that we know is the 18-year-old Colin. So you may see him no matter what happens in top 8.
The one who's playing your cards.
The one who's playing my deck. So I don't know if Colin knows that I'm going to get at least 42% of prize money because it's my deck. And that would be kind of cool if I win the tournament, even though I'm commentating it. And we'll get litigation or
You'll
whatever.
get some
probably,
AGE points because
yeah.
he did.
Oh,
that.
I get 42% of that probably
yeah,
too.
yeah. Why not?
That's cool.
These things up.
So Brutes.
What are they playing?
No,
for?
I said the wrong thing. Bravos. They're playing for $400. Split 52% ways would probably be $212 to $188.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then don't forget, you can see all this. We've got some people joining from all around the world. Maybe this is the new hub for all your stuff, like decklist, show matches, community events,
And more.
and more. Go to invite URL discord.age.events.
All right, it's been a pretty sweet day. I think we've definitely had some Bravo games in the middle, and there's gonna be Bravo games later. So hold on to your butts there. But it's been fun. I don't think anything seems like overpowered. Kano is definitely running rampant though. That's what happens when nobody brings AB. But that's
Have we seen a Dromai on stream all day?
we haven't seen Dromai yet.
Probably because the two other most populated heroes are Bravo and Kano. Not a good matchup for Dromai on either of those. Maybe we went that way with our decks because we don't like losing to the Dragon Queen.
It is true. We don't like that. So I understand completely. But yeah, top 8 is shaken out. We'll have some more information on that as soon as this next round finishes.
Shaken and out.
Yeah, it should be good. Hopefully we get a good mix of heroes. Please stay tuned for the final round. And then we'll have a short break as we deck check and do stuff before top 8. Have a dinner break.
Get some spam Musabi.
There will be a separate stream, just giving you forewarning, separate stream for top 8. It's already out there on this channel, so
Oh, yeah.
click your
It's
way
important.
over there. Also, like and subscribe to the stream. Please also shout out to our Collector Legion sponsors. And that's me and Blake. We'll be back in a few.
engage with the audience.
Hello.
Hello.
Time to engage with the audience, they said. 2 minutes until this next round, allegedly. We do have, I don't know if it's fan least favorite or fan favorite, but Evan Bridges has switched from Lexi because it's not allowed to be played, so it was switched for him, to Teklovossen Esteemed Magnet.
Evan's out here to prove that he doesn't need a broken hero to be able to play this game well.
Right.
I saw him jumping for joy and glee at possibly making top 8 on his first serious tournament on Teklovossen.
Nice. Well, is this a serious tournament? Yes, there's 60 people. How is Evan one of the best 8 on Teklovossen? He's going to try and show you against somebody we've already seen on stream, Zayne on Azalea.
Which is a difficult matchup, honestly, for the Azalea player because, generally speaking, Azalea can't go wide, put together super massive turns against a deck that is really good at blocking tall. So Zayne's going to have to pull out all the stops and find those Boltyn shots to really make it happen, slip that damage through.
Right.
Otherwise, Evan becomes
The Mecropotent.
the supreme evil, the Mecropotent Teklovossen,
Right.
and just kind
It's
of
time
dashes his way
to
in.
be more than human. I don't know how he does it, but
Yeah, that's how he does it, I think.
what's cool is if you're in a meta that doesn't have this hero, maybe you've only been playing against it on Talishar. Maybe you're killing the Teklovossen because you're ninja before they get to the Mecropotent. It's really cool to see how big the stack of cards is. That's something I would pay attention to if I was you, of how many times are we doing Evos?
Many is what Evan's hoping, and he's hoping to get them out really, really fast. The faster he gets all those Evos out, the faster he gets to just start oppressing Zayne on Azalea.
And what's interesting, I've never seen the Teklovossen breathe thing. His machines also breathe with him.
That's impressive. That just shows how strong his connection is to his 1s and 0s, I think.
True.
Very impressive
Binary.
indeed. Yeah. Speaking of binary, here comes Evan Bridges shuffling his deck as though he were a drone.
Nice.
Looking great.
Speaking of drones, Drone of Brutality is banned for this tournament.
Wow, nice connection.
Speaking of brutality, so are the brutes.
We got two. We got 2 Reinars
Are
that
they in top 8 yet?
I don't know how to break this to you, Blake.
They're in top 28. So if you're wondering what a Teklovossen deck list looks like, 2 Evo Sentry bases for each, the arms, chest, head, and legs. And then Evo Steel, Evan has 3 of each one of those as well. So that's 5 possible bases for each, the head, legs, arm, and chest.
Yeah, and those are going to come in clutch against the dominations of the arrows by Azalea. Dominate is not such a threatening mechanic when you have an entire suite of armor that keeps refreshing itself, right?
Sweeter and sweeter.
Sweeter and sweeter, my friend. It does. We were talking about Zayne's ability to go wide before the match started. It does look like we have his deck list in front of us, and it does look like he's running the Rainbow Boltyn shots, which are probably the best card to do just that. Go wide, sneak in more damage little by little. It's going to be really interesting to see how he navigates this. It's definitely Evan's match to lose, I think.
Evan on turn 0 just uses hero power over and over again to filter. If you're wondering about defense reactions from Evan, there's sinks. And that's it. Everything else will come from equipment.
Which, of course, yeah, and you can kind of use those equipment, especially because you can activate them at instant, or equip them at instant speed. You can kind of use them as pseudo defense reacts, right?
True. But it's very real.
It's incredibly real.
Yeah.
It's sweet and it's real. It's the sweet life of Zach and Cody.
And this...
Sorry, I broke you.
Sweet.
I'm sorry, I broke you.
I was like, yeah, I've heard of that stuff. Drill Shot is very interesting because it doesn't do anything to his current equipment. I also like the idea of getting Dead-Eyed. Isn't as crazy because we could just pitch to hero power instead.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Perhaps you're saying pitch the Deadeye instead of play the Deadeye?
I meant more like if Deadeye was active, I guess it wasn't even active. So
It wasn't,
pointless.
no.
It was like Evan can just, I'm going to use my hero power and pitch away so I can keep my cards.
Yeah.
Like stuff that, like Red in the Ledger, Deadeye, all that kind of stuff is kind of worse against Teklovossen because he can use his hero power to get around it. He can do other things. And there you already see our first
Evo.
Put on top. Evo Steel Soul Memory. So anytime he puts another head on, he will be grabbing a 5th card, which if Azalea is not dominating, that 5th card will just be a block and make it even harder to get damage across.
Yeah, absolutely. And Evan having this first piece of equipment already makes it so Dominate is not nearly as scary as it once was. Each of these blue Evos have 3 temper on them, which, if you're doing your math, that is an extra 6 block value. Jeez. If you go ahead and let it die. Evan's probably not going to. He's probably only going to get 5 block value out of this before he changes it into another Evo or becomes the Evo So Steel Magnate himself.
Right. The Macro Potent.
Macro Potent. Coming in with a Seek and Destroy, and then an Azalea activation, finding a Boltyn Shot, which is not a bad find here at all. It's going to allow Zayne to go wide because Boltyn Shot has power greater than its base, giving it go again and reload.
Evan plays this deck extremely fast, too, so if you haven't seen this stuff, it's going to be like, what the hell is going on? But that's an easy 7 block, but there's stuff like Fabricate, which can make his blocks for his Evo Steel Soul be 4-3-2 instead of 3-2-1. And then they stick around. Evan, when you're playing against him with this, I think, I'm not going to pretend like, oh, he's playing the piano. I've said that stuff in the back. But, like, he plays it so fast and quickly that you're like, wait, what's going on? And it's always like, why am I not doing as much damage as I thought? So evasion's super important against this.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking to Evan playing very fast, sometimes when you're at the armory level and he's playing a little bit sloppy, he'll like just throw his cards down, realize he made a mistake, pick them back up, throw them back down, and you're like, just tell me how much you're blocking, please.
Right.
Evan being the person that we love to hate and love to love.
No. He's a great person. We're rooting for him today, sure.
There's no way you're rooting for him. There's no way you're rooting for him.
It's just, now we're going to put our headpiece on. Now we're going to draw 5 cards because of Evo Steel Soul Memories thing. Zayne saying, I heard about this in a spoiler card once, but I've never seen this played against me. Let me read it for myself and make sure my opponent's doing the right thing.
Zayne's probably thinking to himself, I can't believe I am facing a Teklovossen in round 6 of this tournament. Are you kidding me right now?
And the flip to see the Death Whistle is very interesting because what would you knock against Teklovossen? What is the best arrow for this?
It's not Azalea's namesake arrow, which is Red in the Ledger, right? Teklovossen really doesn't care much about doing more than 1 action per turn, especially because if you leave a ton of cards in his hand, he can just activate his hero power, equip 2 Evos, and pass back to you, right? Like, Evan at 35 life total means he doesn't care at all about Red in the Ledger. He'll just take the damage and move on. This is a much better choice that Zayne is making, which is Infecting Shot. You just need to leak damage as efficiently as possible. Furthermore, it gets an Infecting Shot into your graveyard so that it can be targeted by a Codex of Frailty later.
I am expecting every single Codex to grab this exact same arrow.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's nothing that could, like, other heroes can banish this arrow. It's pretty hard to banish 3 of them. But, like, Teklovossen getting hit by this arrow over and over again is definitely, like, that's Zayne's best option, kind of.
Absolutely.
Which is what we just asked. But that's what he's doing. He's putting the top card into his arsenal face up using the hero power. This will now have Dominate.
And maybe Dominate can get through that Evo base head. Evan probably wishing he had 1 or 2 more Evos equipped at this point. He did get his block value out of the first block of the Evo Soul Steel Memory, I think, though, right?
True.
So, Value Town, Population Evan.
And this is cool because the Dominated arrow will have a possible 4 damage of disease on top. And Teklovossen, he doesn't have AB, and he's not disease-proof, even though he's still a machine.
Yeah, funny how that works, isn't it?
That'd be kind of cool if Blood Rot Pox was... You can't have Blood Rot Pox if you're a half robot.
If you're the Macropotent.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, that's interesting. It would be much
frail.
cooler if he had some way to shore up his rough matchup in Kano, right?
We have 9, and we're hero powering to put our legs on. So now we can block with head, legs, and is a card from hand enough, or is that just 8 with... Because it's both a red red legs and red head.
Yeah, whatever it is,
Evo Sentry Base.
whatever it is, he's wishing that he could block with shoulders, knees, and toes as well. That's 4, 8.
8 is not enough.
No, indeed. It's going to leak 1, which means 2 Blood Rot Poxes. And even though he is part machine, he can be infected
Right.
by them.
I think he's saving 2 blues, though, of I won't be able to block this on the initial arrow, but I'm down to pitch 6 to keep my life currently because neither of these are Evos that I want to equip.
Yeah, quite possibly. Evan just wants to keep his life total high.
Just kidding, it's a head
Oh,
piece.
he's going to equip.
And what you're saying is, why is he putting... Why is he taking 4 damage to put a head on top of a head that doesn't have the bonus on it? Those are just extra cards later for his Necropotent to swing more. And I do think if Zayne is not... If the Necropotent, if he does it before he's... If he has more than 12 health when he Necropotentizes, I think Zayne's kind of screwed.
Yeah, and tell me why. Is Zayne not going to be able to get that damage through, or is Evan just going to put too much pressure on?
The turn where he turns into Singularity, that's going to be a 12 damage turn where he discards a card from his opponent's hand, maybe twice. And that's going to be, okay, you maybe swing 1 arrow at me. For 4, I block with my body, and then I take over.
Sounds disgusting.
Which, that's why it's an in-game thing and not something available from the beginning.
They certainly make it hard to accomplish, and Evan is the guy to do it, right? He switches from the most powerful hero that the game has seen for a while into the memeiest hero
Right.
of the game, and he's very determined to make this deck work. He's been grinding so hard for so long on it.
Good for him.
Is it, though?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. But he was your victim at the last Armory, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I didn't play him.
Oh, you didn't. You didn't.
No. He said he would have beat me, but can't beat me if you're in losers, whatever.
Got
Whenever
him.
you're on your godlike Arachne run. This is an Enlightened Strike for 7. This could also get some damage across of like maybe there's a good card in Evan's hand he wants to equip instead and then just take 7.
He's going go again because he's thinking that he is going to leak some damage in here and get the Ponder token from Premeditate, as we see
Oh.
here. So then, with that last floating, sends Remorseless, just more damage. This is one of those really nice wide turns that Zayne needs to string together in order to chip away at this Teklovossen, put the pressure on him so he can't equip Evos, can't become the Necropotent.
And he just took 5. So I'm assuming this is either a chest or an arm, because if not, I don't understand what was going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a scrap trader.
And he takes 1 from the Remorseless hitting on the previous turn.
This makes a little more sense because we're going to use the evils that we blocked before, scrap trading them to our banish zone, and now they're able to be equipped. And each one I scrap gets me 2 resources. It doesn't have an action point, so it's basically used to turn on your hero power and grab something. Once again, we haven't seen a chest or an arm, so he's just going to draw 5 cards from Evo Steel Soul Memory, which is pretty nice.
That is very nice. It is interesting that he doesn't target the, I believe that's an Evil Soul Steel controller in the Banish Zone, just to get more of an equipment suite online. I wonder if he's just not worried about the
He can use
dominates
hero
coming in.
power every turn, even his opponent's turn. So maybe that's I'll just do it next turn.
Yeah, maybe.
Because if I get the 5th card, now it's easier to draw blues and do that on my opponents.
Here comes Zayne starting off with another Premeditate, one of those really, really strong cards premiered in Outsiders. Going to load up a Fatigue Shot and draw a card.
Ooh, that's good because now you can't hero power. Just kidding. Fatigue Shot's the other thing. Fatigue Shot means nothing in this. I do think Zayne, hopefully Zayne put almost his whole deck in there instead of like sideboarding at all because we need to shoot as many arrows as possible. This is 3, 6, 9 plus that.
Plus 5 is a nasty 14. No Dominate, though. Threatening a lot of tokens on the trigger, a Frailty, an Inertia, and a Ponder. Makes me wonder what the last card in Zayne's hand is. It may be a Rain Razors, because if he's expecting to get that Ponder token, he doesn't need to save a card for Arsenal, right? He'll just get to reset it as long as this attack connects.
This is a pivotal turn. This is a turn where if you misplay it or get blown out by something,
you go from being the overdog to
The middle dog?
the underdog.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's no middle dogs here.
Well, we'll see about that. I guess this is a good situation for Evan to be facing down with 5 cards, right?
Yep, there's 3. Here's equipment.
Yep.
While I
That's
do this,
9, 12.
still
Did he
taking
take
2.
the 2?
1. He clicked something. Let's see. No, he's grabbing dice.
Okay, so it's not a Rain Razors in Zayne's hand because he would have played it. He gets to ponder and reset that arsenal.
Scratched his wrist. His wrist was itchy. That could have affected his decision a little bit.
It is kind of like Evan got a ton of tokens there, but they're nothing he hasn't planned for, right?
Right.
Oh, I guess he's losing his arsenal card. I would have thought he had a plan for that.
But he's like, I need a chest. Anytime he's putting a chest on, it's basically, here's 3 more health over 2 turns.
Yeah.
I think anytime you've been impressed by equipment from Uzuri or Arachne, this is kind of getting impressed on that by like 3 times as much of like, oh, I can have equipment that comes back and blocks for more and all these breakpoints go away. It's like, how about you do that with a +2 and now a +1 afterwards instead of like, oh, I got to buy back with silver. It's like everything you like about that, but better. His wrist is really itching though. I wonder if that messes with his mental.
Is that Evan?
Yeah, he keeps scratching his wrist.
I hope my buddy doesn't have psoriasis. That'd
Oh
be
my
a bummer.
goodness. Well, as a medical podcast as well on the side.
Okay, we see an Azalea activation to find a lace with inertia. Probably means that Zayne's got a really juicy arrow in hand.
Cool.
He's going to load it, probably try to find another buff. Ooh, but it's a Boltyn shot, so maybe he just pushes for the reload trigger here.
Boltyn shots are always good.
Evan, no stranger to this card, right? He's played it so many times. He knows the implications of what that card threatens.
7. The
7.
implication.
The implication of
7.
7 and more,
Oh!
right? So he's definitely going to want to block this one out because it forces Zayne to use bullseye bracers if he
Here's
wants to.
the Rain Razors.
Oh, and he finds
That's
it.
where you get crapped on.
Evan's that face he's making right now is, oh my gosh, this is what it feels like.
Yeah. He's literally scratching his wrist every other second. I'm so nervous about that. Don't have any reactions in
Oh
your
my
hand.
gosh.
Here comes Battering Bolt. It's got Rain Razors. This is the biggest arrow in my deck.
Battering Bolt is
+2.
usually such a hard arrow to pull off because that 2 cost, usually with the addition of 1 to load with your bow, is really difficult for Rangers to put together. Even Lexi, who ran way more blues than Azalea, right? So the fact that he's getting the...
He scratched
Oh
his
my
wrist.
gosh. Did he take it?
No, he's blocking with all this.
Oh, he's blocking with all that. Okay. I thought he was revealing his hand for the Battering Bolt trigger. I was like, why are you taking this?
Next time.
Nice block, Evan. Really well
Great
done.
job.
I'm so proud of you.
So it could look like, what are we doing? We're watching a blowout, but hopefully he doesn't draw all of his hands at the same time. He just needs to find a hand.
He's got one in the Banish Zone already. So pretty much any time he wants to, he can play it from the Banish Zone with Teklovossen's text box, right?
But if you were watching earlier, Zayne did Ravenous Rabble into Boltyn Shot into Command and Conquer. We know that. Our friend Evan hasn't watched the stream yet. So if Evan puts Singularity in his arsenal, hoping that I can play this card, if he is too low in health and has to block certain things, and Singularity gets sniped by the Command and Conquer, this goes from an auto win for Evan to an oh crap. I think we're just... I don't want to say it's an auto win for Evan and then he loses by 40 and everyone's like, what happened? Like, this is what's happening in the actual mindset of this game. In between every scratch of the wrist, this is what we're thinking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Besides, where is my Lubriderm, right?
Yeah, I know. The blood rot pox got on my hand.
So this is interesting. Zayne throws out Ravenous Rabble, reveals a Ravenous Rabble on top. Probably going to see an Azalea activation here. He just wants to go wide. He just wants to keep stripping those cards out of Evan's hand and chipping damage. Evan's getting really low at this point.
Right.
Zayne has done an amazing job of putting together really wide turns and not relying solely on the Azalea dominate ability.
Which I think is a great testament to that deck of if you want to shoot an arrow for 16, you can. If you want to go 4-4-5, you can.
So whatever your opponent's presenting, you can do the opposite and still have a chance to win here.
Exactly. So here we come. Read the glide path into Remorseless. Is he going to forget to opt, I wonder? I guess he just doesn't care because it
Doesn't
doesn't.
draw that card anyway, probably.
Interesting. That could have been his opportunity for snaps into Bullseye Bracers, especially because Evan was left no-handed. But Zayne's probably looking for a more juicy opportunity than what he had in hand.
There's a couple no hands for Evan right now of no cards in hand and no Evo hand.
And he's still taking damage.
We gotta hand it to Zayne. He's doing the best he can right now. There's the Command and Conquer. So Evan's not gonna be surprised when that happens later.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
it has to come first, or you use it for a dominate. We're gonna use it for a dominate. What's on top?
We find a buff. That's our Seek and Destroy. Buff our
Nice.
next arrow by 3. And that's okay to see a lot of the times when you use Azalea's ability, right? Because it enables you to use Death Dealer. A lot of the time when you flip an arrow, you don't have a source of go again because you've used your Snapdragon Scalers or whatever. You didn't find a Boltyn shot, etc. Being able to activate Death Dealer every turn is sometimes what makes this deck so good.
Buff number 2.
Yikes, so this is going to be coming in for a big bad 11.
Good idea to bottom the Season C, because he can use it against the Macropotent.
At this point, do you think Evan's wondering like how many more threats are in Zayne's deck? Because we've seen a lot of them, right? This is our third Premeditate. I believe this is our third Seek and Destroy, second or third. Is he just hoping he can outlast whatever Zayne's throwing at him?
I think Evan's going to go, oh man, I went so many turns without my arms. Like, what the heck?
He might be doing that.
Because the strategy only really works if you have all 4 pieces of your body blocking the whole game. Like, you wouldn't play Rhinar without Blood Rush Bellow. You wouldn't play Azalea without Red in the Ledger. So not having an arm equipment block this whole time is pretty bad.
Yeah, and it's getting worse because Azalea just played one of the greatest Ranger cards ever printed, possibly the best. And Ranger and Assassin cards, I guess I should say. Codex of
And
Frailty.
like Evan's gonna lose 40-0 because of this stuff. Because he's gonna have to discard a card from hand. 2 damage is gonna go through unless he has enough block with his equipment. Because this is for 5 or is it more?
This should be for 5. He takes 2,
5?
gets the Blood Rot. Yikes,
Yeah,
this
he's
is hurting.
He's gonna die out of nowhere. Not out of nowhere. We watched it all happen, but
His only hope is for this one of those bricky Azalea hands where you have all... Azalea kind of falls to prey the same issue that Runeblade sometimes has, right? I have all my non-attacks or all my buffs or all of my attacks.
I mean, Del Taco just looked at the health thing, laughed, and literally was like, "What the heck, Evan? Is he gonna go to 2 or is he at? Was it 6-4 or 4-2?
I think he was at 6 and just took
Jeez.
the 2. Evan's really quick on those life totals.
Yeah, maybe he should really quickly get
Oof.
some arms.
And Zayne reveals the second Lace with Blood Rot we've seen, I believe, which is not what Evan wants to be seeing.
I have to drive home in a car with Evan later.
Oh no, you're going to be hearing about this game all the way home.
At least 10 minutes.
More than that, for sure.
And then I'll talk about it for 10. I'll go.
Poor Evan.
What is this? Is this a 5-5 matchup? Is this a 6-4? Is this a 7-3? Is this an 8-2?
I'm not sure even what you're saying anymore.
So 5-5 matchup means it's 50-50. But
I see what you're saying.
back in the day, the 9-1 matchup is like, it's all Street Fighter terms that
I
I've used
see.
to for years.
Understood.
Where it's like, Zangief can't beat Dhalsim because
Well,
there's
obviously.
no way Zangief can get in because Dhalsim. Oh! We're pitching Ivaphidia. It's over for you, Evan. We're going to dominate whatever we want. Or you could do it like Gooch in the chat and say this is a 40-0 matchup. of
Okay.
How much health you have afterwards.
He's saying ain't no way that Evan should be losing 40-0.
True. There ain't no way, but we saw it happen.
Well, not yet.
Schools been
Not
put it
yet.
online forever too. So if Evan ever is like, this deck is good, we go,
Just play this back to him. Oh, that's so mean. Another Seek and Destroy. I was wrong. So now it's our third Seek and Destroy. Here comes a blue Boltyn shot, I believe, or yellow.
Now here's the Fabricate. This is what he's
Yellow.
been missing the whole game, because Fabricate makes everything better in the equipment suite. Of add 1 block to everything, banish a card, banish an Evo, and draw a card. So it's really nice to like, I'm going to use my hero power, do a hand thing. The hand is finally there. Everything over there has more equipment. Even if this is a dominated arrow for 9, I don't think it's dominated. We're going to be able to block this out and maybe survive a 4 damage arrow. If there's anything more than 4, this could be toast.
And really, Evan wanted to see this earlier to stuff
10
this
minutes
Boltyn shot
ago,
trigger.
yeah.
Yeah. He wanted to see this to stuff this Boltyn shot trigger, but Zayne being really smart about his resources, and if he really needs to put some pressure on Evan this next turn, if he smells blood in the water with that 1 card left in hand, activate the Bullseye Bracers, load an arrow. It can be a 1-cost arrow, and then send it with what he's got floating. The downside to that, of course, is that by activating Bullseye Bracers, you close the chain, let Evan do all of that again with his equipment.
And a buff resets those. So let's go touch all our dice.
It's going to have to be a Bullseye activation now because he has no other way to load.
And then what's crazy about this Fabricate is it's going to work for both of these. That's what you just said.
Yeah.
And like that's Fabricate goes from being an instant to basically blocking like 5 or 6 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we've blocked 3.
You got this, Evan. Survive.
Survive for what, though?
Zayne's
Die
like,
the
I've
next turn?
literally never seen this happen. Let's count it up 1 by 1. Does Fabricate work the whole turn? Okay, maybe it does. How did you just block 8? He did block 8. What a gargantuan block for Evan. That's, yay! Like, that's a moral victory at least right there. You're hella dead if you're any other hero.
Notice he didn't scratch his wrist when he had the Fabricate. I wonder if
It's
that's
a
his tell.
nervous tick.
Yeah, well, it's his tell, right?
So if you're ever playing against Evan at Pro Tour LA in about 10 minutes or 10 weeks, if he scratches his wrist, go ahead and straight aggro him.
I can't.
This is
so-
information the world needs to know.
So Evan had to use a lot of resources to block out there. He just drew up 4 cards, passed back to Zayne. The cool thing about that is this is the first time in a very long time that he's had Zayne off of his arsenal at the beginning of his turn, which means no Skullbone Crosswrap, no fixing the top of the deck, and much fewer options for Zayne moving forward. Much lower cap on the amount that he can dish out.
Right. And if you're asking, is this a fully flinged out Teklovossen deck? It is fully blinged out. But let's focus on Azalea right now, guys, okay?
Okay.
Don't think about this fully blinged out. I don't know if he has the cold foil hero. Oh! It's over.
Speaking of bling, though, speaking of bling, that Codex of Frailty is a marvel.
He needs to start playing down and dirty if he's going to get... He needs down and dirty to be a 1-of so he can use this to block.
Yeah, I
every
was
time he
thinking that
gets a
earlier,
Codex.
too, yeah.
We're going to have to tell him that.
You can tell them on their way home. If only you had down and
Yeah.
dirty.
If only you had down and dirty, you would have lost by
If only, Evan,
38 instead of 40.
if only you were downer and dirtier, Evan.
Mm. I do love that Zayne is reading this card, even though Evan will never attack in this.
Wow, I am
Shoot the arrows.
I am feeling like I have egg on my face.
Shoot the arrows.
I was definitely thinking
In
Evan had a
him.
better shot into this.
Yeah, I
he seemed
heard-
really confident. I spoke with him before this match, and he was like, "Please, just let me see the Azalea or the Bravo. Please, let me dodge the Kano." And
if this is your good match, I'd hate to see your bad matchup.
okay, Ravenous Rabble revealing a red. Evan blocks 3, takes 1.
Sheesh.
We have a Death Dealer activation still. Oh, how was he able to use Skullbone? He didn't have a card in arsenal at the top of the... I didn't think.
Maybe
Oh, he started with the Codex. That's what he did. He started with the Codex.
Codex.
That's it,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
And we see, yet again, Infecting Shot.
I think
Big
one
ouchie.
thing, if you haven't played against Teklovossen in real life, I saw the word goldfishing in chat. this does feel like Teklovossen gives you enough room. He's blocking with Singularity. The game is over, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no, that's devastating.
No way he's able to win. This is going to be a 40-0 shellac of fan favorite Evan Bridges. More like Evan. What's the opposite of Bridges?
Valleys? I don't know. You caught me off guard with that one.
Evan burned Bridges.
There is a world here where Zayne runs out of go tall threats, right? He's run through a lot of his really good cards, a lot of his pumps. If Evan now has 4 Evos online, if he can start throwing all of the protocols and mechanical strength and the other one at Zayne, there's a world where he starts chipping away a lot of damage. It's a small world, after all, but
he needs to draw
it's there.
4 buffs.
Yeah.
Which hasn't happened. The goldfishing earlier, like, Teklovossen gives you enough room where you can do stuff with your deck you never thought possible.
Yeah.
That's some stuff where, like, I've never tear limb from limb an Alpha Rampage until I was playing Teklovossen. Of, like, you're not going to do anything to me? No disruption? You're going to completely block? Like, I guess I'll Arsenal a card for next time, and now I have a 4-card hand with some extra stuff. Like, let me try and go for something really cool. And I feel like that's what Zayne's just been doing for 20 minutes now.
Yeah, absolutely. It affords decks like Azalea to play solitaire, which is goldfishing. That's exactly what you just said.
And maybe the Azalea's Teklovossen or Evan's been playing online are just not as strong as Zayne. Maybe it's Zayne, too.
He is 4-1 at AGE1, which is a 60-person tournament. And his only loss is his absolute lose matchup, Kano, right?
Oh.
So there's something to be said about...
Then say it.
He
Just kidding. There's something to be said. Evan's blowing it. Yeah.
Here comes Boltyn shot.
Okay.
Threatening
If it's
reload on
dominated, this
hit.
is done.
It must be because he
no.
activated Azalea. He's got it on top there.
Hero power
Here
time.
we go.
Oh, he drops it on the ground. It's going to be unmovable when it comes
Did
back
he
up.
fabricate again, or has that been sitting out? Okay, he fabricated again.
Yeah, Teklo is good, just not versus Azalea. I feel like you could replace Azalea with at least 10 other heroes too, but it's neither here or there. Okay, that's the card where you put a card 5 from the top, so it's on top after you draw 4. A very interesting mechanic that was made.
Yeah, why do you think that was
That way you
designated
know
that
you
way?
can boost next time, just in case.
Understood?
Maybe.
In a deck that runs absolutely no boost whatsoever.
Yeah. Or scrap.
Double fabricate,
We're fabricating.
which is probably going to buff the equipment again. I would have to imagine that is going to lead to a lot of overblock on this.
I mean, he has to block
10
10
attack.
dominated, so some of these things are going to explode afterwards, I think, and he's going to go from definitely losing to holy, he's definitely losing.
Which, at least he's already blocked with Singularity, right? So he's
Yeah.
not missing out on his macropotency.
Evan Bridges gets 40-0 on national TV. Damn.
You know,
or Zayne beats someone 40-0.
we love to hate him, but do we feel a little bad? Or not
You
at
know
all?
what? I feel good for Zayne. I feel bad for Evan. It happens to us all. It literally has never happened to me, but
What, 40-0?
40
You've never
zero.
lost
I've only
40-0?
lost 57-0. I've never lost 40.
Now that's impressive.
So, Zayne's gonna make top 8 because a 5 gets you in. Evan will have to hope a 4-2 works with some of the worst tiebreakers ever. Evan's probably gonna go down to, where do we go here? We go prizing. Evan's probably gonna be around the 9th or 12th range, maybe even the 13th or 16th, which points between 8 and 12 is a lot.
Yeah, and there's no cash pricing down in there, but there are a lot of those fabled AGE points,
Yes.
which contribute to your chance at going to the Players' Championship at the end of the season.
True. See, we're not smiling. We feel bad for Evan.
Yeah. We feel terrible for Evan.
Evan needed arms. I do think if you get some arms and turn, like, the opposite happens. Evan went first. There's no Evos in the opening hand. Immediate, oh, crap. That's not great. I don't think he put a defense reaction in Arsenal either. That's not great. The arms don't show up in till turn 13 or 11 or whatever that is when you go. That's not great. Dominate arrow, infecting shot arrow, expensive shot. That's not great. So probably one of the lowest rolls if you want to do that. Probably one of those like, oh, dang, what a bad beat. That thing too. But if you draw some hands, if you get 2 evos in your opening thing, that's what maybe this is a hero that is 3 cards away and one of the cards comes next week and the other 2 cards come in June. And then when I do, I started with 2 evos opening and now you're toe. Like, I just don't think we're in a meta where you can play a hero that needs help. Because everyone's getting so good at the game. Everyone's getting so good at the hero that they play regularly that you can't. What are we going to ask Zayne about in an interview? What was it like playing against a freaking testing dummy for an hour? Jeez Louise. I can't wait to talk to Zayne about that. He's 60 cards away, according to Nathan Crawford. I would even bump it up to 62. It's just something of like, scrap. Okay, well, make the scrap cards better. Boost. Oh, he doesn't use those. Evos. Well, they're too expensive. Singularity. Well, if Singularity had something where it's like you can play this from your banish zone, why does that not have that? We can boost. We can boost this by accident. We're gonna interview Zayne
And see how it felt.
Zayne, what is your tag? Zayne, Zen? What is that? What's that from?
That's from high school. Those were just different names I'd gotten on like Starbucks cups and stuff. Of
Nice.
people spelling my name wrong.
Living in the past.
Living in the past, you know,
yeah.
it's been there a while.
Speaking of the present, you're the top A!
Azalea, pretty good.
Sheesh. Especially when you face
Evan,
a training dummy for 40 minutes.
free.
What? Okay, so in your mind, you're like, this is not a good matchup for me because why?
Because my dominate's irrelevant because he has 6,000 armor, and I'd played the matchup as Bravo, and it was miserable.
Right.
Because they just can block everything that you're doing with any relevance. But I was like, you know, if I just play on rate or above rate stuff, maybe it goes well, and then it went pretty well.
He did 0 damage to you.
He did 0 damage.
You did 40 to him.
Mm-hmm.
Has that happened to you in a professional setting tournament?
No, but I have done it before.
Okay.
I did it in the Prism Mirror.
Nice. 40-0'd somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So this is your second 40-0.
Yep.
When that happens to you, is that something where you're like, oh, okay, I can get in the groove? Or is it like going into a top 8, you're going to be like, I haven't really played a game in 2 hours?
You know, that's a good question. We're going to find out. We're going to find out next round. You know, I think it still was testing, though. I still had to play, like, I mean, I got to play 5-card hands every hand.
Right.
But you still have to optimize them. In Azaleas, that's kind of hard. Like, I don't play a ton of Azalea. So it's a good little mental test. Beating dummy.
So to practice against, if somebody picks up Teklovossen in your local meta, you should go to Fabtcg and just pick a random Bravo or something and just play against that. And
The legend of the, what is it, the car from the first calling where you had to, like, deal 100 damage to the car.
Yes.
That was Evan.
I've heard of that legend.
Mhm.
Azalea today.
Yeah.
Gonna be on her for a while, for a bit. Gonna
Yeah.
see some heavy hitters,
I mean-
or Azalea forever.
Today going well is pretty good for the Azalea case. I have been itching to play Rhinar, as you know.
Oh, I remember. This is Zayne.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. You're the one who said, I wonder what we get
Uh-huh.
in heavy hitters. Speaking as a Brute player,
Uh-huh.
when was the last time you weed for Brute?
I played the 9 Pummel Levia list back in the day with 3 Blood Debt, just the 3 red.
Okay,
Hungering Slaughter Beast.
I've heard of that.
It was like the end of Briar's lifetime. So
Oh,
not that long.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you like the new Wrecker Romp print, or is that like,
It's okay. It doesn't look like Wrecker Romp to me.
no?
It, like, if that was a Brute card, I'm perfectly happy with it. But I don't think I can take out the EA Wrecker
No,
Romp.
it's a Brute punching an animal.
It's like,
That's one of the coolest arts we got.
it's true.
Oh.
Barraging Beatdown is my favorite Brute card. And that's literally what it is. They punched a lion or whatever.
There's literally punch prints on it.
Oh.
Azalea, March 24th.
We're talking PTLA.
We're talking PTLA.
Mm.
What is going to be a mindset you go into Pro Tour LA with? Are you going? I know you've gone around the world. This is in your backyard.
It is.
You're still traveling. You still don't get to sleep in your own bed before. Some of us get to sleep in our own bed and go to this tournament.
Must be nice.
But you're going to be a little bit close, or maybe you got a hotel. I don't know. Pro Tour LA, it's too close to not win if I'm a person who goes around all the time.
Mhm.
Like, is it, I'm not a pro player. I'm not even close to it. I've never been to a Pro Tour. Are the locals that have this in their backyard, this is the one you're going to win?
I hope so.
Put the effort in.
Yeah.
What's that process like for you if that applies to you?
You know, I mean, some Pro Tours I've been more prepared than others. Like for Lille, I was admittedly unprepared. I played Viscerai and hoped for the best. Didn't go so well. So for this one, I think there's a little extra edge of like, we need to be ready for this one. And especially with a limited set that I'm excited about. I do play some Guardian. I like to play Brute. We'll see about Warrior. Caisse seems interesting. I think that this is a set, like a limited set that we can invest in. This CC meta is looking to be really interesting. So I think that we just have to put in a little more effort than we would for other ones because it means a little more that it's here.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is there somebody in this room that's top 80 in Pro Tour LA? Or is there 2 of them?
I'll say that someone on the Iaali 80 will top 8. We'll see if it's
Oh,
actually
wow.
Chris or if it's someone else. But
When are we going to get a Zayne 80?
well, you got my.
Oh, okay, that's it right here.
Uh-huh.
What's the last card you put in here?
I have
of, like,
Ophidia. I have Ophidia.
It's just too good not to?
It was a melting point, and then I was like, you know, I have Ophidia's Fun. I have it. It's my Kano deck was like on my desk. I was like, let's just
put this in and win a tournament with it real quick.
Yeah.
Well, I'm proud of you. Thank you for making sure Evan didn't do the impossible.
I heard that you were really cheering for me.
No. Craig has a question. Blake, ask him if he thinks I could have prevailed where Evan couldn't. I don't know what that means. Has he been playing Teklovossen?
He's saying, do you think, or ask me if he would have beat me, I think. And if the answer, if he was on Bravo, the answer is probably yes, which I know that Craig's a big Bravo enjoyer.
Weird question for Craig. But okay, Craig. Come to the tournaments and prove it, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess he's happy to not have to play Dromai anymore. I heard he
Wait, show this T-shirt to everyone. Because someone said that you're your favorite fourth person on here.
Yeah, what's up, Noah? Yeah, you beat me one time in Limited. It's okay.
Oh, take that, Noah. That's our tournament first half. We're going to go to a different stream. Who are you hoping to see in top 8?
I mean, I've been around Kano all day. I've been like next to Kano like 3 rounds in a row, and I haven't played it yet. And I haven't played that matchup much, so I'm kind of curious to see how it goes.
Okay.
There's a good chance. I think there's 2 in there, right? 2 Kano.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Don't spoiler. That is our interview with Zayne. Do some hand sign or something. All right, that's top 8. Keep you later. We're gonna see you. Okay, we'll show you about your top 8.
right, we are back and we have it. We have our top 8. Bryce, are you ready for this?
I don't think so, but
All right,
let's
we'll get
proceed
ready
anyway.
right now because here we go. It's a doozy. Boom. Bravo. You love him. You hate him. He's there in 3s.
I'm so glad to see that he's doing well, both in Classic Constructed and Living Legend. This really makes me happy.
You know, it could have been worse. I feel like having 4 Bravos was definitely a lot worse than 3, but we're going to see some Bravo matchups for sure because we got some good Bravo players. It looks like the Luber himself is taking on the newcomer Colin in a mirror. And then we've got Marcus, who we saw on stream, against Zayne, who we saw on stream. Zayne crushing it. He didn't think that matchup was going to go very well for him, but apparently it went pretty well.
No, and Evan also thought it was going to go pretty well for him. I even put my foot in my mouth and said that that was Evan's game to lose. Well, he lost it hard.
It was his game to lose, and he lost it. Then we got the Del Taco bringing in Phi against the Boltyn Stan Allen, moving back to Boltyn, so I'm excited to see that. And then, of course, just 2 of the best Kanos in the area, Eugene from San Diego and Fei Yu from up here. So, I don't know. It's going to be pretty good.
It's going to be good.
What should we watch? Put your thoughts in the chat. But guess what? This video is ending. We're going to move to a top 8. So it's already there. You can move over. We're going to take about 45-minute break. We're going to eat some food. We're going to do some deck checks. We're going to just, hang out and hug for a while and just have a nice time. But please join us again. I don't know. It's like 7:30, I guess, is when this is be coming back. But should be an exciting top 8. Who do you think is going to win?
Absolutely. That's a great question. I'm going to throw my lot in with Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, Eugene. Because I have played against Eugene on Kano, and he said the one thing stopping him from destroying every single person in the universe at this game was Lexi, and she's gone.
Wow. I guess I need to learn how to play Kano from someone who's good at
I thought you played Kano.
Yeah, I do. But apparently I'm not very good.
Haven't lined it up yet?
Kano's not going to be doing very well.
I think Kano's one of those heroes where you kind of have to have the juju aligned as well as the technique.
It feels like Eugene's always got that juju aligned from what I've seen. But I know that, sometimes you just have rough days. But he is a fantastic Kano player. But so is Fei Yu. So it's going to be interesting. Maybe we'll see a Kano mirror in the first round of the top.
What do you say, chat? You want to see a Kano mirror?
You got a Kano mirror, a Bravo mirror.
Oh, they want to see the Bravo mirror for sure. For sure. Right, everybody?
I've heard people like that. Also, just to clear some things up, I talked to the man himself, Trent, and Tyler acknowledged the Quicken token, didn't know they had it on the side there, so anybody who thought they weren't playing correctly, just trust that people know what they're doing. It doesn't matter. We're having fun anyways. So, thank you again to our sponsors, Collector Legion. Make sure to follow and like the stream and join our other stream. We'll be back in a little bit. It's going live right now, so if you need to switch over and
So what are you doing here?
Yeah.
Get over to the other video. Stop looking at us. Go to the new one.
I mean, I understand why they're still here because it's you're.
Well, it's because of you for sure.
It's him. We all know it's him.
It's because of him. We know.
All right, we'll be back soon. Thanks everyone for watching.